Oh, I see now. I'm so sorry.
To sigati gati mihano. Thinking about I was thinking about the past couple of days. You know, we've been given much knowledge. Kita minapatsigwe valuable knowledge that can help us and to help each other wherever we are. And I always say we need each other, elders and youth. Youth have the strength and elders have the wisdom. That's why we provide knowledge to you. But at the end of the day, how do we make a wise choice? Temihatan. Kitsimanitu, Creator God, in us commitment, we thank you that even though we have our own idea of how our life should look, often setting out according to our plans, that your ultimate purpose prevails. We ask you, Egoitsimita, God of kindness, prompt us when we set out to make plans, that we make them according to your will and not our own. Egoitsimita, loving and caring God, that you remind us to come alongside with you as we surrender every detail to fulfill your purpose here on earth. Please align our hearts with yours, our ideas with your ideas, and our will with your will. Because, Lord, we ask you to be with us every step we take. We chewinan. Walk with us. Walk with us. Amen.
Miigwech. And now it's my pleasure to invite Councillor Swanson to the stage to start off our final day. And also, if I could please get the presenter laptop.
Tanse tutemak tuwagumaganak tutamiskat na manas ka gegisepak mentegisagak menuwanaskansiak. I'd like to welcome you all back to the final day of this youth conference. Certainly, looking back at the last couple of days or last few days, it's been I think a wonderful opportunity for the youth. A lot of information has been shared. We've heard a lot of excellent speakers and presenters that were here, and I think it shows that we do have a lot of our own people out there that we can talk to, we can look at, and I guess get them to be the mentors. Also, before I continue, I want to ask Elder Grant Kweskikapo for the opening prayer. There's a couple of things that I shared last time I was up here in regards to how important education is and how important our language and our history is. There's one of the other thing I wanted to share. I've worked within the school division here in Norway House for over 30 years. And through that time, especially the time that I was a school administrator and eventually a superintendent, I found that there were a lot of young people that came through there, a lot of young teachers that came from right across this country of ours. And one of the things that I was always encouraged by them is that how they took the adventure of leaving home, whether they came from the East Coast, whether they came from Toronto area, whether they came from Winnipeg. We've had people from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and even British Columbia, and how they came here and came to work. I remember, a lot of them that as young first year teachers, one of the things that always wanted to make sure that was that they were taken care of. And the first couple of months, first 3 months of the school year, I would meet with them on a regular basis. And, it's not easy sitting there because they were lonely, they wanted to go home, they sat there crying. And of course, becoming more of a fatherly or a grandfather figure to them, these young people. And I thought, this is what we need for our own as well. Wherever you go, this is what we need. Whether you go out to school in Winnipeg, we need our people there to be in support of and mentor the young people after they come back to our community as well. We always talk about go to school, go get educated, come back and work for us. When I got into council, one of the things that I wanted to make sure our chief and council understood was that I said, I'm not going to stand there and tell our young people to do that if we're not going to hire them, we're not going to mentor them, if we're not going to look after them and make sure that they get jobs when they finish school and they come back home. I said, I'm not going to tell them there, encourage them to go to school. Until we start doing that, I said, that way, what we say is go to school, come back, you're the leaders, and then we show them how. I said, we're the mentors. So we have to show them how it's done. So I think that's very important. I think that's one of the important things that you can do. And for those young people, you young people that are from other communities, ask your leaders, your community leaders, ask your teachers, ask for people that that can support. I mean, families are great support, but sometimes we need more. And when I was talking earlier about the young people that are going out and getting doctors or lawyers, I want to be there to support these young people for our community as much as I can. I want to ensure that they succeed and that our policies, our practices, our procedures are not getting in the way. I want to make sure that whatever we have works for them and helps them out as well. So with that, I welcome and thank all the people that came from different communities to come and join us. I hope you had a wonderful time in our community. And I also wanted to say that I was here last night for the youth talent show. I mean, that's an example of the excellent talent that we have in our communities. And we can take that and go out there and conquer the world, make it ours, So I encourage you, and have a wonderful day and have a wonderful trip home. The other thing I want to say is, this is the only time you're going to see me today. I'm actually on my way out to the city because I have a meeting out there. So, Egusane, have a good day. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we're starting, our final and third day together. And while, 3 days in the long term feels like a short time, it's actually quite a significant amount of time to spend together in one place. So thank you for making it all the way to the final day. As usual, we have a really awesome and exciting lineup of speakers joining us today. And of course, there'll still be the giveaways, so make sure you're filling out your forms. Make sure you take the opportunity to go into the trade show room and check out any booths that are there, support your local entrepreneurs, and then record your message. That will be shared on social media from, now up until even, the next conference or gathering, youth gathering that Norway House is hosting. So every day, at the beginning and the end, we need to acknowledge our sponsors, because without them, this wouldn't be possible. So thank you to our platinum sponsor, Indigenous Services Canada, our gold sponsors, Norway House Cree Nation, MKO, and the First Nation Youth Employment Strategy. And the First Nation Youth Employment Strategy has also donated their staff and volunteers to help make this event possible. All of our silver sponsors, Norway House Pharmacy, Norway House Health, TP Insurance, Duboff Edward Schachter, Sigvason Northern, Stantec, Northwest Company, Perimeter Aviation, our bronze sponsor, Spring Hill Lumber, and all of the community partners as well, Flying Nickel Mining Corp, True North Sports, Community Futures Northern Central Development, NCIFM, the Indigenous Leadership Development Institute, Median Credit Union, and Red Rebel Armor. So I just also wanted to acknowledge Kent Brown from Legacy Bows, who was originally scheduled to present a workshop to us this morning. Unfortunately, due to a miscommunication, Kent was unable to get on his flight this morning, and we're just very sorry that that happened, and his presentation will be truly missed today. Hopefully there's another opportunity where we can engage with Kent Brown and hear about the awesome work that he's doing at Legacy Bows, and his presentation was going to be on turning lateral violence into lateral kindness, which I think is a really important lesson. So hopefully there's a future opportunity with Kent down the line. So without further ado, it's my extreme pleasure to invite this morning's presenter and speaker up to the stage, Tina Keeper. So Tina is a member of the Norway House Cree Nation, and on her maternal side, she's from Muskrat Dam First Nation. She's a film and TV producer, actor, and former member of parliament. Since 2010, Tina has been the president of Kistikan Pictures, Inc. Keeper won a Gemini Award for acting in 1997 for her portrayal of RCMP officer Michelle Kennedy in the CBC series North of 60. She was the first Indigenous person to win a Gemini. Do you want to set it up while I'm talking? She was the first Indigenous person to win a Gemini for a leading role on a dramatic TV series in Canada. In her role as an honorary witness for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Keeper was a producer with the Royal Winnipeg Ballet's highly acclaimed production of Going Home Star, guided by Indian residential school survivors. And personally, I just wanted to thank Tina Keeper for keeping that dream alive, because Going Home Star was a ballet that was very important to my late grandmother, Mary Richard. So Keeper also served as a member of parliament for the federal riding of Churchill from 2006 to 2008, and she was the first Indigenous woman to serve as an MP in Manitoba. Keeper has a BA in theater from the University of Winnipeg and trained at the Centre for Indigenous Theatre, the Banff Centre, and the Sundance Institute. She currently serves on the board of directors for the Academy of Canadian Cinema and Television. She's the recipient of an Aboriginal Achievement Award, a Gemini Award, a Meritorious Service Medal, a Canadian Civil Liberties Association Award for Public Engagement, a Canadian Screen Awards Lifetime Achievement Award, a University of Winnipeg Distinguished Alumni Award, and an Honorary Doctorate of Letters from Wilfrid Laurier University. So everyone, please give Tina Keeper a warm welcome.
So the problem is, good morning, Dance. It's so nice to be here, and I hope everybody's had a really good conference. I was supposed to be here yesterday, and I missed my flight, first time ever, and I don't know what happened. I can't explain it, but I'm so happy to be here. And I'm just going to take one moment to get these young people to tell me how to use this technology. Okay, so I need you to show me what to do here.
We have a clicker.
Because I know okay. So we can't go, there's no Wi-Fi here. There's no Wi-Fi in this building?
There is.
There is?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you have a video?
I've got links.
Okay.
So
And there are videos?
I said already hooked up to the Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We had a couple of issues with videos playing. Maybe if you
No,
just
it's
stay
not
close
video.
by, or
Okay.
okay, yeah.
So, okay, great. Then we'll just do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I think we just need to switch that. Oh, it's good.
So everything's like, so this is what's on screen?
Yeah.
And then I just go, and then I just click where? This? What do I
Or
click?
on the clicker that we gave you.
What's it? Oh, the clicker. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay, hi everybody. Okay, so I'm just wanting to tell you that I'm one of the elder presenters of this conference, I'm sure, and it's a thrill to be here, but I don't really know how to use technology very well, so I've had to just ask the young people to help me with the technology. And I said, okay, so what's on the screen? And how do I move it to the next slide? And she said, you could use the thing I just gave you. So it's in my hand. So I'm a little out of sorts with my technology, but I really wanted to put together a presentation that had some information about my family, where I'm from, and a bit about what I do. And again, I'm just going to let you know, I am from Norway House Cree Nation. I never lived here as a child. My father worked with many of the people from Norway House, Cross Lake, Nelson House, and York Factory, York Landing First Nation. And so there was many of your grandparents and your great-grandparents that were fighting against the hydro development when it started here in northern Manitoba 60 years ago. So those people that did that work, one of them was my father. And so we went to work at, they have you have Genpig, and then down in Grand Rapids, they have the dam there. And so when they were creating that dam, that was just, in the 60s. So it's just in my lifetime. My dad went to work for Chimahawan at now Easterville, and it was called the Old Post. So that's where I grew up. I didn't grow up in Norway House. I grew up in Chimahawan. And then my mother is from a flying community in northwestern Ontario. She's from the Treaty 9 territory. So I'm going to just ask again. So I can't see your screens, but does it just say Tina Keeper? Okay, so I'm going to go to my next slide then. And just to give you a little overview of what I'm going to let you know is I want to tell you a bit about my family. And because I'm really proud of my family, I'm really proud of who I am as a Cree woman, Esqueo. And I am really proud, not because I feel like, Canada has been so, we've had a really horrible history with Canada. We're trying to change that. And I feel like it's our grandparents, our parents, those are the ones who made Canada change. And we're still forcing the change. We're saying to Canada, this isn't good enough. Our poverty is not what we wanted. You have to share the wealth. We should not be living in the conditions that we are living. So all of that, I have to say, is I'm very proud to come from a people that said, we had our own way of life, and you're not going to take that from us. And you're not going to take that from us. And to me, I think that has been one of the most important lessons for me in my life. When I was maybe 13, 14 years old, I didn't think about it very much. I did know, though, that when I went home to my Cree home, and I loved that. And it was a good, safe place for me. So I'm just going to show you, I'm going to move this slide. But it's not moving. Okay, I'm going to just move this. Oh, I'm going to do this.
Just press the space bar.
Space button. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, I've got a bunch of pictures up here. And I just want to let you know, this is my family on the Keeper side. For those of you who are from Norway House, I was here earlier in the month because we went over to the Ken Albert Park and we unveiled a huge billboard. So if you get a chance when you're leaving town, when you go by the ballpark, there's a big, big billboard, and it contains the picture of these men, these runners, and it also contains, see the elderly man beside with all the trophies? That's my grandfather, and his name was Joe Keeper. And Joe Keeper ran in the 1912 Olympics. Now that's over 110 years ago. So that is, he ran in a race called the 10,000 meter race in 1912 in Sweden. And in that race, he placed fourth. And so he didn't get a medal, he didn't win a medal, but no Canadian has ever placed better than him in over 100 years. No Canadian has ever placed better than Joe Keeper in that race. And the other thing is that the man in front of him, the man in front of him, see there are two brown men? The first one is a man named Louis Tawanama. And Louis Tawanama was a Native American runner. And they still hold Louis Tawanama Memorial Race in his First Nation. And he's from like the Pueblo territories down in southwest United States. So I'm just going to take you through the pictures. I want to let you know that this picture here of the man with the hat beside our former national chief with the headdress, that was my father, Joe Keeper. Joe Keeper just passed away in January and he was 94 years old. He still drove his own car. He had his own house, shoveled his walk, did his own grocery shopping, all of that. He was writing a book called Memoirs of a Cree Man, and it was about the hydro development. So he finished most of his book. My son and I will be finishing that. But he was asked to lay a wreath at the Remembrance Day ceremonies with the Prime Minister of Canada and the National Chief. And on behalf of the Indigenous veterans, my father, both my father and my grandfather fought and served in the military. So that was a big honor for my father. My father and my grandfather, as I said, both of them, my grandfather ran in the Olympics in 1912. My grandfather also served in the World War I. And if you look at the bottom left of the screen, there's a wolf, and it's like a medallion, and it says 107. He was in a battalion called the Timberwolves. And the Timberwolves were made up of almost entirely Indigenous men in World War I. And that was because Indigenous people, and even when you see in these 1912 Olympics, like there's two Indigenous runners in that event. There was also a man named Jim Thorpe who won the decathlon, a gold medal. And there was also a medal-winning Hawaiian diver in that Olympic. So I guess my point is that at the turn of the century, 100 years ago, we were the healthiest people on earth. We were of the healthiest, the strongest people on earth. And that is because I believe our traditional diet, we didn't have sugar, we didn't have chips, we didn't have pop. We ate fish, moose, and we ate the entire animal. We ate the broth. We were very, very healthy people. In fact, to the point that people thought, like the medical community thought that First Nations people couldn't get diabetes. They thought we were immune to it. They thought that we were immune to cancer. We were such a healthy people. So before we adopted sort of the North American diet, on our traditional diet, we were of the healthiest people in the world. And so my grandfather served with the 107th Battalion in the World War I as a dispatcher, and his job was to run the messages to the front line where all the fighting was taking place, and to tell them what was going to be moving, where they should move, to bring back any messages about what was happening at the front lines. And he also served with men that were snipers. The top snipers in the World War I were First Nations men as well. So, you know, we have a lot to be proud of in our history. Another man that was, when my grandfather served in the World War I, they had what was called the Allied races. And so my grandfather got to run up against Tommy Longboat, who is a famous runner from Six Nations, Ontario. Again, another very prominent, healthy, strong Indigenous man. And he beat him, and he was very proud of it. That was always a good story. So my grandfather, so that was back in 1912, 1918. He went into the war. When he came home, he wanted to become a running coach, and nobody would hire him. And also, too, because he was an Indian, he wasn't entitled to the veterans' benefits. So my grandfather was very, very disappointed in Canada. He felt as a nation, as a country that he had ran for and that he had served, that he was very disappointed by them. He felt like you can't trust them. You know, you'll do everything for them and then they'll do nothing for you. So don't trust them. And that was a very strong teaching that he gave to my father. You know, fight them. And so that was part of what my dad's fight was on the hydro issues was, you know, you don't trust them, you fight them. This land is ours. And even up here, like most of us, a lot of us are from the north, like the water resources, those belong to the Cree people of this territory. We've been here for thousands and thousands of years. And so my grandfather, in the middle picture on top, my grandfather came back to work for the Hudson's Bay Post. He was also a carpenter. He built the United Church. He was one of the men that built the United Church here in town. He would run trappers, their supplies. He had his dog team. And then onto his right, that's my grandmother that's got the mic there, just like I have the mic now. We even had the same names, Christina Keeper. But Christina Keeper, she's actually from Cross Lake. So she was McLeod on her birth. That was her birth name. And so that's my dad's family. And I just wanted to, sometimes I show people the map there of where our family is from. So we're from the north. We're part of the fur trade traditionally. And one of the things I find I'm really proud about Norway House is that they've never lost the language, even though they've had sustained contact for hundreds of years. Like, there's probably history here going back 300 years at least. The fur trade has been in operation in Canada was in operation for 400 years. So now on this next slide is my mother's side. I just want to tell you a bit about my mother. My mother is from the Nan region, the Anishinaabe nations in the Treaty 9 territory. And that's just across the border here in northwestern Ontario. So much of my family lives like Sulakaut, Thunder Bay, and in all the communities north of there. So my family is originally from Big Trout Lake on my mother's side. They were a breakaway band to Muskrat Dam First Nation, a very small flying community. And on the bottom right corner, that's a picture of my mom and my late grandmother. Her name was Madeline Beardy. And Madeline never went to residential school. And so my mom's parents never went to residential school, and neither did my mom's aunts or uncles. So I was very fortunate that I had a lot of time with them and what I found and what I recall, what I know now as an old person, is that the old people that didn't go to residential school, they didn't have that, we've been through a lot of trauma. Our parents that went to residential school went through a lot of trauma of being ripped away from their families and their language. And then, as my auntie used to say, like being imprisoned, as children. So that was a devastating effect on the survivors. And my grandmother and my great-grandparents, they never went to residential school. We never had a store in the community. We never had a winter road in the community, so we didn't have roads. We just had footpaths. Like, it was very old style. We didn't have electricity, so we just had like an ice hut for the moose and the fish. Everything would go there, like a community fridge with big ice. So and then this big tall man in the middle of the picture on top, his name is Samson Beardy. Here's Chief Samson Beardy. He signed the addendum to Treaty 9. So that's my great-grandfather on my mother's side. And Chief Samson Beardy used to say too, we bow to no authority but God. God gave us this land, and God gave us our languages, and God gave us our families. Like, so that we don't bow to an external authority like Canada. We are our own people, and we're agreeing to share the land, but this is still our land. And my grandmother, with the one with the little kokum scarf on there, she was a teenager when that happened, when that treaty signing happened. So she always says, we never gave anything away. So I was raised with these very strong teachings about who we are as Indigenous people. But my grandmother and my grandfather also, Samson Beardy never let his kids go to residential school. So they put him in jail a number of times, but he still wouldn't give up his kids. But by the time his son, my grandfather, was growing up, they were sort of accustomed to the idea now, and the churches and stuff like that. So my grandmother and my grandfather did let their children go to residential school. So that's my mom there. She went to that residential school in the middle. And then up on the top right corner, you see her, and she's dressed in that white cloak. My mother left the church after residential school because she had a hard time believing that, in a God that would let her go through that experience. She was so broken by residential school. But through her healing, she came back to the church would have been almost 50 years old. And she went to school and she became a priest, an Anglican priest. And she opened a church in Winnipeg for people who didn't speak English. So she ministered to the people who spoke Oji, Cree, and Ojibwe. And she had that church there. And there was I always remember Mary Klein, she was from Norway. She used to always come there. and then Ron Evans' late mother, she used to always come to the church. So it was very lovely. People from the north would come all the time. And that's my mother's family. So again, like a lot of what I feel like is that our grandparents and our people, our language, they've given us the tools and the strength to get through the harsh trauma that Canada has kind of treated us. One part of my journey as an individual, so when I was young, when I was a teenager, I was able to meet these artists. So the far right with the hooded character, that's a Norval Morso painting. And Norval Morso was from the Treaty 3 area. And so my parents knew him. And my aunt and uncle also knew him very well. So I'd met him a few times. I saw his work when I was a little girl. And same with this one, with the woman with the babes in her. That's a painting by another world famous artist named Ojig. And she was friends with my parents too. So they actually lived at Chimahawan. Her husband worked with my father. So I knew her all my life too. And then this young artist here of these birds and the sun, His name was Isaac Bignell, and Isaac Bignell was an artist that was my age. And when we were teenagers, so when I was a teenager, I started in theater at the Indian and Métis Friendship Center in Winnipeg. And there was artists like Isaac Bignell, there was actors, performers, Tom Jackson, would come around every once in a while. But we stayed together for 3 years to create a native theater company. And that's when I really got involved in like the arts and native theater. So because of that, I went on to study acting, and then I went on to do my degree. So Norway House sponsored my education, of course, when I went to university. And then when I wanted to do a major in theater, they said, why would you do that? What are you going to work at? And I said, I don't know. I know there's nowhere to work, but I really like it. And because there was no APTN then, there was no TikTok, there was no nothing, where you could make your own stuff. So, but Margaret Osborne was my education advisor, and she said, well, why don't you do a double major? So I did one in history, and then I wanted to become a history professor and teach about our own history. And then the other one was a theater. So I went to university, I studied at several theater schools, and then lo and behold, I got an offer to audition for this TV show called North of 60. And I know some of you may not know North of 60, some of you might know North of 60, and the reason some of you don't know it is because it's a really, really old show. It's 30 years old. I started on that show 31 years ago, and it was the first time we had a show in Canada that had a native cast, and it was set in a native town. So we played South Slavey Indigenous people, and we had South Slavey language advisors, we had South Slavey cultural advisors. I played an RCMP, Michelle Kennedy, and Tom Jackson played my older brother, Peter Kennedy. And what was really interesting about that was too, we were able to, we were residential school survivors, our characters, so we were able to explore those stories. And those hadn't been explored on television yet, because again, there was still no APTN back then. So I was very fortunate to get that role. But I always tell people I only got the role because I'd studied for 5 years. Like, it wasn't like I was just like, a young Indian person walking down the street and I'm like, okay, I'm about the size of a cop. I kind of could be a cop. And then went for the reading. It was like I had been studying. I went to 3 theater schools, and I did a degree in theater. So I studied because I loved it. And I did all that studying, even though I knew I could never get a job doing that. But I love it. So what I want to say to you is, if there's something you love, like you want to be an artist, something that seems like unattainable, an architecture, a doctor, something that it just seems like it's impossible. All things are possible. And it really does require just focusing on that, finding out where you can train for that, finding out, the network. How do you get in? And you do have to put in the time. That's the one thing. Whether you're a runner, whether you're, an academic, whether you're an artist. I had to study for 6 years before I was ready for that North of 60 audition. You're really going to have to put in the time. And it's but that becomes your life's work, and it really is worth it. Because the time's going to pass anyway. So if you say, okay, I want to become a doctor, but it's going to take 7 years. Well, the 7 years are going to pass anyways. May as well do it, right? So that's what I'll say. And then people think, well, I'm going to fail. When I went to university the first time, I was 20 years old. I was so intimidated. And I ended up failing. I just ended up withdrawing, and I just, had these really bad marks on I didn't even know how to withdraw properly. I was so shy, I felt so intimidated. But you know what? That happens. It happens to everybody. So if you fail once, just, try and pick yourself off and dust yourself off and keep going. And the old people would say, you know what? Then learn how to do it right. Like, our old people were very strict. You know, if you couldn't make something right, like that, like for instance, when I first learned how to make moccasins, like I learned how to do beadwork when I was a kid. So when I was making my moccasins, if they weren't gathered properly, like on the edging, I had to take them apart over and over and over again until I got it right. Those are really important lessons, the things that we learned, you know, from our old way. The old people, they would go to bed with the sun, wake up, when the sun went down, wake up when the sun came up, you say your prayers, you be disciplined. You know, that's the other thing is, one of the things that I think that's happened with residential schools is that a lot of times the survivors, when they become parents, they mix up discipline with punishment. So they think if you tell your kid, don't do that, sit there, that's enough. You know, because that's how we were talked to when we were young, right? You know, even your aunt or even somebody else could say, Mate, get away from there, you're going to get burnt, or, you know, whatever. You could talk to other people's kids like that. Everything was about prevention. You prevented injury. You prevented, like, disasters, you know, so, and then you had to learn how to do things right. Those things are practices from our own people. Discipline is not punishment. Discipline is setting people up for life. And it doesn't have to be harsh, you know, but it is learning to put in that time, that bit of time, 2 hours, 3 hours a day of studying. You know, studying when your friends are going out, you know, all of that. Like those are the kind of things. But if you have a dream, put in the time, because otherwise the time's just going to go anyways. So that's what I'll say. You know, it's better to just really focus on it and just do it. Because there's a lot of people have lots of ideas about things, but they never do it. So try and get those things into action. And then if you don't know how to do it, ask for help. That was a big teaching for me to learn in my life. So I didn't go back to university till I left when I was 20 and I went back when I was 27. Okay, I got to wrap it up? Do I have to wrap it up? Oh, I thought he was telling me to wrap it up. I was going to go really talk fast now. Okay, so these are the things, family, Indigenous organizations, areas. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about, the other thing too, is in my life, because I was in university still, I wasn't able to pursue my other dream at the time, which was I was doing a master's in history. I was accepted to do a master's in Harvard, and Norway House was supporting me, and it was a one-year program. And so because North of 60, my casting was in June, I was supposed to go to Harvard to like go set up my student housing and stuff. And I said, could I defer a year? And they said, yes. And I thought, well, this TV show is only going to last 1 year. It's not going to last, you know, because it seemed ridiculous. So I went to do North of 60, deferred my year at school. And because I wanted to do my master's, I wanted to be an academic. I wanted a PhD. I wanted to become a professor. I loved those institutions of learning. And not because of the people around me, but because of what I could choose to learn, how I learn it. Like, I could start to meet other people like Dr. Winona Wheeler, who is a renowned, you know, First Nations historian. I could meet other people that were like myself, young Indigenous scholars who wanted to study our own history. What did my grandmother was there at the signing of Treaty 9? You know what I mean? Like, all of this was so important to me. So I decided to leave North of 60 after it was finished running. We did 6 seasons, and it was really hard because I had to go shoot in Calgary, and then I was living in Winnipeg. I actually had a place in Thompson too. Had a house in Thompson, so it was like my kids, we were all over the place, and it was just too hard on my family. So I left television, and I started to work with Indigenous organizations, you know, AMC, NWAC, organizations where I felt like I could sort of put my history degree to work. I started to, do communications for them, and then I started to do policy work. And one of the issues that I really wanted to focus on was suicide prevention, because on North of 60, we had 2 young actors who committed suicide. One who was just a very young man. He was 19 years old. And he was one of the lead, he was part of our lead team. And to all appearances, right, it didn't make any sense. Like, why would this successful, handsome, super friendly, hardworking, never showed up to work and didn't know his lines. He never showed up to work late. He was so easy to work with, and he took his own life, and it was really devastating. And then I started to look at, suicide rates for Indigenous youth, and this was in the early 90s. But I know that still not a lot has changed, And one of the things that I really see is that a lot of, again, it goes back to Canada hasn't funded the initiatives we've asked them to fund. So this is where, we go back to the whole thing of like our relationship to Canada. We should be in charge of the funds for our own people. We know what we need for our own people. And we also know that a lot of the people that, somebody like the young man who took his own life that I'm talking about, that I worked with, he was under a lot of pressure from, one, being on television. People would come after him when they were drinking. His family would be jealous of him. His mother had an addiction problem. So it's like he was under a lot of pressure to take care of things, and it just got to be too much, and other things that happened to him in his life. So I start to see, you start to see the patterns, and you can start to see with like the engagement of youth in these discussions where people can start to talk about like things that have harmed them. They can start to talk about places of comfort. Where am I comfortable? Who am I comfortable talking to? That's what people really need. They need to have a place to be comfortable. They need to have a place that they can safely, tell their story to, and know that there's a place that they're going to find that's safe. Like, safety is the number one issue when it comes to our lives. And even as children, growing up old style, that was one of the things, you knew that community people that was raising your children. You knew that you could trust them. So, that is one thing, is we need to really, really be kind to the children. We need to be kind to ourselves. We need to be kind to our community. Because one of the things that's happened is that there's an energy in us, that is really snappy, that can be really harsh, that can be really commanding. And a lot of that comes from residential school. A lot of it comes from that, that authority over. And it's not a compassion, Like the old people that, like my mom's family that took care of us, they were so compassionate. They were just they treated us like babies till we were about 8. But we still had to know how to do all our chores. But it's like if it's raining, oh, come on in, lay down, have some tea, listen to the rain, that kind of thing. So it's very calm. So I think that that's a really important aspect that we have to bring back into our lives. And so I started to work on these issues of suicide prevention, MMIWG. And that sort of led to me getting involved with, Norway House had riding, the Liberal Riding Association was here. And the Liberal Party of Canada was the only federal party in the country that had an Aboriginal People's Commission. And so because First Nations are federally funded, we needed to look at the federal government. And how could we affect change there? And in the Liberal Party, we had a way to affect the policy change of the party. And so I was involved as a Liberal. Norway House was involved, had a riding association here, and they had asked me to run in the election in 2005 and 06. So it was a long election, and I did one term as a member of Parliament. At that time, so now Parliament had been sitting since at least 60, 70, anybody know? It's like 1869, 1867. And since 1867, and I was elected in 2006, I was like the 5th First Nations person to be elected into that parliament. And every parliament, that was the 41st parliament, every parliament has, hundreds. Like at that time we had 308 members. So, it was really significant. And I don't think it's the answer to our issues, but I think it helps to have members of parliament because you can access all of the research that they have, all of the communications that the government has done over all these centuries. So it gives you a great research ability. And one term during that time when I was there, the compensation, the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement happened, and I was able to present that. I was able to speak to it when they presented it in the House. And I talked to my parents and I said, I feel like I'm going to cry and I don't want to cry in front of all these white people in the House. And my parents said to me, Tina, just remember, kind of have pity on them. Because what they did to us, they've done to their own children. They've done to other countries. They've done to the Irish. They've done to the poor in their own country. So they would do that to their own. That's the very kind of cruel people. So, you know that our people aren't like that. So be proud of who we are and have pity on them. And that was a really good teaching for me. And again, it started making me see we have a lot to be proud of. We don't have that kind of way, where we would have sent our children away. We were raised as part of our families, integral. And so I did that. And then I also was able to table the first private members bill on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People at the same time that they tabled UNDRIP in the Indigenous Peoples Forum in Switzerland. And then we worked on Jordan's Principle, of course, from here in Norway House. And we were able to bring that to a motion in the House. I didn't do the motion. There was an NDP member, but we all worked on it together. And that is because of Norway House. And Norway House has so much to be proud of in terms of that work, which has changed the lives of thousands, countless children across the country. And it is being implemented now in Canada. So I just wanted to quickly tell you the other issue that I often try and support and work on is with the one where murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. And I directed a short documentary called the Red Dress Redress Project. It's on the work of Jamie Black Morissette. The woman that's in the corner with the mic, I Want Canadians to Care. She is Dean of Law now at, and she used to be the president of the Native Women's Association of Canada, and we worked together to do a project throughout Canada with the Stolen Sisters report. And of course, Helen Betty Osborne, the late Helen Betty's story is in that report. It's an international report and has continued to be one of the most significant stories of injustice in Canada, and was also a story that was important to the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry. So in terms of, I did my time as, I worked on television for 11 years, then I came home, then I worked in communications and policy work, and that led me to a run as a member of parliament. And then after I came home from that, I started a film company. So I thought I want to go back to film because it was almost 20 years later. It was 18 years later. This was in 2010. And I thought, why are we still not making Indigenous films in Canada? Why are we still not making, we have APTN, but we don't get to make movies on APTN. We don't get to make many TV shows. There was like, it's very limited, and the APTN is really tiny budgets compared to CBC or CTV. And I thought, why? We're one of the main, like, they're sure they're the founding nations, but we're the indigenous, we're the original people of this country. We should have more money than them to make our own TV shows, right? So I thought, I want to get back into it. And as a producer, I'm able to then bring together writers, directors, actors, creators that I think can do really great work. One of the projects that I started on as an honorary witness, now because I was talking about the residential school settlement, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was part of that, got up and running, and I was made an honorary witness to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, although I never made a statement to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and neither did my parents. Like, again, that teaching that we had from my grandfather, don't trust them. Like, I still didn't trust them enough to like leave a statement about my family, and neither did my parents. So I did accept being an honorary witness because I think it's really important for Canadians to know about that history, and I'm fine to go and argue with them about like any arguments they have for it. So I believe that it is genocide that they did. So I ended up working with the Royal Winnipeg Ballet, and as mentioned, it was because Mary Richard, the elder Mary Richard, wanted a new Indigenous ballet to be made by the Royal Winnipeg Ballet. She was a very well-known activist in Winnipeg, and she was Ojibwe, and she was very respected. And so the Royal Winnipeg Ballet had committed to making a new ballet. And then the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was happening, so I thought, why don't they make it together? Why don't they make a ballet about the residential schools? So we did do that, and I do have a clip of it. Can you show that clip? Okay, great. We're just going to show you a little clip of this ballet. Yep. And I worked with Steve Wood from Northern Cree Singers and Tanya Tagak, the Inuit throat singer. She worked with our composer and our choreographer. It's not working? Oh, here we go. Is this a Mac?
No.
There we go. Will it have sound?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hey, tell him to turn on the sound. Yeah.
Here's the ballet. Just a clip of it.
Or is there no sound? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, let's pause this for a second.
Oh, we're going to pause it for a second because we didn't have sound. No?
So it's connected.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay, so we're just running the clip without sound. Sorry, guys. So just to let you know, this ballet took us 2 years to develop, and we worked with the survivors of residential schools, and we also worked with all of the staff of the ballet, not just the dancers, but also like the people that work in the offices, and the set designer was a First Nations artist named Casey Adams. Our dancers were the dancers from the company, and so they all went through like 2 years of training with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission as well. And we didn't want to put Indigenous dancers into it. We wanted the company to dance because we felt that was really then about us, them learning about us. So this is these were our lead characters, and there we go. So as I said, they're yeah, good. So that project was really special, and it actually was a smash hit. And the ballet was able to travel all across Canada and all across the world. And, oh, thank you. Okay, so here's my next. So I know we don't have, I guess we don't have sound for our videos, right? Like I have a few videos, but we have no sound for them. Unless, because I have a video for this and one more.
Okay.
They're just checking the sound because I have a couple more videos. Beatles.
Hey, hey, Aaron, can you mute the thing? Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh, just put a mic to it?
Hey, Aaron, is the thing muted? Can I pull it out for a while? Okay. Okay, all right, I'm going to try this again. Oh, okay, I'm plugging it in.
Tell them that. Okay, I'm not doing two things at once.
It's okay. Okay, how about now? Yeah, it's playing. And
Okay, we'll start it from the beginning, and just so you can hear the music.
This gives you a feeling of power. This gives you a feeling of power. This gives you a feeling of power.
So do you want to put the next one on?
Sure. Or the slide.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to show you another. I think what we'll do is we'll try and get through the videos, and I'll just tell you a bit about them afterwards. This next one is a movie I produced, and it's sort of it was based on a book, but I had it adapted by a writer that I am really close to. And it was like a tribute to my mother, because my mother's from the Treaty 9, and we shot this up in the Treaty 9 territory.
Breathe in. Stop your heart. Let go.
Uncle? Can you hear me? It's Annie. I need you to know what happened.
When was the last time you heard from her?
8 months ago.
Wow, she had a real career, eh?
It's so weird, you guys look a lot alike.
So where's Suzanne?
Why isn't Annie back from Toronto?
Midway girls.
Woman who isn't where she's supposed to be, she can't get back. It's about resilience. Annie's a hunter, and I think that comes through.
He needs protection.
I'm still trying. I'm not letting her go, okay?
Okay. So that was a movie Through Black Spruce. It was a story of, it was fiction, but it was the story of a family that has, you know, they both, like the brother, like the uncle, and his sister, the character I played, they both went through residential school. They've, you know, they've got their, the uncle had lost his family in a fire due to his own negligence. The mother doesn't feel, you know, very strong. And they just don't know how to move on with their lives, and they don't know how to take care of themselves and their children, really. And so it's about the one daughter who's lost her twin sister in the city, and they can't find her, and she had left her with her boyfriend, who was a drug dealer. So, I mean, these aren't uncommon situations, right? And a lot of our families are battling these things. And so I thought, you know, this was easily my story, easily almost any person's story. You know, when I was young, I drank a lot. I couldn't stop drinking. I had to ask for help to stop drinking. And so I always felt like with my mother really never knew how to deal with that either. And so I know that for me, I always look to these stories, and I know that could be me. And I know that any MMIW story could be me. And, you know, I was fortunate to stop drinking when I was 25, and then that's when I went back to school. And it was getting sober for me that just helped me. But I also had family that was sober, so that helped me too. And that's where I needed to be, was with those people that were sober. And it felt really boring at first, and it was really hard for the first couple of years. But once I really found what I really loved doing, again, that's where going to university was so helpful. It just really changed my life altogether. So I feel like in the movie Through Black Spruce, there's this, I just felt like it was a story that, and I put in the corner there, those 3 women that was taken at residential school. That was just before my mom left residential school. And that's my mom in the middle. So, you know, she never went back home after residential school. She didn't want to go home. She just felt, because she was like gone from 8 to 15, and she only got to go home a couple summers because they lived so far. So, yeah, I think that she felt lost for a long time. You know, she had a lot of anxiety, lots of fear. So that was my story. That's my one. So that was a movie I did. And I was very fortunate. And also to see the hat, the trapper's hat on the girl in the bottom of the picture. My mom made that hat. And she made it for me. And about a year before she passed away, and I thought, why is she making me a man's trapper's hat? Because, you know, like where my mom is from in Treaty 9, we have the women's hats. And then I thought, is she trying to tell me to get a man? Just kidding. But then the next year, I got this opportunity from a big company in Toronto to produce my film. So my film went from me producing it on a $2 million budget to them bringing in $5 million for us to make that movie. So I thought, and that was a story point in the movie. My mom didn't know about it, but she left me that hat, so we used that hat for the movie. Okay, so one more show. This is what I'm working on now. So I'm working on a new TV show. I've done like other shows in between, but these are the sort of the main ones. I've done like micro-budget features. I've done micro-budget TV series. My job as a producer is to raise the money, is to find broadcasters, and then to find actors and directors and writers to work with. And this was a project that I was very lucky to get involved with. Paul Roblaskis is from Poplar River First Nation. And so he did a TV show about a flying community. And I play his mom in the show. I also produce the show through my company, Apatagan Pictures. And we shoot in Broken Head and in Winnipeg. And this is a little promo video we have about it. Season 2 starts in October. I say, go. Press it. No, just.
We changed the name. Names of the characters have been changed a lot, so they're never going to know anyway.
You may be just my cuz, but you're still my bro.
My character is like a mama's boy, but it's almost like he's too much of a mama's boy.
Mama.
Baby!
We got my cousin who lives in a bus. You know what I mean? He runs the lodge, you know, our family, but he doesn't really run the lodge. The lodge practically runs itself.
When you're the movie man, you got responsibilities.
We got my sister Jo. She used to be a bully.
Tell that skinny little rat I'm just being assertive.
But now she's trying to teach her daughter to, like, you know, she's not a bully. You can be a nice person in this world, but it's hard because she works, in council as a council member.
You know, my brother's an idiot, eh?
We've got Pat Thornton, who's the only white guy on the reserve. He plays the northern store manager. And he actually has a little crush on my sister Jo, so it's hard for him to navigate, the culture aspect of being the only white guy on the res.
Brady, why are you carrying a fish?
I found it. You want it?
I want a ditch fish.
Yeah, totally.
We have a mixture of actors who have been doing it for a long time, who are well known, like Tina Keeper, and then we have a lot of actors who sort of been doing it, but never really had their chance to be, one of the main, characters on a big show like this, like Gabriel Daniels and Roseanne Supernaut. There's so many strong characters and so many funny characters that a lot of people are going to relate to on our show.
I forgot how fun it is to watch you up.
Okay, so that's acting good. Yeah.
We changed the name. Names of the characters have been...
So that's our latest, that's the latest project I've been working on. It is, we shoot 10 half-hour episodes. It takes us 2 months to shoot those episodes. It takes us about 2 months to write it before we shoot it, and then we shoot it, and then it takes us about 4 months afterwards to do all the post-production. So as you can see, I don't know if you saw, but like Jason Mason, he's from Red Sucker or St. Louis Point. And then we have one of our co-creators, her family's from Garden Hill. Like we have Roger Laughingstick, who is played by Billy Morasti from Brochet. One of our crew members was from Brochet. One of our main crew members was from Fox Lake. One of our actors is from Fox Lake. So we have a lot of Northerners in this TV show. And it's streaming right now on Crave. You can find the first season on Crave if you have Crave. And it's also streaming on APTN Lumi. So that's a really fun project to work with. So like instead of like dealing with the heavy subjects, dealing with this for me was really fun because one of the things I think Canadians don't know is how funny we are and how much fun we have, like, you know. So that was really our driving force, was to find a comedy that we could bring into production. So we're really proud of Acting Good, and it's just a joy to work with Paul Rablowskis. And that's what I'm doing now, and I'm like, you know, just getting on in life. And also like just feeling really good about the film company. I really want to do more projects. I'd love to be able to produce projects for the next 5 to 10 years. I think that, you know, when Canada has a lot of great writers, directors, actors, but it's hard to find producers because we have to do a lot of the paperwork. And I really like doing that. So that's my job that I do now. And I just want to like inspire everybody to just think big about your lives and know that, you know, you have a community that supports you, and this was an amazing opportunity for me to come and present to you, and I thank you so much. Can I ask Mitten? Yeah. Good. Anything done? Good. I did film my session. I don't know how long my session was supposed to be, so.
Exactly that long.
Good?
Exactly. That's perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. So we have something for you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Aww, it was so amazing. Your grandmother was so amazing. I'll just like think of her every time I talk about the ballet.
Yeah. Aww.
Okay, so we have something very special here for our special guest here, Tina Keeper. This gift here is on behalf of Norway House Cree Nation and on behalf of our Economic Development Department. Do you want to say anything? Yeah, sure, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask Chloe McCorster just to share a few words.
Hello, thank you again, Tina. So on behalf of Norway House Economic Development Department, we have a beautiful ribbon skirt here for you. And this was made by Carla Robinson. Her maiden name is Folster, and she's a Norway House band member, currently living in Saskatchewan. And her business name is Ingenuity. Ingenuity. So thank you so much.
So sweet. It would be a dress on you, but it's a skirt on me.
Yes, beautiful.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you, Mika. Thank you. Beautiful. Wow. That is so beautiful.
That's really
Thank
nice.
you. It's gorgeous. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and I just need my
Your USB, yeah, just rip it out.
There we go. Okay.
Are you sticking around for lunch?
Yeah, well, I don't fly out till this evening, so.
Okay.
I'm gonna I'll stay for lunch or, yeah. What's on for the afternoon?
Michelle Cameron, Ashley Collingbull, like more speakers.
Yeah, I think I'll come back for the afternoon. I might go have lunch with friends then.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That was amazing. Thank you. One more round of applause for Tina Keeper. Yes. Everything's all good to go? Okay. So we're going to do our, right after the break, I think. I know, but then people come back. Yeah. So Also, fun fact about the Going Home Star Ballet. So not only was that, a really meaningful collaboration with my grandmother and Tina Keeper, my cousin Diana Miller is actually the costume designer for the Royal Winnipeg Ballet. So she was involved with designing some of those costumes. And at the end of the ballet, all of the dancers signed one of the posters, and she took it home for me. So I have that hanging in my house still. And I had the honor of meeting Tina at the Governor General's house when in Ottawa or Gatineau when they were receiving the medal, and I accepted the medal posthumously on behalf of my grandma. And when I got there, this was the same day that Gord Downie was also receiving his Order of Canada. So when I showed up, the people were really excited. They said, here's, okay, you're checked in, and if you want to go into the backyard, Gord Downie is out there if you want to say hi. And I remember saying, who's Gord Downie? And I'm like, I'm excited to meet Tina Keeper, though. In any case, we have a very quick 15-minute break, so please come back right at 11:15. We're going to do our draw, and then we have Michelle Cameron for the next hour after that, talking about her amazing business and story with Dreamcatcher Promotions and INAC and all of the cool stuff that Michelle is doing. So please go check out the trade show, get some fresh air, record your message with the video team, and then we'll do our next giveaway right at quarter after.
Hi. I think I left my purse here.
Oh, yes.
I did. And is this my water?
Probably. This is my my
okay.
coffee, so that's probably yours. I
I'll
didn't
get
bring
a
my
new one.
water up.
Okay.
Yeah, so actually sleeping at 12. Oh, she's been at 12. Yeah. Well, I was now sleep like 12.
Austin, if we can do a quick check on the PowerPoint. Okay, good. Okay, thanks. Okay, you're good to go.
Yeah, when the food pulls in, I'm gonna let everybody know now to like not get up, and can we let the food people know to just wait until the elder does the prayer?
We could also do the
answer?
prayer now, or something before presentation, or what do you think?
Is that weird if the food's like not here?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's tell them that.
But if I'm running, I'll let them know.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that. We were, but we're done. Okay. And Councillor wants to say some opening remarks, so let's call him up maybe from now, I guess. Or
Right now, after the draw?
after the draw.
Okay.
After the draw.
Okay. Okay. Are we all ready for your draw? Get the tickets out. Our first prize is an awesome Winnipeg Jets cup mug.
Indigenous artwork.
This is Demi Lovato's favorite dish, a mug. Okay, and the mug is going to 708108. 708108. Do we have a winner? Might not be here. Okay, we're going to pull another ticket. Okay, so the mug is going to 708125. 708125. Congratulations. Our next prize is a backpack from Puma, a Puma backpack. Okay. 708059. 708059 in the back. Congratulations. Next up, we have another Puma backpack. This one is gray and black. Okay. 708118. 708118. Congratulations. Our next prize is a Winnipeg, a Jets Wasak sweater. Okay, 708128. 708128. So over there in the back. Awesome. What's that? Our next prize is a Bose speaker. And the Bose speaker goes to 708104. 708104. So in the red at the back, yeah? Congratulations. And our last prize for this giveaway is
It's a Galaxy Tab.
a Galaxy Tab. $708075.
right, who has it?
708
105.
075.
075.
Is that you in the gray? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay. So as always, everyone, remember to fill out those forms as the volunteers pass them out and get your ticket for the draws after all of the speakers. Before we invite Michelle up to the stage, I'd like to ask Councillor Apatagan to come up to the stage and say a few words. When I introduce Michelle, I'll say, and then when I see the food pull up, I'll tell them.
Okay, and I'll tell somebody to run over as soon as I see them do this. Okay. Good morning. Do you want the wireless?
I'll use that one.
Okay. Sure, that'd be great.
Tansun, good morning, everybody. How's everybody today after an awesome singing competition last night? That was good. Hey, I sat in that table all evening and watched for a change. I want to thank Tina Keeper for doing her video presentation. I said to her when she walked by, you can't have a movie without bingo cards in the scene and a bit of swear words. So that's coming up. All right. Thank you, Tina. Anyway, as part of my role as counselor, I not only support activities such as this that involve youth, but I also have some bad news. I'm not going to mention any names or anything, an acknowledgement that we have a bereavement in the community. Early this morning, a young 23-year-old lady passed away. So I'm not going to mention any names because notifications are still happening. I've been busy with that. That's one of my portfolios, and thank the two reverends that are present here for always providing the spiritual support that I need. That's Grant and Eileen. Thank you guys for always being there for us, always being there for the community. So I wanted to acknowledge the family. I know there are staff here that are still working hard. They belong to that family. And just say a little prayer in your hearts for the family, the bereaved young lady. It's one of the hardest things that I face as a counselor is dealing with the loss of any member, let alone a young member of our community. And, it's tough, It's tough, and I'm always thankful and every day that I'm alive to help my people in spite of my illnesses, in spite of what happened to me 2 months ago. Like I mentioned, I could have laid back and felt sorry for myself. But that's not me. I'm here to help my people. I'm here to help the young people. I'm here to help anybody that needs help. And that's what the message I'm passing out to the young people today is. Don't feel ashamed don't feel embarrassed to help one another. Help each other in life, because that goes a long way. All of us need help, right down from the leadership to our staff to our people. We all need that spiritual guidance once in a while. And for the last 2 months, that's all I've been relying on is spiritual guidance and prayers. So I wanted to say that to the delegates here today. I also want to say thank you to the lady that came up to me at the desk, came up to me at the table and said they're leaving this afternoon. They're going back to Winnipeg. So thank you, delegates from Winnipeg, for coming out and gracing us with your presence. It's been a very enjoyable weekend. The people that I want to also thank are the staff, our economic development staff. I'm not going to mention names because I'll probably forget some of them. But economic development staff, as well as our staff from the multiplex here for keeping the place clean. I used to be the manager here. Man, that was one of my tasks. Keep the place clean. Make the people feel good when they walk through that door that there's a clean place where they can come and socialize and enjoy their lives together. And that goes that same philosophy I have applies to the housing on reserve. You know, I have a house down the road here with my wife and my foster child. I'm a little torn between yes and no between my foster child. We brought her into our house when she was 6 months old. 6 months old, little baby. My wife walked in there and I said, "Who's this?" And she said, "She's going to live with us for a while." Well, a while turned into 17 years. My daughter is going to be 18 years old in October. And she's already asked me, where am I going, Papa? I said, your home is here. You're my daughter. You know, that bond that we built together with my daughter, with my foster child, I consider her my daughter now. It's a challenge when you're dealing with young people in your lives. When your son had moved away a long time ago, your youngest son, and it was just my wife, and I thought it was just going to be my wife and me. No, it's my wife and me and my grandchildren. But hey, we all love each other, right? That's the first thing we all acknowledge, is the love we have for one another, the love we have for as young people is crucial. You know, my son is 24 years old and he plays hockey a lot. I go to the tournaments and watch him play, and somebody will come up to him and say, "Hey, Tony, what's going on?" It's another young hockey player. I say, "How do you know that guy?" Well, it's through sports, through having the capability of having these things, these telephones, these social media. But there's also the good, and there's also the dark side of social media. Please don't get caught up in that, because it's not a good place to go. So with that being said, I wanted to say my opening remarks and also my remarks. I won't be here this afternoon. I'm going to be dealing with the bereavement in our community and supporting the family. You know, it's I know the family. They live in this housing development just out here, and like I said, we all need support. Good times, bad times. Don't forget that, okay? Support one another, help each other out, love one another, be friends, be friendly, be kind. Be kind. Be very kind to each other, because we don't know what tomorrow brings, eh? We don't know what tomorrow brings. And with that being said, I'm so blessed, grateful that I had an opportunity to be here for the last 3 days. Not all the time, but because I got other work to do. But it was a step back away from work where I could enjoy myself in front of the young people, with the young people. Thank you to everybody that's come up to me and given me a handshake or a nod of the head and say, "Thank you, counselor," or "Hi, counselor." You know, my name's Anthony, so you can use that. I'm known as Anthony in this community, so I've always been Anthony. Other people have different names for me, but I can't repeat those words in public. But again, this is a very good forum for young people to get together and think about what your next steps will be in life. You are given tools. Use the tools to the best of your ability, to the best of your people, and you know, it goes a long way. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you for your kindness, your friendliness. I will see you again. God will bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
And we're going to start off with a prayer for the community. So if everyone could please stand. Is that good?
I want to remind the young people the way we're taught. Kasi gusto na magwa hok nigetiat si minanag. It starts off with the brain. You know, when you're a baby, there's a soft spot here, about here. But before that closes, we are all connected to Creator in a spiritual way. And we are connected to those that love us at a very early time in our lives. That's the brain. That's the spiritual connection. And then what we think about in the world, what our brain brings us, is we feel it in our hearts. Sometimes I think, and then I feel that there's something here, something about this world, something about me. We go back to the spiritual connection. Kistom kinatino. We go back to the spiritual. Sometimes I meet people and they said, whose daughter was that? Whose dad was that? That does not matter. It doesn't matter. One of us in a community has passed away. That's the thing that matters. And I see you standing with the parents, standing for the relatives, for the kugum or kugums and musums that feel that loss today. It's an honorable thing to do. How say man to say pese pinati epete body taki kanatsu inuit. Ibe bagusi taki sagi wewin kita pe taki skagwa. And the people that have that loss for this young woman, for the many friends that loved her, that feel the loss. It is also our loss. But knowing you, God, asawinagone, she's not going to suffer anymore. You're not going to be in pain anymore. We thank you for that. And I pray for each one of the people here in this gathering, in this community, that the peace of the Holy Spirit be upon us. Kita giyayas na hentamun. Kita ginahentama. That we pray for these the families. That we pray for each other. I pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Miigwech, thank you for the prayer. And thank you, Anthony, for your words. And I'm sure everyone is taking these words to heart. And let's keep the community in your thoughts and mind as we listen to the rest of the presenters today and really take in this space here together and, keeping this a really safe and uplifting space for one another. I'd like to invite now our next presenter for the day. Really excited to invite Michelle Cameron up to the stage. Michelle is the founder and CEO of Dreamcatcher Promotions and INAC. Dreamcatcher Promotions is one of the largest promotion companies in Winnipeg, and it was founded in 2011, known at the time as Dreamcatcher Embroidery, which was a home-based business. In June 2021, she opened a sister company, Indigenous Nations Apparel Company, INAC in the largest mall in Manitoba, also known as Polo Park. She has served as a board member of the Kiskantamawin Advisory Council and the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce, is a coach of the Side Hustle 101 program at Red River College Polytech, and is a member of the Social Innovation and Community Development and Indigenous Social Entrepreneurship Advisory Committee. Please welcome Michelle. Do you have any videos in your presentation?
There might be, but it might be.
Okay,
I'm not
just
sure
get the
they
guy to
took
come
it.
up if there's videos. He can help you.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Kind of hard to follow, but I want to express my sincere condolences to the community. It's really sad when you hear things like this happening. I understand how you feel. My partner is the chief of James Smith, so we went through quite a bit of tragedy last year when they lost 11 community members and 28 victims in the stabbing last year. So I totally can understand the grief that you feel as a community. But again, my sincere condolences, and that's all I can offer at this point. But I understand how you feel, and I want to thank the organizers of this event. This is really wonderful to see, and I love seeing so many things happening for the youth, because I think that's the way we have to go for the future. I said that there's so much opportunity there, and I think stories and moments like this we have to share, because it opens your eyes to what's possible in the world, and there is so much possibility out there. And you'll hear in my journey how I got to where I am today, and I once saw somebody and it uplifted me, and it really pushed me to be who I am today. So I think it's really important that you hear others and hear stories of their journeys and how they got to where they are, and you'll see. And hopefully this story hits you in some sort of way, and makes you start thinking about getting into entrepreneurship, because it's so important. I think there should be an Indigenous business in every trade, in every industry in Canada, and I want to see more. And I think we can get there if we are there for each other. So I'm going to start with my story and how Dreamcatcher Promotions came to be. I think I always believed I wanted to be a business owner. And it started from the moment I was born, probably. I was always trying to sell something or make something. And my mom kind of thought I was crazy, because I always wanted to sell something. Even if it was a gift I got I didn't really like, I was trying to resell it. So it was just like, why are you trying to? I said, well, because I can make money from it. I said, it has value now. It's still sitting in the box, and I got it last year. She's like, it doesn't work that way. So we grew up really poor. And my mom never had any money. She worked 2 jobs. Every dollar was accounted for. So once a month, we would get a big bag of ketchup chips, and that's my favorite chips. And I had to share with my older sister. So when she'd come home, go grocery shopping, buy this big bag of chips, she'd come home, and my sister would take off with the bag of chips, and she'd go in the bedroom, lock herself in, and she'd start licking all the really ketchupy chips. And then, because that was our favorite chip, and we had to share. So she'd come back and said, throw me the bag. Okay, here you go, you can have them now. It's like, gross, I'm not eating them now. So it's just like, okay. So that made me start thinking, okay, now, if my mom she's working 2 jobs, struggling to make ends meet, still not having any extra, and all she could afford was to buy us 1 bag of chips. So I thought, okay, there's got to be more to life than just working and buying 1 bag of chips. So I'm like, okay. So this has started my thought process. So when I was 12 years old, I thought, okay, how am I going to make extra money? I always had to babysit my little sister, and I had to take her everywhere I went. So I had cheerleading practice, field hockey practice, and track practice. And Mom's like, well, you can do all those things, but you got to take your little sister with you. I'm like, oh, man, I can't get rid of this kid. So I'd take her, run home after school. I had 15 minutes in between extracurricular from school ended. So I'd run to the daycare, pick her up, run back, didn't have time to stop at home. And she'd always be crying, I'm hungry. And then I thought, okay, well, there's no extra food at home, so what am I going to do? So I started this cookie company, 12 years old, 13. Started baking cookies at home and sending them with my mom. Can you sell these at your work for me? She's like, yeah, sure. So she bought my supplies, and I'd make all these cookies every single night, sell out every single day, be back to making cookies. About a month later, my mom comes to me. She said, Michelle, when are you going to pay me back? I'm like, pay you back? For what? So I've been buying all your supplies. I'm like, oh, right. There's a part of the business I didn't understand. How did I get all the supplies? And it really defeated the purpose because she's buying all the supplies to help me start my own little business, but I never paid her back and she didn't have any extra money. So it was like, okay, so I kind of had to stop my cookie company because I didn't price my cookies just right, so I really wasn't making any money. I thought it was a cool idea, but so that's kind of what started my journey, was a cookie company. And then years later, I moved with my late husband to a community and I started a pizza business. I think I've always been a cook. I love to cook, and we never ate out as kids, so I learned to cook from a young age, and that's all I did. So like, okay, I got a skill, I think. I can cook. So what am I going to do? I'll start a business cooking. So I started a pizza and wing business in the community I lived, and it got so busy that I was now neighboring communities got word that I had this little business and they wanted to order my food. So I was like, okay, so now I'm like flour flying everywhere, and I was like, didn't even have time for my kids because I was already older and I had 3 kids at the time. And so I started making all this food, and my kids were like, Mom, can we go somewhere? I'm like, no, it's pizza night. It's like, I can't go anywhere. So it's just like, so that didn't work out because I worked a full-time job and then I did my pizza business in the evenings, and it just didn't work with my family life. So that was another venture I tried, and I tried many things over the years. And then what sparked my embroidery company was when we lived in the community. Everywhere I went, I seen somebody wearing something logoed, whether it be a hat, jacket, team jerseys, anything with a logo on it. I thought, oh, that's a cool idea. I could do that. He's like, I can do everything else, right? So so I bought this used embroidery machine from Kijiji. I didn't know how to sew, certainly didn't know how to embroider, and I still can't sew today. I can't sew a straight line if you paid me, but somehow I watched many YouTube videos and I learned how to embroider. So bought this machine, watched many videos. Probably 2 or 3 months later, after trial and error and wrecking so much product, I probably didn't make any money my first year, but I wanted to be able to master it till I could say I owned an embroidery business. Once I got comfortable, then I started making these business cards and handing them out everywhere I went. And I said, I have an embroidery business. If you need staff jackets, hats, bags, I can do it. So I started that in 2011, and I did it again in the evening because I was a mom, and I'm always a mom first. I tell people that that's who I am. I have 5 children. I have 3 of my own, and I have 2 fosters I've had since they were born. So 28, 22, 20, 9, and 7. And I'm a believer in giving back. I myself went through the foster care system, and I thought if I was ever in a position to give back in some way, I was going to do the same thing. So my sister was a social worker, and she came home and she said, Michelle, what are you doing this weekend? And I'm like, nothing. It's May long weekend. This is 9 years ago. And she said, would you consider taking a little baby? She said, because he's in the hospital and we can't find a place in for him. So I said, okay, all right, I'll take him for the weekend. And the weekend turned into 10 days, and they checked on me 10 days later and said, how you doing? I'm like, I'm doing all right. And I just started my company. So I'm like, oh, it's busy, but they're all, well, we still can't find a place. And do you think you could keep him a little bit longer? And I said, sure, I will. So 10 days turned into 20, then 30, and then eventually got to the point, it's just like, don't bother coming to get him because he's not going anywhere. I fell in love with George, and he's been mine ever since. And he's got a lot of issues. He has autism, global developmental delay, global apraxia, and I could never let him go because he had so many issues, and I just thought he was going to get lost, and he needed somebody to love him and care for him, and that's where he's been ever since. So, thank you. So about a year later, the agency calls and says, Michelle, the mom is pregnant with a sibling. Would you take the brother, their sibling? I'm like, I can't do it. I said, I just started my company and it was a struggle already. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to pass. I said, I would love to. I said, but I can't. And they're like, oh, that's really too bad because we have a policy that we keep sibling groups together. So if you can't take the sibling, we're going to have to keep them together and put them in a home that will take both. So I'm like, okay, well, just bring them on. So that's how it came to me that I have these two amazing little boys that I love as my own. So all the while trying to start a business. So once I felt I was confident enough in my skill as an embroiderer, I applied to First Peoples Economic Growth Fund for a startup loan and a grant to open my first storefront in Winnipeg. So I started my company at home in a little room that my husband created for me, and I operated out of there many, many long hours. I worked as a daycare coordinator during the day. Then I go home and embroider every night till about 9, 10 o'clock, or until I couldn't see anymore because your eyes kind of go funny after a while. But it got to the point where I had to sit back and think, do I want to continue doing this? Because it was taking time away from my children. It was like I couldn't I couldn't attend football games, hockey games. And so I really had to, do I want to do this full time? So I weighed out the options and I just took the leap of faith. And it was literally a leap of faith because I had no idea if it was going to work, if I was going to survive, I was going to make enough money to pay for my rent and my bills at home and take care of my kids. And but I believed in myself, and I believed in what I was doing, and I believed in my business and in my dream. And I didn't want to pass up on my dream because I did it time and time again. I was in my late 30s when I started my company, and I always, family's first for me. In the hierarchy, it's family, money, and then everything else comes after. So I always had to put my family first and think about that. How was I going to provide for them? So, and again, like it boils down to I believed in myself, and I believed in what I was doing and what I was about to create for them. And I wanted a better life than what my mom gave to me. We didn't have much, and I always wanted to give them more, experience more in life. And this was the only way that it was going to happen. So I did it all. I applied to them and I received a loan and a grant. I opened my first storefront, which was 700 square feet in 2013. I hired my first employee. And it's so funny because my first employee was my mother. When I asked her, I said, Mom, will you come work for me? She didn't hesitate. And she said, absolutely. She quit her job at a great company with a pension, benefits, everything to come and work for me. And I quite, are you sure? Like you're giving up so much. And she's like, my girl, you gave up your childhood to help me. So now it's my turn to help you. So she gave up everything and she jumped in with me, and there we were. I taught her whatever skills I learned on YouTube. Okay, now you're the embroiderer and I'll work in the office. So we did that. We were the dynamic duo for about 6 months, and then we grew quickly in our first year. When I did my business plan, we projected that by the end of year 3, I would be making $375,000 after 3 years in business. I surprised First Peoples Economic Growth Fund, and I made almost $700,000 in my first 6 months in business. So there's a market there, right? And so before I got into my business, I studied the industry. I researched what is embroidery, what is the promotional industry in Canada. In Canada, it's a $2.3 billion industry. And I thought, okay, small company like me, I can get into the market. Even if I can get 0.5% of that, that's enough for me to make a living for my family, take care of my kids. So that was really important that I did that research before I jumped into a business, because I've seen time and time over the years, a lot of people have a business idea, they jump both feet in, not a lot of thought put into it, and they end up not succeeding because it's really important that you do the groundwork first. Know what you're getting into. Is there room in the market for me? How am I going to promote myself? All these things that you have to really think of, and you will be successful, but you have to put in the work first. So after the first year, we grew out of our little, actually year 2, we grew out of our little 700 square feet business. And at first I just did embroidery, and then communities would come to me, said, Michelle, can you do screen printing? I'm like, well, I didn't at the time, but it's just like, okay, I found a partner within the city. And I said, hey, can you do my printing for me? And they said, yeah, sure. So I had established a partnership, and so now I'm doing embroidery and screen printing. So by the end of year 2, a lot of people were saying, okay, now can you do backpacks, water bottles, mugs? Absolutely. But again, I didn't want to take on more than I could in the beginning, so I mastered embroidery, then I mastered the screen printing part, then I took on another piece once I was confident in my skill and what we were doing, and we weren't disappointing clients, because that's so important in business. Is customer service is your number one thing. Customer service is above and beyond everything else. So once we did that, we grew the company, and we moved from 700 square feet into 3,300 square feet in a matter of 3 years. After 3 years, we grew out of my second location and moved into 5,200 square feet. So we gradually increased our employees. I now have 58 staff within my one company. I have 14 staff with my second company, and my third company has 2 staff. But I'll dive into that a little bit later. This word, when I get asked to speak at these things, I ask, is there a topic? And so because 10 years, 12 years, there's so many things that I could share, so many stories that I could, give to you. But this one word means everything to me. And it drives who I am and why I do what I do. And it's perseverance. Because as a First Nation woman, a First Nation person, there's so many obstacles that we have to overcome as people. And I tell people this, growing up in an all-white neighborhood, I was the only Indigenous person in my school. And I was ridiculed, and I used to try to pretend I wasn't a Native person, right? And it was ashamed. And I wish I could go back and talk to myself and tell myself to be proud of who I am. But I wasn't at the time. So I had to overcome, as many of you and many of my friends have overcome over the years, and, finding yourself and being proud of who you are, because we're strong people. I personally have overcome so many things to date that has built me to who I am today. And, I wasn't always a proud person. I wasn't always a confident person, but it takes struggles to get you there. And I use all the moments in my life that were bad and horrible to build me up. It's funny that to think that way. It's just like you think like you'd go deeper and you'd be down on yourself, But I use those moments because, I'm not going to let that situation win. I'm not going to let that person take hold of my life and make me feel bad about myself. It's like, and I'm going to use that and build myself up, and I'm going to build myself stronger, because I overcame all those obstacles, and it got me to who I am today. So perseverance. I missed, many, many times with my kids' concerts, hockey, football practices, games, but I knew that there was an end result that I was aiming for. I wanted to provide for them, and this was the only way, and I had to do what I had to do. I traveled to many communities in the years of my business. I met with communities, went to trade shows across the country. I think in 1 year, I traveled to 50 different trade shows across Canada to promote our company. And I'm glad I did, because now I'm the largest Indigenous promotional company in Canada and the US. Thank you. So this is where I say a little bit of how we moved. We've grown quite significantly over the last 10 years. I moved 4 times in 10 years. I started with 7 home-based, then 700 square feet, then 3,300 square feet, then 5,200 square feet. Then I added to my embroidery. Now we're doing our own screen printing. So I now have 33,000 square feet. So it's a facility much larger than this, and where we house all of our printing equipment. And it's really important that we we do all the work in-house, because I'm so big on creating jobs and opportunity for our people. And I'm proud to say that I employ 58 people within my company. And it's really, really important that we support each other, because if we don't support each other as an Indigenous business or community, there's no one knocking at your door to do that. So I'm very thankful for all the communities that support us and Indigenous organizations across Canada that support an Indigenous company. Perseverance. I won't go there today. Partnerships. Partnerships are big in having a business. And without the support of many organizations, I don't think we would be who we are as a company. And I talk to people, many large organizations, about what does reconciliation mean to you, because I'm trying to understand what their mind is. To me, when you support an Indigenous business, you're not just supporting, say, me or my company, but you're supporting all the people that work within my company. You're supporting those people, those families. Now there's 58 families that rely on Dreamcatcher to be a viable business so that they can provide for their families. But let's take it a step beyond that. Now you're supporting that company. Those families now have jobs. Those kids have, supports, and we hire our staff. We bring in their children of age that can work as summer students within our company, so they can see how what it's like to work. And not only that, but now we're a successful Indigenous company, and we're making waves as a company within Canada, with corporations, and it's really cool to see, because it's so funny. We talk about promoting our youth and sharing stories. I'm going to tell you one quick story. When I was growing up, as you know, I wasn't really proud to be Indigenous, and I was kind of ashamed. Sad to say that. I still have a hard time saying that, but it's true. And what inspired me to get into a professional line of work was I walked into an RBC bank one time, and I seen a bank teller standing there, and she's an Indigenous woman, and I'm like, oh, it's like this light bulb just went off. I'm like, oh my God, we can be bank tellers. So that was what I aspired to be. I wanted to be a professional person. It's like, holy smokes, we can work in banks even. It's so funny to think about that now. It's just like, wow, that's really what I aspired to be. But I think it's important that we start highlighting and showcasing the opportunities that are there for our people. And there's so many. And I think sharing my journey is important. I never used to. I'm a behind the desk kind of person. I'd rather be at my computer, on my desk, doing work. But if I can share an opportunity for someone to start thinking, I can do that, then I'll share my story every day, all day. So over the years, we've grown as a company. Partnerships are really big in helping us grow. We're the first Indigenous company to ever acquire a license to print for Under Armour. So now that was a big feat, and it's not as easy as people think. We have to go through many hoops to get to that level. We are also the only Indigenous company ever print for the RCMP Canada-wide. So that was another big accomplishment. I'm really proud. And I have a great relationship with the Northwest Company. They've partnered with me, believed in my business, believed in who I am. And I partnered with them for the last 2 years for the Red Shirt campaign, the Orange Shirt campaign. And they carry my product in 120 stores across Canada. Some of the partnerships I've had over the years, I'm the largest orange shirt printer in Canada, and I supplied Canadian Tire, Sport Chek, and Marks with 366 stores across Canada. So all these partnerships, help small Indigenous business grow. When I got into business, I thought it was really important that we give back. It's not just about making money. And when I see an opportunity come for our company to grow, and a new partnership to align, I don't think about the money. I think of, okay, how many jobs can this create? You know, that's what's really important to me. And all these opportunities come across, and that's how we've been able to add to our staff. I'm really proud. I'm a big supporter in Drag the Red program, the Murder and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. We host an annual golf tournament every year, and all the proceeds go towards this organization. And a lot of people don't know about this organization. It's really sad because they do such great work, and people don't realize, but they've recovered 24 women and girls from the Red River, and you don't hear anything about it, and I think there should be more. 2020, so this is all about Dreamcatcher promotions to date. And I don't know if you're aware, but I own 3 companies. So over the years, I had to think about, okay, how are we going to promote our company? And one thing we always get was when we go set up at a conference, people are like, okay, well, do you have good quality? Like, what is your stuff like? So, okay, well, you're in luck, because that's all we offer is great quality and great customer service. So I thought, okay, well, let's make some jackets and hoodies and put Indigenous artwork and logos on them, and we'll take them out and sell them at events. So I had to be really thrifty in the beginning, because people think being in business is really glamorous and you're going to make money right away, and I'm the first person to tell you that's not true. It's the first early years was really tough. Year 3, I think I was still borrowing money from my mom to buy groceries. After I paid my staff, paid my bills, paid the distributors, the suppliers, and after all of our costs, I still really wasn't making money. And I think that's important to tell people that, because I don't want to make it seem all glamorous that being in business is easy, because it's not. There's so much hardship and time away from family and long, long hours. Like, honestly, I wanted to get into business because I wanted to stop working 18-hour days. Well, I still work 18-hour days, but I mean, it's scaling back a little bit now, but in the early years, it was good, 10, 16-hour days for sure. But in business, you never stop thinking, and as a business owner, you have to realize that you're a visionary. You have a vision and a plan and a thought what you want to do, and that's great. So, and you got to take all those things and start your business. But in 2020, when the pandemic hit, I had just moved into our new facility. It was 3 times the rent, and I thought, how are we ever going to pay the rent? Shut the doors, everybody went home, and so I thought I had to be innovative, and how are we going to survive this? Because I didn't want to be one of those companies that goes under, because all eyes were on us. Everybody expected us to fail. And failure is not an option for me. I don't fail at anything in my life. And I wasn't going to fail at this, and I wasn't going to let my staff down. So it's just like, okay, what are we going to do to survive this? So I took all the product that we would put in bins and bags and take to conferences and trade shows across Canada, and I thought, okay, now we have a website. Let's utilize that. Let's create an e-commerce site to our website. So we took all the product, had somebody come in, take pictures of everything, put it online, and we made $275,000 in sales to carry us through COVID, which kept our business alive, which I'm very thankful for. So then I thought, okay, wow, there's really a need for this apparel and, t-shirts and stuff with artwork on it and designs. And okay, I know a lot of the clients that we serve are remote communities, northern communities. I said, okay, well, where can we put a place that people could buy all this stuff that it's easy accessible? So I started a company called INAC, and it was 2 reasons why I named it INAC. One, I'm a very positive person, so I believe in positivity in everything I do, and I believe we can make change for the future in how we think about life and things. So I bought the acronym INAC, which used to be Indian and Northern Affairs Canada. So I wanted to take it back and create something positive out of it. I wanted to change how we think of things, and that was my small way. And the second reason why, it was a great marketing strategy. So if you ever search INAC, it comes up 2.1 million times in a year. So I thought, okay, well, if I name my company INAC, who's the first website to come up is our website. So it was a great thing. So I started this company, INAC, and at first I signed a 7-month agreement with Polo Park Mall to test the waters, see how it was, because Polo Park has never had an Indigenous store in their mall ever. So when we went in, we made history. We were the first Indigenous company to ever go into not just Winnipeg, but see a Cadillac Fairview across Canada. We were the first Indigenous store ever in their malls. And thank you. So it was really an exciting time for not just for me, but for all of my staff, because they got to be part of something history-making and monumental. And we were so proud. Like, everything that went into that store, all the hours we put in was so worth it when we opened our doors. And they thought we would fail. And we didn't. Getting close to the end of the 7 months, we did almost $1 million in sales in our INAC store. So it's like, okay, I can't close the store. And I'll tell you, and I'm not a person about money, and I'm a people person, and I believe in our people, and I believe in giving back, and I believe in creating employment, creating opportunities. So this was another opportunity to do that. And one of the biggest driving factors is why I won't close my store. Even if I'm losing money, I probably still won't for quite some time. But we had 2 elderly women that were standing outside my store one day. And my staff, they were like this. And then my staff went out, like, are you okay? Is everything all right? And the one lady started crying, and she said, I thought I'd die before I ever see a store like this in this mall. And we took 2 buses to get here just to see it for ourselves, because we've seen it on Facebook. So from that moment on, it's like, okay, it doesn't matter what we do. We're not going to fail at this. My team, we have to work twice as hard now to make sure that that store is a success, because that store is a beacon of hope for our people and what we can accomplish if we put our mind to it. So I won't close that door. So we've since signed on for another 3 years with Polo Park Mall, and now I own 4 INAC stores, 3 in Winnipeg and 1 in Saskatoon, and we're going to open up another one in Edmonton. So we are the largest Indigenous apparel store in all of Canada. Thank you. So what really helps us with quality and control in our company is doing all the work in-house. I've invested so much in the company that we can actually do it all, start to finish, and we've created so many jobs by keeping all of the work within the company and creating jobs for our people, opportunities. I work with different organizations in Winnipeg, OFE, opportunities for employment, so that our people can get work experience and see what it's like to work in a production facility. So over the last 3 years, I've added an automatic printing machine, so I have the capability of printing 5,000 t-shirts in a day. I have 3 direct-to-garment printers. I have a direct-to-film printer and 10 heads of embroidery. And we are the largest promotional printer in Manitoba. And I'm really proud of that, because it's so funny. In the promotions industry, they have trade shows. And so they have all these companies come together in one place and they showcase their product. And I walked into the show one time, and this gentleman that was been in the industry for 20 years, I walked in, he's like, oh, you're still around? And I just looked, I said, absolutely, I'm not going anywhere. So it's just like, so now I can honestly say we've grown larger than that guy that's been in business for 20 years. So this is just some of the equipment that we own, and we have the capability of doing it all in-house. Over the years, we found that it was really important to house all of the things that goes into production and producing products. So now I have a whole Marketing department, I have 3 graphic designers, a marketing manager, a social media executive, so it all plays into running the 2 companies. I think I've touched on this a little bit. I think I've reiterated that we've moved 4 times. So now we're on Salto, which is 33,000 square feet, which houses all my 58 staff. I think, like I've said this, and I think it's so important that we give back. You know, I'm not one to sit back. I'm very involved in my company. I'm involved in the creative designs. I'm involved in the creative departments, the production department, you know, and I like giving back. I'm the vice chair of the Indigenous Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to be the only Indigenous representative on the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce. I sit on the Red River College Advisory Committee, and these are all great places to advocate for Indigenous business. And I tell this to everybody I meet. It's so important that we see more Indigenous businesses pop up. I want to see an Indigenous business in every trade and every industry in Canada. You know, people think going to school, they want you to go to university. There's so much more to life than just being a doctor, being a lawyer, being a teacher. You know, be a plumber. Some of my best friends are plumbers, and they make more than doctors. You know, get into electrician. You know, get into business. Business is the way out for our people, and I can't say that enough. We need to start creating businesses, and I've done it not just for it's not just for communities, but it's for an individual. And I want to, if Janice was here, I wanted to take what she said to me yesterday about her grandson starting his jewelry business. And people laughed at me when I started my t-shirt. Oh, you're selling t-shirts now? And they kind of laughed and they thought it was funny. I'm like, yeah, I actually am starting a t-shirt business. And I was proud from the moment I started it because I knew it was going to be something. I'm not ashamed. You know what? Because every t-shirt I sell, that's a loaf of bread. That's a jug of milk. That's an opportunity for my kids to have more than I had. So I don't laugh all you want, but are you a business owner? I'm a business owner. So now, thank you. Don't ever be ashamed of chasing your dream because is going to get you places, you know. So these are just some of the affiliations I had across Canada. Some of my clients: Northwest Company, RCMP, Nahara. You know, we branched into the U.S. So I'm now the merchandise supplier for the National Native American Human Resource Association. Even that opportunity took my company and my staff to Hawaii last year. That was an opportunity I never thought we'd ever see ever. But again, these are opportunities, and you work hard, and you know, your reputation in business is everything. Your name is everything. You know, protect that at all costs because that's going to get you far in life. We recently won 3 national awards in Canada, which I'm really proud. We won the National Aboriginal Capital Corporation Indigenous Business of the Year. We just won the Canadian SME Indigenous Business of the Year, and I just won the Vibe Award, the Indigenous Business of the Year, Asper School of Business Award. And it's so, thank you. I like to say this, and these awards are not my award, and I always point that out. These awards go to my staff because you're only as good as your team, and you have to acknowledge them. So when we won the award in Ottawa, I took 8 staff members to Ottawa because I wanted them to be part of the award show because this was their award. This wasn't mine. It's all the people that are behind the desks that are answering phones, answering emails, that put in the work every day to get us to where we are. And then when we won the show in Toronto, took another 8 staff members to that one. And then we were nominated for the City of Winnipeg Award, Rising Star Award. Took another 8. So it's important that you acknowledge the people that are beside you. And not behind you, but they're beside you. And you have to acknowledge all the work that they put in because those are the people that carry your company. So I think that's where I'll leave off, but that's just a little bit about my journey and, pursuing your dream. Because if you don't have a dream, it kind of leaves you in a place where you don't know where you fit in. But you really got to tap into that and believe in yourself. And that was my struggle. When I got started, it's just like, can I do this? And if I could say one more thing, I got asked one time, somebody asked me after I spoke and said, if you could do anything different, would you? Absolutely not. I wouldn't change a single thing in my life. All the hardships I went through, everything I've been through built me to who I am today. And I love who I am today because I'm a better person. I'm a better mom. I'm confident, and I always wasn't, so. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, and is that your USB?
Yes.
Or no, that's our USB.
That's yours, yeah.
Okay. Close this. Wonderful. Let's give Michelle one last round of applause. Thank you so much. And Michelle, she talked about the importance of giving back to the community. I don't know if I missed this or maybe Michelle didn't mention it, but when she was the recipient of the NACA award in Gatineau, that came with, I believe, a $5,000 cash prize. A couple weeks later, I was hosting an event in Winnipeg that was celebrating Indigenous women entrepreneurs in Winnipeg and across the province. And it was a huge event. We had, 150 community members come out. And Michelle actually took a portion of the cash prize that she had gotten as part of her NACA award and gave it to another Indigenous woman-owned business in the city called Charcuterie. So that was, just one of the many beautiful examples Michelle has of paying it forward and, really showing that support for other Indigenous-owned businesses. So it's a real honor to have you here, Michelle. Thanks so much for everything that you shared. I'd now like to invite Elder Eileen up to the stage to share a few closing remarks because we know that some of you have to leave after lunch. And the lunch is on the way, and it'll be served to you during the presentation by Ashley Collingbull. So we'll also just do a blessing of the food now as the food is shortly arriving.
Thank you, Ashley. Michelle, that was a very awesome presentation. That I'm going to close this laptop. I hope I don't. I can close it? Okay. That was an awesome story, that you told, and I hope that our youth present here today will take your story to heart and hopefully, lead them to a similar path that you've been on to success. And I just want to thank you for that. It's been, I can say it's been a good 3 days. You've been provided with a lot of knowledge, that will help you, young people, determine your life goals as you move on. We've had some very awesome speakers, that shared their life experiences and their accomplishments. Very successful careers and businesses that you can take as tools, as one of the tools as you move on from this day. thank you, Tina and Michelle, for being here, for accepting our invitation. You are truly an inspiration to our young people, our First Nations in this country. For that, I want to thank you for that. Accomplishments are a testament to our passion and a commitment to create a positive change for our nation in this country. It is an inspiration to everyone and to everyone watching the positive changes that are happening across this country. It reminds those people why the changes are so important. It reminds us that when we invest in young people, when we provide them with tools and opportunities to make a difference, they can truly change the status of our communities, our country, and the world around us. And we did hear the testament to that through Michelle's presentation here today. When someone steps up to be of service, they automatically join this collective process. No one should ever strive for change alone. Each of us has the ability to help create fairness and justice in this world. Each and every one of us can do that and should do so. Doing what we do and succeeding in what we do inspires and serves as an example of how to navigate the complexities of our world today. So many of the numerous challenges that we face affect young people, generations before us, and of course, generations to come. It will affect their futures. Challenges like climate change, mental health issues, systemic injustices that are the obstacles that can sometimes seem overwhelming for many of us. But what gives hope is a collective power we possess when we strive to the fullest and working well with others. The strength in the diversity of voices and perspectives compass the direction we want to go and the future we want to achieve. So to the young people that are here today at this conference, I encourage you to learn as much as you can. Embrace what you have heard. Embrace what you have been told by our awesome guest speakers that have presented here at this conference. The speakers that shared their life experiences and their accomplishments should provide a great inspiration within yourselves. Listen to the wisdom and the guidance shared by the elders. And most of all, take the tools that you have learned here today, this week, and go make a great difference to your communities, to our nation, and to the people around you. Don't ever think of yourself any less, but be the best that you can be. Believe in yourselves. because you are just as wise, just as talented, just as skilled as a person next to you. We are a very resilient nation. Young people, never forget that. Always keep that in your minds and in your hearts, that you are here for a purpose. And you will find your purpose as you journey in this life. Heguse, thank you for being here with us. Go out there and show the world that we are one great nation, one great indigenous nation. And like Michelle said in her presentation, you all go out there and go chase your dream. Hegusani, I want to take this time to thank our Norway House Cree Nation Economic Development staff, young people. I am very proud of you, and I feel, I can't find a term for that, for being a part of your process, working with you. And I will always be there as your elder to provide the wisdom and the knowledge that you will need as you continue to help our young people. Hegusani. Now let us bow in prayer and give thanks to our Creator for all the gifts, the many gifts that He has blessed us with. Amen. Father God, we come to you in prayer at this time to thank you for all the gifts that you have given us, that you continue to give us in our lives. Ianas komitahnu tawinan semantu and wasigi sewatsin minat kisawen sigain kami siminya utagabin pitsiach umaski gayustain. I thank you for our families, our children, grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. Lord, I especially thank you for our visitors that came to our community to be with us, to come and learn with us. I pray, Lord, that you will be with them as they travel home today, that you will be with them, keep them safe till they reach their destination, and that you will continue to bless them as they move on in their journey in this life. I pray, Lord, for thy wisdom, thy knowledge, and understanding to be instilled in every one of us, especially amongst our youth. They we take what you're going to pohain, kisken tamain, miensos tamagin. They sabot tay what you're going to waskino, inuhasyanamach. I pray for the bereaved families today, Lord, that you will grant them peace in their minds and in their hearts, that you may heal their minds and their hearts and skagisagak. I pray that you will be in our minds and in our thoughts, that you will be in our eyes and in our seeing, that you will be in our mouths and in our speaking always, and that you will be in our hearts. Fill it with love, fill it with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of Asime and Uskagisagak. You made us in your own image. Help us to be like you, to be loving and caring for each other, to always maintain that healthy relationship with each other. And I pray, Lord, that you will bless the food that we are about to receive, that it may bring health to our minds, souls, and bodies, that it may grant us strength. That you will bless the hands that prepared it. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay, thank you so much, Eileen. So we're going to get started with lunch. So lunch is going to be served to you. So just please stay seated, and the food will be delivered to you shortly. And I guess what we're going to do right now is we are going to do our draws. All right. So we got some a couple more prizes to give away here, and let's see. So we have Pratye Data. He's coming up. Give Pratye a hand. He's done a pretty good job here with all of our prizes. All right, so hey Pratye, do you want to tell us? He's good. All right, so we're gonna do our first. What's our first prize over here? It looks like it is it's a backpack, Hurley X backpack. It looks like there's a shark design or something on it. Okay, so our first winner here. So everybody, look at your tickets. Check your number. All right, so the first number here is 708095. 708095. Are you here? Is that you? Oh, over here. All right, give him a hand, everybody. Oh. Okay. All right, so the next prize here is another Bison backpack. So Bison, it's a joint venture between Norway House Cree Nation and Cobra Enterprises. So the winner is 708096. 708096. Is that you in the back? All right, going once. Is that you? Is that you? Oh, it is. Okay, give her a hand, everybody. So next up is another Bison Modular Homes backpack, and the winner is 708194. 708194. Bison Modular Homes backpack. All right, anybody? Going once. Oh, is that you? Okay, give her a hand, everybody. All right, next up is another backpack. It's a, Puma backpack. All right, looks like it's black and blue, and it's a high quality backpack going out to 708151. 708151. All right, give her a hand, everybody. All right, looks like, yeah, you guessed it, another backpack, another Puma backpack, everybody. 708066. Anybody? Over here. All right, give her a hand, everybody. 708066. All right, next up we have another backpack. It is another Puma backpack. This is our last backpack, we promise. It is 70. Give her a hand, everybody. 708195. 708195. Anybody? Over here, the winner of the last Puma backpack. Give her a hand. All right, our next prize here, it looks like it's a microphone of some kind. Oh, the Logitech Creative Pack. Okay, so it includes a microphone, a webcam. It's your ultimate creation pack for those of you who are interested in online blogging, vlogging, and all types of creative media content creation. So this is going out to 708040. All right, who's going to be our next? Okay, give a hand for our next social media influencer. You saw her first. This is where she won that pack. All right, everybody follow her social media pages now. All right, last prize. It's a badminton set. Badminton set going out to 708094. Where are you? 708094. Is that you? Okay, give her a hand, everybody. All right, those are all our prizes for now. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your conference.
Okay, I'll invite Ashley up now. All right, okay, lunch is slowly trickling out, and I'm really excited now to invite our final keynote speaker up to the stage for the conference. We're all very excited that Ashley Collingbull is here, so please welcome Ashley Collingbull to the stage. So Ashley is a Cree First Nations woman from Enoch Cree Nation, Alberta. She appears in the Gemini Award-winning television series Blackstone. Ashley is also featured in CBC's 8th Fire series and the Catch the Dream series. The loss of some very close family members has led Ashley to support the Stollery Children's Hospital, Walk for the Cure, Run for the Lung, and to mentor underprivileged Aboriginal youth. Ashley was the first First Nations woman to become Miss Canada in 2010 and represented her nation in international pageants in China, Barbados, and Europe. Ashley is also an international motivational speaker and role model for many educational institutions, workshops, conferences, and award ceremonies. Ashley has spoken at Harvard University, TED Talks, and We Day. Ashley's hard work and charity work was recognized as she received the Role Model Award at the Dreamcatcher Gala, and she also received the Top 20 Under 30 Award in Canada. Ashley also received a Role Model Award from the United Nations in October 2015 for Global Dignity Day. Ashley is currently the reigning Mrs. Universe 2015 and a Canadian activist for First Nations rights and environmental causes in Canada. Ashley is also a spokesperson and model for the Nike N7 organization. Please welcome Ashley.
Do you need any setup or anything? No, I'm good. I'm good to go. Awesome. All right. I'm a little taller than everybody else. How you guys doing? Enjoying your lunch, your pizza? All right. Well, I am very thankful to be here. I've never been to Norway House before, but my husband, Wacy Rabbit, has played with Norway House at the Fred Sasakamoose and won with you guys, so feels good to be here. You know, it's kind of crazy hearing my bio because I forgot a lot of those things that I did, but you know, when people read my biography or they see what I've accomplished online or in TV, you know, people are really quick to judge a book by its cover. You know, a lot of people think that the things that I've accomplished were handed to me or that it's been an easy route, but it hasn't. My story is quite interesting to say the least because, you know, a lot of people do judge a book by its cover. You know, like any story, we'll start from the beginning. You know, growing up, I'm from the Enoch Cree Nation, which is in Alberta. I was very, very fortunate to grow up with my grandparents, my Cookum and my Mushum, and my mom, who was a single mother. My grandparents, they're a medicine man and medicine woman, so they run sweat lodge and ceremonies, and that's how I grew up, was very traditional. My Kukum taught me that, my strength comes from my culture. That's my identity, and that's something that no one can ever take away from me. Living in that environment till I was 5 was the best time of my life because I felt safe. I felt beautiful. And my Kukum always told me that, my background, the color of my skin, my culture is what makes me strong. It's what makes me beautiful. And when I was 5, me and my mom ended up moving away, and this is where my life kind of spiraled downwards. And we moved away to another reserve, and it was one of those situations where we were living with her boyfriend, and he was seen as a leader in his community. He was seen kind of as a hero, and he worked with kids. It was one of those situations where you're blindsided. Behind all of this facade and what he does, behind all of that, we were living with a monster. I won't get into detail over what happened to us because I don't live in the past anymore. I don't let the past control or define my future. But while we lived there for about 5-6 years, and we went through all different types of forms of abuse, whether that be physical or sexual or emotional. And, experiencing that when I was 5, my innocence really was taken from me, and I didn't know better. I didn't know if this is what love was supposed to be. But while we lived there, a lot of people ask me, why didn't you guys just get up and leave? And it's not that easy in a lot of situations, especially when, you're living in fear. You're living in fight or flight mode, where it's survival mode. And, my abuser was so controlling that any money that my mom had, he would take it from her. And a lot of that money came from her work that she had, where she would drive 3 hours every day to go to work, or it would come from us picking bottles just, for food. But it got bad to the point where, my mom, she would be counting how many pierogies, 3 pierogies Ashley can eat a night, and then my mom wouldn't eat. So there was a lot of sacrifices that were made on her part. And, while I was living there, I didn't feel good about everything. I kept a lot of that in. I didn't tell my mom what was happening because I saw it happening to her firsthand. And it was one of those situations where if you tell, you're in fear for your life. But at his house, he treated us so bad, not just the physical and emotional, but just how I felt about myself. Anytime that he abused me after, he would always tell me that I was worthless, that I would never amount to anything, that I would never become anything, that no one's going to ever care what I have to say. And when you hear stuff like that repeatedly over and over and over, you believe that about yourself. You start to think that way, and you start to feel that way, and you feel less than you are. There were so many times where, I wanted to end my life and not be here anymore. But the last thing I would want to do is leave my mom with a monster. So I thought my escape was honestly going to be school. I remember when I first moved there, I was 5 turning 6. This was my first experience going to a school that wasn't on the reserve. And that was very difficult for me because I was so used to being around my cousins and being around people that made me feel good about myself. And when I got there, this was a very small community, and everyone is very ignorant. And the kids were taught that way too. They learned that at home, that behavior. And when I got there for the first time to this school in the city, I was about to get off the bus, and there was about 5 kids that were getting off the bus from the reserve. And none of them wanted to get off, and I didn't understand why. And then I realized, there was bullies that were waiting there for us. They were throwing rocks and dirt at us and telling us to go back where we came from. They were saying the meanest things, and that's the first time I ever experienced racism, and I didn't know what it was. And when I was going through this abuse at home, I was also getting bullied at school pretty bad. I was failing because my mind was elsewhere. But it wasn't until the day we escaped that I realized I had a second chance. Me and my mom, we just left on a whim. He wasn't around. My cousin came and got us. We escaped. We went back to my grandparents' house. And it was one of those situations how do I start over? Because it's so difficult. A lot of people don't know this, but I do public speaking for a living. I'm also a TV host and a sports host. But the first time I ever spoke in public in front of anybody was in a courtroom. And I never would have imagined that for myself. You know, when this whole ordeal was over, after the abuse was over and after I left, I was talking to my kuka, my grandmother, and, you know, I had to go to court for everything that happened to me. And that was like one of the most humiliating moments, because I remember sitting there and having to describe in extreme detail what happened to me, and having my abuser sit there and laugh, and his family laugh. It hurt. It really, really hurt. And then having other women come forward after court is over saying they were too scared to say anything themselves because they're from that community. So after this happened, after I went to court and everyone asked, how do you move forward? You know, the judge actually said that I had a lot of mental health issues. I had a lot of suicidal thoughts. I was not in a good place. And they sent me to about 4 or 5 different therapists. And each time I went there, I would start freaking out. Like, I would start throwing chairs, like trying to flip tables. I was just so mad inside for everything that happened to me. I was mad about everything and thought, like, why did I deserve this? Why did my mom deserve this? But then I realized when I went to my cookum, she told me that, you know, my healing wasn't there. She said some people, their healing is there, but most of us, our healing is at home, in our culture. She said, you don't realize it, but this is your therapy. Going in the sweat here at home, going into our ceremonies. And she told me something that was really, really important that did save my life. She told me that I needed to walk the red road because there was so many of my cousins, so many of my friends, relatives, they have gone through the same things that I have. You know, they've gone through abuse, they've gone through poverty. It's a pretty common story in Indigenous country. But how you turn it around is what's most important, you know. And with me, I didn't want to be the stereotype. I didn't want people to think of me that way. And I kept thinking, you know, I could try to numb myself and turn to the negativities, turn to drugs and alcohol, but that only brings me down. That doesn't make me a better person. It doesn't excel me. It doesn't make me great. And my cookum told me that, you know, when you walk the red road, she said the importance of that is that your spirit stays connected with you. She said the more you put those toxins into your system that aren't meant there for you, the more and more your spirit gets disconnected from you. And then that's when you get lost. And that's when you start making bad decisions. So when I told her I was going to walk the red road, you know, walking that road during my life has changed my life. I've never put myself in a bad situation. I've never put myself around bad people. And I remember asking, you know, my cookum, the one thing I wanted to feel was happiness because I didn't feel that. I wanted to feel safe and I wanted to feel good about myself because I knew I was worth something. I didn't know where to go and how to heal, right? How do you heal after something so traumatizing where you feel like you want it to end? So I thought, well, this is my second chance at life. You know, why not see what I can become instead of holding myself back because other people think that I can't do things. So I thought, what am I going to do? I pushed myself into my culture, used that as a source of strength so nothing can hold me back, and I decided to chase my passions. And one of my passions was my education. And, you know, like I said, I was failing when I was in grade 1 to 4. But when I went back to school, I pushed myself so hard and I kept having this different mentality. My mentality was, who is Ashley going to be 5 years from now? Where am I going to be? What am I going to accomplish? And I ended up skipping 2 grades. I ended up graduating high school when I was 16 at honors. And I was a super science geek. You know, everyone made fun of me for being like the science freak because I was at all the science shows. I was winning all the awards. And I could care less what people said because, you know, they said she's geeky. You know, I had the wicked glasses. I had braces for 5 years, cystic acne, you know, like teenage things that I don't see you guys going through right now, which kind of drives me nuts. Yeah. So I'm like, those are the things that I went through, and like dealing with racism at school, I was dealing with so many things, but I pushed myself and I remembered what was really important while I was in school. And this is something that I encourage all of you to think about. You are who you hang with. And that is so true. So when I was in high school, I only wanted to surround myself around people that wanted to bring out the best in me. People that wanted to see me rise. People that wanted to see me uplifted and be the best version of myself. I realized that the wrong people to hang out with were the ones that only wanted to live in the moment. The ones that wanted to party. The ones that said, worry about it tomorrow. I wanted to hang out with the people that wanted to see, like, who are we going to be 5 years from now? You know, because when I was in high school, there's those negative people that try to bring me down, but I didn't care because I knew I probably would never see them again. And I knew that they had no effect on my future unless they were trying to uplift me and help me get there. So when I was in university, I ended up graduating at 16. I moved out. I moved out of my parents. I moved into a dorm. I had 3 jobs. I was a starving student, and I went to the University of Alberta for my Bachelor in Physics degree, which was very hard. And when I got there, I was the only woman and the only person of color in my program. And right away, the men started telling me, you know, who do you think you are? You don't belong here. And I had to start telling myself, you know, you belong wherever you want to belong, and that's right here. And that happened again when I went back to school for my Bachelor of Communications and graduated within 3 years. All these degrees I graduated within 3 years because I did accelerated degree programs where I worked through the summer. So I never had any time. It was intense. And I would be catching the bus in Edmonton and going to my job and then going to another job and then not sleeping and then doing whatever it took. But that was what I wanted to do. I was passionate about writing and I was passionate about science. And I ended up going back to school again for my bachelor's in film and television because, you know, as an actress, I wanted to know both aspects of being in front and behind the camera, being able to write, tell my own stories, edit my own work. And education has always been something that's been my security. In case none of my other dreams or things that work out, my goals that I set out for myself, I always have my education as a backup plan if I want to continue, and I can go and continue with my master's. And, you know, I really encourage all of you to have that. It's really like a good support system, and I know I'm going to use it. So that was one of my passions. But another passion of mine was acting. And, you know, as you hear, I was really insecure growing up. I never wanted to be in front of a camera or anything like that. But a lot of people don't know this, but I actually started my acting career in cartoons because I was too nervous to be on camera. So many of you don't know this, but I can make so many kinds of weird voices. I've been doing this since I was a little girl. I'd be sitting on the bus making the weirdest sounds, and no one could believe that I could do that. Do you guys want to hear an impression? Okay. So the one everyone wants to hear because they think it's so creepy when it comes out of my mouth, and he's my favorite character just to impersonate. Have you guys ever watched Lord of the Rings? You know Gollum, Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings? All right, here goes.
My precious. Our master will never steal precious from us. Master cares about us. No, no. Master wants the precious for himself.
So people wouldn't think that I could do that looking at me. And a lot of people thought that was really weird when I was a kid. They're like, that's so weird, that's creepy. But that was one of the most unique qualities about me, and I use it to my advantage, and I made a career out of it. Something that everyone thought was just weird and unusual, I was able to turn that into an actual career. And from that, I realized that, I don't think you guys know this, but it is so important to step out of your comfort zone. It's so important to try new things because you never know what you're made of until you try it. It's true, you'll never know until you try. Before, I wasn't sure if I wanted to dance ballet. I couldn't afford it, but I wanted to. So I raised money. I ended up getting all my ballet supplies from the Lost and Found boxes, and I made my dream happen. I wanted to dance. I didn't care how much, I had to I just wanted to dance. I could care less if it was used, you know, it was mine. But I ended up dancing in high school and university. I started doing musical theater, singing and dancing on stage. And then I filmed Blackstone for about 5 years. I filmed Tribal, and I just filmed a movie called The Great Salish Heist. And because of the strike, I can't film anything right now, but I legally can't say this. How do I say this? Legally, like, I am currently in the works for an animation thing, but I can't say what it is, but you guys will all know what it is. But that's all I can say. So when the strike is done, yeah, I get to go to Comic-Con and everything. So that's why I'll be seeing you guys next. But yeah, my career, it really took off in that way. And I never thought it would start from actually doing voices. So I built up my confidence, and I realized it was important to try new things. And, you know, because once you step on that other side of fear and say you fail or you mess up, you're like, okay, whatever, I did it, I'll try again. You know, it's just needing to get past that point of fear, because you never know until you try. But another passion of mine was, you know, the charity work that I do. That's actually the reason why I got into pageantry. So when I was 14, I lost my sister to a genetic condition, and it was really, really hard on my family. And I just kept staying at the hospital that she was cared for at after. I wouldn't leave. It was kind of weird, but I kept going back to the family-centered care network at the Stollery, because that's where she was cared for. And I was like almost volunteering, but not, like just showing up and helping people. And I think they realized that's how I was healing. And my cookum taught me that, you know, because remember I said I needed to heal from all that trauma. And she said something, and I just remembered it when I was there. She said, because she was a residential school survivor, her and my grandparent, like my grandpa, and they both overcome so much. But she said the one thing that why she's a medicine woman is because helping others heals herself. So helping others heals you. And I really respected that. I looked up to my grandparents so much, and I knew I wasn't going to be a medicine woman, but I knew that everyone can be a healer. Everyone can help someone heal and heal themselves. So I started to find real strength being in those support groups and talking to families, and then starting to volunteer and raise money for the hospital. I started to feel like some joy, because I knew what I was doing was really good for the kids. And then I just started to do more. And everyone in my community always saw me as like the girl that was always at the arena or at the hockey tournaments. So I would just go to different businesses. And this might scare some kids, but like, this is how you get sponsorship for events. All you got to do is you write a letter. You approach different businesses and request, what are you willing to offer to donate? And if it's not money, they can donate prizes, packages, and then those can be raffled off, and then those funds can go back. So there's so many different ways you can raise funds for people that really need it. And those were one of the ways, was just by going to different event centers like this. And then it led to my pageant career. Like, I never in a million years, never would have thought I would do a regular pageant. I competed in Enoch, like for Tiny Tot Junior and Senior Princess. That was the only type of pageant I've ever done when I was a young girl. But to do like a Miss pageant, it was a whole nother world. So I remember when I first reached out to the organization and then finding out that I made it, they said I was the only Indigenous woman competing, the only Indigenous woman there. And it was so crazy, and I didn't realize how much support I would need. So I reached out to so many Indigenous designers, Indigenous businesses, just to help me, to launch me. And no one knew who I was then. No one knew anything about me. I put myself out there on my own. I literally went on Facebook and went to every Native group, sharing my info, saying, support me, this is what I'm raising funds for, this is what I'm trying to do. I was like the most annoying person, but I did it to get my message out. And now, like, you guys know who I am. Like, it's crazy. You literally have to, in order to get your name out there, you have to speak for yourself. Put yourself out there. Don't be scared if someone's gonna judge you or think it's dumb. Like, if you feel good about it, you feel good about it. That's what's most important. So that's what I was doing. I was reaching out for all the help. I had Indigenous designers loan me outfits and gowns, and this was the crazy thing. So when I got there, Remember how I told you guys I experienced racism for the first time when I was 6? That was really hard. But then experiencing on another level like this, it really surprised me. You know, I went to this pageant and it was one of the Toronto papers. They wrote about me and they wrote, oh, there's an Indigenous woman competing this year for Miss Canada. We'll wonder what she's gonna do for her talent. Is she gonna chug Lysol or sign welfare checks with her toes? They printed that and they put my picture next to it. And then the next day, oh, it was rough for me. Social media with lateral violence is very hard right now. But when that happened, this is when, you know, Facebook and everything was out. I got attacked for something the media wrote. Like, so many people were saying that was who I am. People attacking me online. The girls in the pageant giving me a hard time, laughing, saying that's who I am. And that was humiliating. That's a national post. And I remember I had so many media reach out after, and all they wanted was an angry response. They were like, how angry are you? Just tell us how angry you are. They wanted an angry Native response. And I said, well, that's not what you're gonna get. I said, you know, I feel bad for that person. They're very uneducated and ignorant and honestly can't do their job. I was like, if they wanted research properly, they can come to the show on Saturday night and meet me for themselves. And that's all I had to say, because I'm not gonna let that define me or let that break me. I knew that was hard because I was getting it from the girls, from people in the organization, from people online. And I went to that pageant by myself. All I had was my mom. I could only afford to raise money for my mom to go because it was in Toronto. And when I went there, I remember this was the final night, Saturday night. I was standing there in the top 5 and I didn't even think I was gonna make it that far. But I looked down at myself and I was wearing an Indigenous designer's creation that she made for me. So obviously it stood apart from everyone else. And I looked down at myself and I remember the girls kind of like looking at me, you know, like, she doesn't belong here. And I was like, oh, here we go again. And I had to like lift my chin up. I was like, keep your chin up. I'm like, you belong wherever you want to belong, and it's right here. And I felt really alone because I was being attacked so bad. But I remember when it came down to the top 5, something crazy happened. We all did our last speech, and then they asked, who do you guys want to win? And people were like chanting names. And then people were chanting my name. And I was like surprised because I just had my mom. And then I started hearing women trilling. And then I started hearing drums. And I thought I was going mental. Like, I literally thought I was going crazy. I started hearing drums and women, and I was like, and you can't really see because it's so bright. But when you kind of step back a bit, you could see through the lights. And I went to that pageant alone with just my mom. And when I looked out, there was so many natives there, like in their regalia with drums. And I was like, what is happening? Because I was the only native there. There was no other girls, so I'm like wondering why all these people were there. And then that night I made history as the first like Indigenous woman to win Miss Canada. And but after the show, they all waited for me. And I was like, what are they doing here? And they said, we saw the paper. And I was kind of like, oh, you know, like, oh, they saw it, and they're like, we just wanted to show you that you're never alone. Your people are always here for you. And these people came from so many different reserves around Toronto, like far. And that made me feel so good. Like, honestly, it lit a fire inside of me. Because even before I went out on stage, I didn't know how to deal with like public attacks. Like right now, as a public figure, I guess you would say, I know how to deal with things now, and I know how to help people who are dealing with it and how to deal with lateral violence. But just getting into it and then getting attacked by like so many Canadians, it was hard. I didn't know who to talk to. So I actually reached out to one of my idols, and I never thought she would reach out back, but I always looked up to her of everything that she does. So I reached out to Buffy St. Marie, and I was trying to contact everybody who has her contact. And then I could only get an email, and I finally got an email, and I wrote to her, and I put my number and everything, and she ended up calling me. And I couldn't believe she actually saw it. And I told her what I was going through, and I didn't know how to deal with it because no other woman has been in this space before me. So how do I navigate this? And she was so kind. She lit a fire under my ass to get back up on that stage, because that was a lot to take in, and I know she can handle like public scrutiny and whatnot, but for her to be a sister to me and to help me rise, that really taught me a lot about Indigenous sisterhood. So, you know, even though I continued my pageant career, and I did one last pageant and I won Mrs. Universe in 2015, and I made history doing that. But it was what I did after, you know, because a lot of girls in the pageant world, they just, you know, they go win a pageant, they win money, and they go home. Like, that's it. That's all you got to do. But I tried to change the game, and it changed. Now women are using that title and that platform to create real positive change within either their communities, their towns, their provinces, their countries. You know, there's so much you can do with your voice, and I don't think women were really taking that opportunity to use their voice to reach other people. So now that I'm a retired pageant vet, as they call it, can you believe that? I'm a vet. But now I actually coach and I mentor girls. I don't charge for this. It's just whatever women that want to reach out, and I'll do it on my own time. And a lot of these women that I've been coaching have been Indigenous, and they have been making history themselves. Like right now, I have a girl that I just coached. Her name is Emma Morrison. She is from Quebec, Indigenous woman. She is the first ever Indigenous Miss World Canada. She'll be going to Miss World next year. I have girls that are competing at Miss USA. I have girls that are competing in Miss America and so many pageants, and they're all Indigenous women. And the one thing I share with them is that, you know, if you get an opportunity, make sure to create more opportunities for other people as well. Because, you know, say I'm in those spaces where people told me I don't belong and I'm breaking like glass ceilings, the most important thing about after you break that glass ceiling, you got to push that glass aside so other women can confidently and comfortably shine in those spaces as well. So I knew how hard it was getting into the pageant world and not having like a big sister navigate me or help me. Now I'm able to, like, I have the resources, I have the connections, I know exactly where these girls can feel safe, where they can feel accomplished, and where they can really, you know, make their own history. Because I feel like in the space that I'm in, a lot of times people are like, oh, Ashley's the first this, the first that. And I'm like, yeah, but the most important thing is that I'm not the last. I'm not the last. So, you know, it should never feel like a competition with your peers as well. You know, when you're finding success, encourage them, uplift them. They are not your competition. So it's honestly interesting how my pageant career, which started from my community involvement with the work that I do after my sister passed, it led to a pageant career, and it led me to using my voice for things that are really important. Like after I won the pageant, that was the craziest thing. I remember my name was trending at the top of Facebook and Twitter for like days. It was in madness. I flew from Belarus to Canada, and I had 33 interviews back to back on the plane, which was like insane. But it was what I did after. Instead of just being, you know, like a typical beauty queen and going home, I spoke up about a lot of things that were political and, you know, things that people have been speaking about for a long time. But I said it was sad that it took for a beauty queen for you guys to listen. You know, but that's how the media is. It's a shock and awe. And once you get them in the palm of your hand, and I had them in the palm of my hand once I made history, because that was major. I realized it was important to, you know, use that opportunity to speak about things that were really happening to us. And this was in 2015 during the federal election. And I remember the first person I called out was good old Stephen Harper, and that was just wild. I called him out, and I remember he tweeted congratulating me, and then after he saw that I called him out, he deleted it. He was just real petty. Oh, good old Stephen. But yeah, I talked about so many things, especially from what I learned from my grandmother and with the kids that I work with. I work with a lot of kids that are in the foster care system, and you know, their stories are really, they're really hard to hear, but it's important to speak for them, make sure that their needs are met. I talked about how, you know, our environment, I talked about the pipelines, how we're basically fighting for our human rights. I talked about so many things when I was there that people had no idea. that we were facing that in our own country, which is just boggles my mind. And even when I got back to Canada and I said all these things, so many Canadians were like, really? Is that how bad it is for Natives? I thought you guys got everything for free. So yeah, there's a lot of closed off mentality in our country still. I know it's not, I would say it's not our job to educate them, but when people ask, I do. But it's also their job to educate themselves, you know, because there's a lot of free courses around this whole country of how to learn all about us. But, you know, those were my 3 passions in life, and those led to some really amazing opportunities. Like, for example, the Amazing Race Canada. I've always wanted to do that show, but I was always filming Blackstone, so I couldn't do it. But when I finally made it on, me and my dad, we were the first Native team on the show. But since then, a Native team, Team Agamagmak, has won. But me and my dad, we were the first Native team on the show. And that show, holy crap, it opened my eyes to the world. So you guys don't realize how hard this is, but all of you that have phones, right? Imagine you have a phone and then you get locked into a hotel room, very small hotel room, with your partner. They take away your phone, they take away the TV, any type of reading material, even the radio, they take away the radio, anything you can read, and they lock you in there for 7 days and you can't talk to nobody but your partner. You go kind of crazy. And that's to get you into race mode. And I think it's just to make us crazy. But so we're like that, locked in a room for a straight week. And then when you come out, everyone's like, oh, how do you guys race? You know, you watch an hour of it on TV, you're like, okay, that was crazy. But for us, I'm like, no, it was really crazy. That was 3 days of filming. That was 3 days of us running around, not sleeping, not eating. And, you know, it was wild. So anyone that does that show, I just very much respect them. It was very challenging physically and mentally. But there was things on that show that I never thought I would do on my own time, because I would not. Like, my biggest fear, well, one of my biggest fears is heights. And one of the challenges was you don't even know what you're doing. You get a clue, and all you do is you open it, and it says something simple like, who wants to hang loose? And I saw that it said that, and I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it, Dad. And I didn't realize the challenge was going to be so difficult. But what happened was, you know those gondolas that hang over the mountains? Those gondolas that you ride up the mountain? So this gondola goes up the mountain, and it's hanging in the middle. And what they did was they said you have to climb up on top, climb around, climb down the monkey bars. They built in custom little thin monkey bars underneath with like a wire and a little rod. You got to hold your own weight and the weight of the bungee monkey bar across, hanging over like the trees that look this small, and then use your upper body like strength to pull yourself back up, grab the clue, and then go back in. And I was thinking like, I'm gonna die. Like, this is insane. And the guy before me that was going, he was a really like older guy, and he fell right away, and he's deathly afraid. So hearing him not scream scared the like living crap out of me. And I thought, okay, you can do this, you can do this. And oh my God, I was crying so ugly. Anytime I call my sister on her phone, she has like this permanent picture of me crying from when I was falling on that thing. It's embarrassing, but you guys can look it up if you want to laugh about it. So I end up doing it, and I'm coming down the side, and I didn't realize like this bungee cord was over 50 pounds. And then there's my own body weight. And I'm like, okay, first swing, I fall. And I was screaming, like thought I was gonna black out. But then once they pulled me back up, I was just like, okay, that was it. I fell. I didn't die. I was like, I lived to tell another day. And then they say, well, do you want to do it again? Try again, or you can take a 4-hour penalty. And that's the last thing you want to do. You never want to take a penalty on the race. So I thought, well, all I did was fall. I could just get up and try again. But the second time I did it, I had a different mentality, because after I got past that fear, now I was like, well, I'm gonna get this done. I was like talking myself up. I was like, you got this, Ash, let's go, go, go. You know, and I go under, and out of nowhere, it was survival mode. I was literally using all my strength and pulling myself up, and I couldn't believe I did it. When I got back up, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. I would never do that on my own time. I even got to learn how to fly a warplane by myself, had to learn how to do that within like 20 minutes, which was insane. don't ask me to fly around here. I'm like, I'm not that trained. But the worst thing that I had to do on this race, I hope you guys aren't eating. So we went to Vietnam, and the clue said, it's time to try some Vietnamese delicacies. And we don't know what it is. So we're in Vietnam, me and my dad, we go sit down at this restaurant, and they bring out this huge, like, buffet-style plate, like, huge, like the size of, like, a pizza or something, like it was like a medium-sized pizza, huge. And on the plate was all these different types of like cockroaches, crickets, these different types of beetles, and in the middle of the plate was a bat. And he was like sitting like this, and his teeth were out, and he was dead, but like he was like this, and he was cold. He wasn't even like fried or anything. He was just there, you know? It was just like weird. So I was like, no. And my dad knows I hate bugs. Like, I hate bugs. Like, I'm not even really a fan of butterflies. Like, I'll just be like, you know, like I'm just not a fan. But my dad was like, don't worry, Ash. I got this. Because the rules were you can help each other on this. Doesn't matter who eats what, but we had buckets on the side in case we threw up. But if you throw up, you have to start over with a brand new plate. So I was like, okay, don't get sick. So my dad, he's just like eating and he's suffering and he's like, and I'm like getting mad at him, like, don't you dare, you know? And then I'm like feeling bad. I guess I should help out. I was like, he's really trying. And I'm like shaking, trying to grab the bugs. Like, that's how bad it is. I was like shaking. I was crying. And everyone around was just laughing. And all these people are just laughing. And I was just shaking. And I remember just throwing them back. And I was crying. So I put my shades on. I was like, nope, no one's going to see the tears. And I was just like dying inside. And then it came down to the bat. And my dad looked at me and he was like, yeah, I don't think I could do it, Ash. And I was pissed. I was mad. I was like, this is the last thing I want to eat. And then I start ripping it open, its skin, and it's not like KFC chicken skin, that's for sure. It doesn't just come right off. I hope you don't think of that next time you're at KFC. But I'm pulling it apart, and then this thing falls out. And I looked at it, and I looked at the producers, and I was like, do I have to eat the poop bag? Because its poop bag fell out. Like its insides and everything fell out. And then they said, yes, you have to eat everything. And I was like, so I'm eating crap. Like I'm literally eating poop. And I'm eating this bat. And everyone's asking like, what does it taste like? And I'm just like shaking and I'm like a type of meat you shouldn't eat. I don't know. But I threw up 3 times. And I swallowed my puke each time. I was like, I never gave up. I never started on a new plate. No way in hell, man. It was worth it. But once they were done, I was like, okay, we're done. They said, now, time for dessert. I wanted to just faint. And they said, you can't help each other. You get your own. I got my own plate. My dad got his own plate. And they said, but your dessert is alive. And I'm like, oh God, can't get any worse. But they bring these boxes out and they pour them into the bowl. And if you guys look it up, they're called coconut worms, but they're not normal worms. They're like these big, white, chunky worms that people eat in like a bowl of soup, but they bite hard, like they bite. So the producers were like, yeah, if you guys want to like rip off their heads so they don't bite you, they're like, you can do that. And I'm watching it squirm around. And then my dad, he eats his first bite and he eats it in half. And then he tells me what it tastes like. And he's like, this is the worst thing I've ever tasted in my entire life. And I'm like, well, that's great to know before I take my first bite. And so I thought, I don't want to taste it. So I just grabbed the first little bugger and I dipped it in that like sweet and sour sauce they gave me or whatever it was. I made sure he was just right juiced up. And I just threw it back and I swallowed it whole while it was still alive. And man, that was the rankest feeling that squirm all the way down alive. Like I'll never forget that. But I did that 5 times. And then once I was done, I remember I was just so exhausted because like I was tense and like freaking out. When I was done, I was just like just freaking out. And my dad was like, here, chew some gum. Because that's all I tasted was all this gross stuff. And I remember I got to the next event and I took the gum out of my mouth and it was covered in like all these different kinds of legs from all the things that I ate. And I was like laying in bed that night shaking because everything that happens is so wild. You can't even call your family. So for 6 weeks, you can't tell your family if like you're okay. The producers will tell them once a week, they're alive, they're okay. And I'm like in Vietnam eating bats and poop and all this stuff. And I was like, I just want to tell my mom, you know? And I was like laying there in bed shaking. And my dad's like, what wrong? What's wrong, Ash? What's wrong? And I'm like, I'm scared to go to the bathroom. I was just like, I don't know what's inside me. So it was really weird, you know? But I honestly, I would have never done that, like on my own time, because that's my biggest fear is bugs. But I overcame that fear. I ate things that were alive. I ate things that were a delicacy. And, you know, it really is stepping outside the box, getting past that fear. I realized I could do it. And once I was done that show, you know, me and my dad, we came third and we won prizes and whatnot. We ran the whole race. It really made me see the world differently because, you know, now we have phones, technology. If we see something, we take a picture and we like live like this. And for those 6 weeks I was there traveling the world, I never had that. So I was like literally taking mental pictures of everything. I was like, that's a good one. You know, like, so I lived in the moment and I really got to experience this time with my dad. And, you know, a lot of people ask, well, where was your dad at the beginning? You know, why is he only showing up for the race? You know, some people have said that and I'm like, well, he's my stepdad. You know, he came into my life later, but it meant a lot to me to have that moment, you know, because I've always wanted a dad growing up. And I'll share really quickly, it's kind of funny. He was always around at my grandparents' house helping out with sweat. He was kind of like this neat, like geeky, nerdy guy, not my mom's type. And it was my auntie and uncle's wedding. That sounds really weird. My auntie married this guy who became my uncle. They're not cousins at all. So like my auntie got married to this guy. He became my uncle. My dad, Joel, he was the best man. My mom was the maid of honor. And I told my mom to ask him out because I've always seen him at the house. And he was the only man around there that made me, I've never felt that too because I was very scared of men. He made me feel strong all the time. He made me feel beautiful. Like I didn't feel scared to be around him. When I was around him and when he would talk to me, I felt like I can do anything. Like it was so genuine. And he was only dating my mom for 4 months and it was Christmas time and it's time to open presents. So I made him a card and in the card I wrote, you know, how much I loved him. And on the bottom I wrote, will you be my dad? And I was so scared that he was going to say no. He was probably going to think I was crazy. So I just instantly ran downstairs and hid in the basement. And he came and found me. And then he told me how much joy, like, my mom and me have brought into his life. And he was always wanted to be a dad. So that's how I trapped him. He became my dad. I'm just kidding. No, but that's how he came into my life. And that's why it was so important for me to have that moment with him, you know, because growing up I never knew what it was like to have that supportive like father figure or to share those kind of moments with. And when I had that whole time with him, there's certain things we can talk about that I can't talk to my mom about, you know, just me and my dad. So, you know, that race really changed a lot of things. And also opened a door to like different opportunities. I became a Nike ambassador for Nike and Nike N7. Your guys' fave, my fave, I'm a KFC ambassador too. I got sent to KFC cooking school and I get free KFC. I usually get the 2-piece dark meat only, fries and gravy with a Pepsi. It's my fave. But yeah, there's different organizations and ambassadors for RW & Co., for Reitmans, Hillberg & Burke. I actually created my own jewelry line last year and we're bringing out more and there's still more out for sale. I created my own, it's called Shining Rock. So it was my jewelry campaign and all the funds that we raise for it goes back to the Indigenous Women's Council, which is pretty awesome. And I also created a Orange Sparkle campaign, which is still out. 100% of the proceeds, there's a pendant, it's called Every Child Matters. 100% of those proceeds, they all go back to residential school survivors. So if you guys are interested in purchasing these, it's just on the Hillberg & Burke website. All proceeds go back. You know, honestly, it doesn't matter what I'm an ambassador for. So like say, for example, I'm an ambassador for Reitmans right now. And for me, instead of just like in my pageant career, calling it a day and going home and celebrating what I've accomplished for myself, I try to create more opportunities for other people. So Reitmans, they're going to be giving back to my community, to the youth arts program. We're also creating a mini film with the kids. They're donating a lot back. We're raising funds. So, whenever I am an ambassador or spokesperson for an organization, it's important. Opportunity is really key, especially when I'm in these spaces where people told me I don't belong. I'm also, it's weird talking about myself. Last year, I was also the first Indigenous woman to become a Sports Illustrated model, which was pretty crazy. So like the craziest, biggest supermodels you could possibly imagine. Like I'm in there with them now. It's awesome. But I'm also an in-game sports host and a TV host. So I'm an in-game sports host for the Edmonton Oilers, for the Vancouver Canucks, for the Saskatchewan Rush, and also for the Edmonton Elks, who just got their first home win. I know you guys probably like the Bombers, but whatever. But yeah, growing up, I wasn't big into the sports world. Like I danced ballet. I was an athlete in that way, and I did track and field. But now I'm a woman in the sports world and an Indigenous woman in the sports world. So now I'm able to be on different boards to get more opportunities for women in sports. So I'm doing a project right now with TSN just to create more partnerships for women. There's certain things that, when I'm in these spaces, and I say this for you guys too, when you're in a space, try your best to open the door for someone else to create that opportunity, because it's just so hard to get there. Like when I got into these spaces, I had to fight to be in these spaces. But now that I'm here, I make sure people listen to me and that I use my voice to really have a reach. But it's crazy where I came from and where I am now. I'm actually writing a book on my life. I just signed my first book deal with HarperCollins, which is a huge publisher and company, and they're doing a book on my life. I'm writing it, and I'm going to be doing book tours next year, and it's going to share a lot more than what I share with you today, obviously, but it's going to go into detail about how I overcame every part of my life, because I'm in so many different spaces. I get to see and experience so many different things, and yeah, I might be the first in those spaces, but I'm trying to keep that door open so other girls like me or men want to, shine in those spaces as well. And the last thing I want to share with you guys is, like I said at the beginning, never judge a book by its cover. I came from nothing. It was hard to build myself up, but the thing that really saved my life was, my Cookum said to stay connected to my culture, to walk the red road. But I created a quote for myself when I was a little girl, and when people ask me, they're like, what's your quote you live by? And I made this quote when I was a little girl, and it might sound cheesy, but I made it when I was little to make myself feel good when I was living in those conditions. And it's love and live fearlessly. And when I say that, the meaning behind it is that I would tell myself, love and appreciate yourself for the way the Creator created you, because you were made that way for a reason. So I would tell myself that. And then I would tell myself to live fearlessly, because fear was stopping me from so many things. Like I really lived in fear. But when you live fearlessly, you don't let it stop you from chasing your biggest or smallest or wildest dreams. Once you step out of your comfort zone and step into a space, a new space, and try something new, you feel like you can become anything. So, one thing I want you guys to take away from this is, love and appreciate yourselves, because, Creator made you the way you are for a reason. And when I say live fearlessly, I need you guys to go out there and make your mark on the world, because the one thing I learned from my Cookum is that you're a role model whether you know it or not, because someone is always looking up to you. There's always someone watching, someone that's thinking, oh, look at what she's doing or he's doing. I can do that too. So make sure that you guys are setting a good example, and you are who you hang with. So make sure to spend time with people that want to uplift you and bring out the best in you so you can chase your biggest and wildest dreams too. Because we can each attain these wild dreams. I always set different goals for myself. And now, I think I can't wait to see who I am in 5 years from now. So that's the mentality that I have. And I highly encourage you guys to just chase your passions and love yourselves for who you are and never let fear hold you back. And thank you so much for listening to me jibber jabber. I could do more voices for you later, but I really appreciate your time and I can't wait to see more of the community today and the entertainment. So thank you guys so much.
Are you staying in the afternoon?
Yeah, I'm staying the whole day.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, right until the fireworks too.
Nice. Okay, so one more round of applause for Ashley Collingbull. Watch out for the Ashleys, I tell you, like we're taking over some stuff. And really excited, Ashley's gonna be with us all day, right until the fireworks. So you get a chance to meet her, take photos. And now we're coming up to our next draw, which is really exciting, and just get the tickets on stage, and we got more awesome giveaways for everyone who filled out the form. I think we have at our elders table some more forms here that just need to be collected. So just wait a minute for that. Do you have a presentation for me?
I got this, Santa got it for me.
Do you know the password? Okay, good. Okay. Oh no, just waiting. They just had a couple more tickets there. Yeah. Do you want to say something while you're up here?
No. Sure,
Okay.
I guess. All right, everybody. So let's give another hand for Ashley Collingbull. So that's incredible. So she said she'll be around for a little bit. I know everyone's probably looking forward to photos. Just a reminder during the break that we have the photo booth out there, so you can take photos. But also, if you're interested in getting the books, we still have the free books available. If you haven't had a chance to share or record your video of what you took away from the conference, we really want to hear from you. So head off between those doors after the break and record your 1 or 2 minutes, and you'll get a free book. And you get a chance to win one of our grand prizes. And so with that, speaking of prizes, we have the draws to do. So.
Okay. Okay. Ready for the draw? Our first prize is a Bison Modular Homes backpack. Okay, 708024. 708024, congratulations. Our next prize is a second backpack from Bison Modular Homes. And that backpack is going to 708218. 708218. That's you there? Awesome. Congratulations. The next prize is another awesome badminton set. And the badminton set is going to 708216. 708216. Congratulations. The next prize is a Bose speaker. So our speaker is going to 708-223. 708-223. Over here. Great. Congratulations. Ooh, and the next prize is another video projector. So the video projector is going to go to... I swear we're shaking these up and mixing it around. 708-224. Is that you two? Okay. We can all visually see the shaking and the mixing. Let's give it just an extra shaked. And a little extra mix. Okay. The final prize for this giveaway is a Samsung Galaxy tablet. Okay, 708-020. 728-020. $728-020. There we go. Congratulations. Okay, and that concludes this round of prize giveaways. Continue to fill out those forms to be entered. Is Sunny here? Yeah. Okay. Our next speaker is joining us from the Aboriginal Sports Circle. And it's Sunny Albert, who's going to be talking about the impacts of recreation and wellness. Very exciting. Let's give Sunny a round of applause as he makes his way up to the stage. So Edward Sunny Albert is a proud Norway House band member who grew up in his community. He currently lives in Treaty 1 territory of Winnipeg, Manitoba, with his wife and 4 children. Sunny holds a Bachelor of Recreation Management from the University of Manitoba and a graduate certificate in Indigenous Sports and Recreation from the University of Alberta. He is the Executive Director of Recreation Manitoba and has served as a board member for the Aboriginal Sports Circle for the last 3 years. Sunny is passionate about infusing Indigenous knowledge into sports and recreation and creating opportunities for First Nations youth to develop skills through sport and recreation. He is an accomplished goalie and coach who continues to inspire Indigenous Manitoban athletes. Welcome, Sunny.
Thank you. Check. Thank you very much.
We'll get it up.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. So thank you, everybody, for that introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunny Albert. I am from my community of Norway House here. Go ahead. Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, let me know what you see, Adam.
Sorry, we have... Oh. Check. Yeah, we're just a few technical things here, so no worries.
Okay, good. Yes.
Oh, there you go. Okay, great. So, Anse, Sunny Albert, Natisna Asun, Kinisa Osipi Oshjanina. So I was invited to speak with the youth conference in regards to my role in Indigenous sport and recreation and what we have been doing at the Aboriginal Sports Circle. And first off, I want to send my condolences to the bereavement family during this time. So my heart it goes out to you guys. So quickly, a little about me. This is my family here. I have a beautiful family which I cherish here. My parents are Celestine and Eddie Albert. I lived in my community for about 15 years, and then I ventured off to play hockey in Thompson. From there, I partially lived in Norway House for 5 years before eventually working in sport in Winnipeg. When I left my community, it felt very lonesome, a little bit intimidating, and different to be somewhere that I did not know anybody. But it was so also, at the same time, it was very exciting, thrilling, and trying to understand new things that I didn't know at the time. It actually opened up doors for me because I went somewhere where I can do something that I love doing, which was important, well, which was sport, but in this case it was hockey. And throughout the years in my education, my experiences, and my deeper understanding of Indigenous sport, recreation, and ultimately movement, there was so much potential that can benefit from sport, recreation, and wellness. So with that, here are just a few benefits on movement, recreation, and wellness to keep in mind. The impact on health is an obvious one in terms of reduction of chronic diseases like diabetes, controls high blood pressure, strokes, depression, and anxiety. The next one is educational. So educational is very important as you start learning skills in sport, recreation, or land-based activities. You actually gain those understandings of the activity, and it can be replicated through everyday life. Social well-being, of course, the impact on being around people has many benefits from loved ones, friends, and family that cannot be replicated from anywhere else. And the last two, these two I'll dive into better understanding, which is holistically and obviously economic development. So within Indigenous sport, we actually have so much untapped potential in how we can provide for you, the youth, and what you can do for yourself as well. To develop an individual, you have to be in balance of all aspects of the body, mind, and soul, whether that be from physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. And we can look into some examples. So at this time, I actually have an activity for you guys. What I want you guys to do is actually find a partner for yourself. I'll give you about 20 seconds to just get a partner. And what I want you guys to do is sit directly in front of each other. So for example, I'm going to grab two chairs here. So one chair could be on one side, and then the other chair is directly facing the other one. So I'll give you 20 seconds to get your partner. So this is what I wanted to present. So one of your partners should get a pencil. Just hold a pencil. Jesse, come here. So we'll do an activity, like I said, grab a partner, and all I want you to do is sit in front of your partner exactly like this. I'm just waiting for my partner. And one of you guys can have a pen, grab a pen, and the other one will wait. All right, just have a seat here, Jesse. Okay, so this is what I want you guys to do. So I'm going to have a pen. If you guys can see me, have a pen. Jesse, put your hand right below the tip of the pen here. So as if you're about to catch it, okay? So we don't say go. All I say is I'm just going to drop it whenever I want to, okay? So this is what you're going to do with your partner. Okay? So the purpose of this is I want you guys to concentrate. Focus on the hand of your partner and try to catch this pen of yours. Okay? So each time we continue on, you're going to start focusing and concentrating whenever I'm going to drop the pen. Okay? So I want you guys to also do that as well. I'll give you about 30 seconds. Hey, good job, Jesse. So I'll give you 30 seconds, and then we'll take it from there. All right? So while you guys are doing that little activity, this activity is actually on your mental capacity. So a lot of times, a lot of programs don't look at it on a holistic level. It's always the physical side of sport or recreation, right? So this side is the mental capacity of concentrating, making sure that you have that mental capacity and learning those skills as on the mental side. Okay? All right. Good work. I have another one, so stay with your partner. Okay? This is the next activity that I want you guys to do. So same thing, you guys sit right beside each other, and one at a time, I want you guys to look at each other, and the first person to laugh loses. Okay? You can stare at each other, you can make funny faces, no noise, you just gotta stare, and whoever laughs first loses. All right? We'll do an example of me and Jesse here. All right? Okay, ready? There we go. All right. So I'll give you guys 30 seconds to see who laughs first. Thanks, Jesse. I think that's good now. All right. Good job, guys. So the purpose of that activity is also the mental side, the emotional side, where you have to concentrate your emotional instincts, staying at an even keel, making sure that whatever happens, especially in sport or something you're frustrated in, we have to make sure we understand that you have to always stay in an even keel so that you can participate to your fullest. And last thing, what I want you guys to do is you don't have to be in your partners this time. What I want you guys to do is take a piece of paper from your notebooks. Okay? So grab a piece of paper and then grab a pen, and I want you guys to write your name right in the middle of it. So while you're doing that, the purpose of this one is more the spiritual aspect. So once you're done writing your name, I want you guys to group up, maybe some people that you're familiar of, and take that your paper with your name, and I want you to pass it to somebody you know. Okay? So I'll give you a few seconds to pass it along, your name with your paper, to pass it to someone you know. Okay? So I'll wait for a few seconds. And so while you guys are passing your papers, the person with the name on there, I want you to say one positive thing about that person. Okay? Write whoever's name it is. So if I pass it to Michelle here, and Michelle will say like, "Oh, okay, write something. You're kind," So I want you to make sure to put one positive thing on that piece of paper with a name. Once you do that, I want you to pass that piece of paper to somebody different. So I want you to pass it to somebody different that knows that person. Okay? And once you're doing that, I want you to put another positive thing onto that piece of paper. All right. And we'll do it one more time. Pass it to one more person. Once you're done scribbling on there, pass it along to another person and write one positive thing about that person's name on that piece of paper. Alrighty. All right. So once you're done that, I want you guys to pass the whoever's name that is, whether it be somebody, just pass it to the name of the person, like the original person. So I'll get my paper back. I want to make sure that you guys get your papers back. All right. So once you guys get your papers back, I want you to yourselves read them out loud. Well, to yourself or even in your back of your mind, just the purpose of this exercise and activity is to see on the spiritual side how much those people value you, the positive things that you present, that you showcase to other people. Typically, like in any program, any sporting program, like we don't provide skills for this activity. So I want you to keep those paper and see like what those people perceive of you. So that's one of the things I wanted to make sure that examples of the holistic side of recreation and sport. So I'm going to go back to my presentation here. So thank you everybody for participating. I see a couple of papers flying around and a couple of laughs in the corner over there, so thank you very much. On the screen here, once, ever cute. I have a little, on back to my presentation here, I have a photo. So this is, when I participate in hockey, sometimes this is my view. Of course, this is not, so obviously I'm a goaltender, and this is exactly what I see. So for me, this is usually what I see when I play hockey. So I would use all sectors to make sure to stop this puck that's coming. I don't know if you could see it. It's right on top there, and the guy shot it. So what I would think about is, okay, I am square to the puck. My shoulders are square to this puck. It's coming to the net. I'm on the right angle, so nothing can go by me. I need to stay mentally focused because there's sticks in the way, and I have to make sure that if it tips, my physical body can adjust at the same time as my mind. I have to stay at an even keel, just meaning like I can't get too excited, and not to get mad at my defense because the guy on the left side, or the guy in the black on the far side, is wide open. So, and then also that I believe I can stop this puck with all the information that I see in that moment. So that's sort of an example that I wanted to showcase in that regards. So, thank you very much. Just kidding. So that's the impact on a personal level. And then I wanted to also talk about the Aboriginal Sports Circle, which I'm a board member of as well. So I wanted to talk about the national impact on sport and recreation. So I just wanted to say a little bit information about the Aboriginal Sports Circle. So our mission, the ASC is a member-based nonprofit organization that exists to support the health and well-being of Aboriginal peoples and communities through participation in sport, physical activity, and recreation. And more specifically, we are the national voice for Aboriginal sport, physical activity, and recreation. We build a capacity through national, provincial, and provincial territorial levels, and then on the grassroots component as well. So our vision, Aboriginal Sports Circle strives for more active Aboriginal peoples in vibrant communities that are fully engaged in sport, recreation, and physical activity. And finally, we have a bunch of outcomes, but these outcomes have a positive impact on the broader sector agendas, including but not limited to economic development, health, mental health, environment, and justice for all. So with that, this is where I see the connection and blend between recreation, wellness, and sport with economic development. So at an international and national level, I have some statistics for you. So we had the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships hosted in Manitoba here. Of course, our homegrown guys, Hayden Papanicus and Hubert Clark from Norway House participated in this one here. So I just wanted to give you a perspective of how it came, how the benefits of sport and recreation. So in total for the hockey championships, we had 335 athletes. So that's male and female, their ages 14 to 17. We had 55 head coaches, assistant coaches. We had 14 team managers, and then we had 16 provincial, Aboriginal, territorial, and provincial sport bodies in attendance. So in total, there's about 427 participants, from athletes to staff to honored guests, that participated in the National Aboriginal Hockey Championships. So that means that there was transportation. So 9 teams flew into Manitoba. So that's about 200 plane tickets. 8 teams used ground transportation, so buses, drop-offs for the host team as well. 1 team used both flights and ground transportation. There was 15 teams. They rented vehicles for each at minimum 30 plus vehicles. And then coach buses and school buses were utilized to transport the teams. So transportation alone, you can see the benefits that, how much money that goes into even hosting a large national event. That doesn't include the accommodations, where we had 14 teams staying at hotels. We utilized the University of Manitoba, and then 15, so yeah. And then we had meals as well. So all those will add up a significant amount, and that kind of benefits the city that is hosted in, right? So from those sort of statistics, you can see how much money that it would take to host a national event. It is the same as this conference as well, same as all of your Treaty Days festivities. It's basically the same, but here's the other side. So how much revenue was made from your community, that from local shops that are selling their products. They're grateful for hosting events like this, and in successful events, you really want those people to come back. The benefits in regards to economic development side, we have to ask that question of, in your communities, do you have a place to play? Whether it be, arena, gymnasiums, open field, water with boats and paddles, baseball diamonds. So, you always think in your communities, like, how do you think it got there? Our leaders would invest in those items to ensure that we support our youth and have a chance of a healthy lifestyle. And it brings up together and have that opportunity to socialize, to be being a part of something more than you. So I have that final kind of saying is that, what can you do? One thing you can do is volunteer. I know it's hard to do something for free, but if you believe in something someone is doing that can help, support those individuals, and they will take notice, and so will others. One major item we see trending right now for volunteers is that we need more coaches. So every single one of your coaches, they are volunteers. We need to have those in place so that you can strive. Be a part of something you believe in. I volunteered to be on the Aboriginal Sports Circle. I was a part of the Junior B program. I coached because I believe in those athletes. The next one is use who you are. So what I mean is that your voice, your actions you do, when you volunteer and you work hard, people will take notice and see how hard you're working at first. People might not join you, but in the long run, eventually people will start supporting you because they can see that you're working very hard in that regards. And then one thing you gotta also question is that how can I impact what I'm volunteering for the improvement of the situation? So if you want to be a coach or you want to be supporting any festivities, please think how we can prove it all together. And the final thing is believe in what you see. So if you believe you can do something, it could be anything. Write it down and look at it and say, okay, how can I get from here, starting from here, and get to that point? And start committing yourself that this is how we can reach it. Believe in the process. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And then believe in others that they're there for you. And then finally, believe in yourself. You're so powerful and you have so much potential that you just have to realize it. So with that, I just want to say thank you for letting me speak with you guys. I just want to thank the economic team and thank you for the youth for being here today. Advocacy. So I'll hand it over to Ashley here. Thank you very much.
Do you draw? All right, thank you so much, Sonny. Let's give him a hand again, everybody. All right, so on behalf of Norway House Cree Nation and the Economic Development Department, which includes one member is your wife, I would like to present you with this gift. There you go. For sure. There you are. It is it's a Winnipeg Jets indigenized logo. So there you go. Thank you so much.
Okay, I hope everybody had the opportunity to get their forms in and get their tickets. We will do our next draw. Just waiting for the tickets and the prizes to be brought to the stage.
All right, looks like we have some final entries over here, and the prizes are just making their way to the stage, and the tickets as well.
Just wanted to remind you, if you haven't had the opportunity to do so yet, you can head over to the room where previously the trade show was and record your message for social media on your takeaways from the conference, what you loved, what you enjoyed, and what you're going to remember the most.
Yeah, that's right. So this is going to be, the next break is going to be your final opportunity to enter the draw. So if you head over between those two doors after the break, record yourself 1 or 2 minutes. It's going to be your last chance to enter the draw for the wireless Bluetooth speakers. It's one of our main prizes for this event. So there's going to be a chance for that. Also, we're going to be circulating the post-conference survey, and that's another chance to win a major prize as well. So we're just waiting for these the draw tickets to come up. So if we could bring those draw tickets up to the stage, we'll get started with the draw.
Awesome. And I know we all had so much fun last night at the Youth Talent Showcase. I just wanted to acknowledge again, everybody who was brave enough to come up on stage and sing their little hearts out with the live music. It was truly such a great show. And, you know, to all of our prize winners at the end of the night, we had Connor, Ashley, Marcia, Juliet, and Farah taking home prizes. But you were all so great. And, you know, we're really looking forward this afternoon to our Wolves Den pitch competition, where there's another opportunity for all of you to share your creativity, but this time in the form of business ideas. And our next speaker, right after the prizes, is actually going to be our third judge. So by the end of this presentation, you'll have had the opportunity to hear the background of all three judges. So we're going to have Michelle Cameron, Ashley Collingbull, and Sean Rayland judging the pitch competition. I think if you had any other questions about the pitch competition or any last minute inquiries arise, please head over to the information desk and ask for Logan. Logan has all the information, so we're very excited about that. I think we have the tickets.
Right. Our tickets are here. All right. So our first prize that we're going to be giving out. This is our last Bison Modular Homes backpack. So if you were really eyeballing the backpack, you really wanted to win it, this is your chance. So everybody pull your tickets out. The tickets are arriving as we speak. And yeah, so without further ado, here's a draw. Okay.
Okay. Okay. We have 708366.
708366. Who is that?
Congratulations. We
Congratulations.
Have a winner.
All right, next up we have a Puma backpack.
Our winner is 708340.
340. Anyone?
708340.
Is that you? All right, give her a hand, everybody.
Yes.
All right, this is a set. We have Winnipeg Jets with an indigenized logo graphic as a keychain. And here we have Winnipeg Jets shirt.
708360.
360.
That's you there? Congratulations.
All right. Congratulations. Give her a hand, everybody. Next up is a Fitbit. A Fitbit with a charging cable included with it.
708357.
357. Is that you? All right, give him a hand, everybody. Next up, a Bose speaker. All right, this is one of the last Bose speakers. Everybody watch your tickets.
708267.
Oh, over here.
Yay.
Give her a hand, everybody. Last prize is this Beats wireless Bluetooth headphones with a carrying case built right in.
708348.
Over there, all right.
Congratulations.
Here's our final winner. Give her a hand, everybody.
Wonderful. Okay. So this is actually our last workshop presentation before we go into a break and then the Wolves Den pitch competition. So I'm really honored to invite Sean Rayland up to the stage. So Sean Rayland is an ex-gang member and social entrepreneur focused on reducing barriers Indigenous people face while trying to regain employment after leaving the criminal justice system. Sean founded Red Rebel Armor in 2019. He went back to college for social innovation and community development and graduated with a diploma in Indigenous social entrepreneurship. Let's give Sean a warm round of applause. Do you need anything set up here, or?
There was a PowerPoint, I believe, that he was going to set up on here.
Oh.
Papad or something, or that gentleman there.
We have to set up the PowerPoint? We're just setting up the PowerPoint.
Who did you send the PowerPoint? He's coming right there.
Is this on the screen? Okay, good. No.
I just sent it in a PDF.
Yeah, I think you just downloaded it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And then we have to make it full screen, I guess.
Cool.
So I think it's here. At the very bottom.
Cool.
Awesome. Cool.
All right, and we'll just see if it changes. Okay, perfect.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you. Bonjour, Nibu Isabe, Indigenous Cosmigazine, Nodem. I said my name is Standing Sasquatch Man, and I'm from the Eel Clan, and my given name is Sean Rayland Boubard. Miigwech for having me here to come share my story and a little bit about social enterprise. We're gonna have a little bit of entertainment and a merch giveaway and a demonstration for you afterwards. I'm just gonna adjust this mic real quick. Okay, can you hear me? Good to go? All right, I'm the owner of Red Rebel Armor, an Indigenous-led social enterprise, combining streetwear fashion with social entrepreneurship. I have a background in Indigenous social entrepreneurship, digital marketing, and streetwear fashion. Miigwech for inviting me to this incredible gathering and to share what I know about the fascinating world of social enterprise. In this presentation, we will explore the concept of a social enterprise, its significance in today's society, and how it differs from traditional business models. I'll also share a short documentary about my life and the social enterprise I created to provide an example of how social enterprise can work to help our communities. So let's begin by defining what a social enterprise truly is. What is a social enterprise? A social enterprise is a business entity that operates with the primary objective of addressing social or environmental issues while also pursuing financial sustainability. It combines the passion and mission of a nonprofit organization with the efficiency and revenue generation for a for-profit business. So social enterprises are businesses that either want to help the people or they want to help the world or help the community in some way. Characteristics of social enterprises. So this is what to look for in businesses that make them a social enterprise. Number 1, social mission. So social enterprises address societal issues such as poverty, education, environmental sustainability, and they also aim to improve the well-being of individuals and communities. Financial sustainability. Social enterprises generate revenue through the sales of goods or services, relying on a business model that ensures long-term viability. So social enterprises are more focused on creating an actual product or service that could help them generate the revenues to be a long-lasting company rather than just surviving off grants or anything like that. Social enterprises are also very creative. They have lots of innovation and creativity. They develop innovative solutions that address social and environmental challenges, and they think outside the box to maximize impact. But I'll get into that a little bit further. Number 4, stakeholder orientation. So this is huge. Social enterprises they put the people first, or they put the social mission first. So that means these types of businesses, they ain't cutting corners on supplies or anything like that that's going to harm the business or harm the people or the community. They really collaborate with individuals, communities, and partners. So social enterprises are really putting the needs of the people over personal gain. So I think that's huge. Types of social enterprises. So this means how you could set up your social enterprise. If you wanted to set it up as a nonprofit social enterprise, they're primarily driven by a social mission. They generate revenue to fund their social initiatives, and they reinvest the profits to further their impact. For-profit social enterprises. They blend financial and social goals. So that means that they're also pursuing profit while also helping the people or planet, whatever social goal they have. And they use market-based approaches to address societal challenges. They have a balanced focus on profits and social impact. Number 3, hybrid social enterprises. Hybrid social enterprises combine elements of nonprofit and for-profit models. They pursue social goals while maintaining a sustainable revenue stream. They also have a flexible structure adapting to changing circumstances. So for Red Rebel Armor, we're a hybrid social enterprise. We're helping the community, but we're also chasing profit so we could reinvest it back into our business to increase social impacts. Number 4, benefits and impact of social enterprises. Number 1, they drive positive social change. Like I said before, they're tackling pressing social and environmental issues, and they address gaps left by governments and traditional businesses. Now this is huge. So Red Rebel Armor is addressing that gap because our relatives that are coming back to the community from the criminal justice system are having a hard time reintegrating with society. But of course, they were never integrated to begin with in the first place. But now they got a criminal record. They're dealing with all of these barriers. So we know the government ain't coming out of nowhere to create a solution for our people. We know traditional businesses ain't coming out of nowhere to try help us. So we got to do it ourselves. And through social enterprise, we could address those gaps. Economic growth and job creation. Social enterprises drive local economies and employment opportunities, and they promote inclusive and sustainable economic development. Social enterprises also experiment with new ideas and approaches. They create models and challenge the status quo, catalyzing systemic change. We heard that this morning from, I forget the individual, but he was talking about that, catalyzing systemic change. We could do business our way. We don't need to do it their way, right? So that's what I love about social enterprise. We could be flexible. Not only that, you could forge collaborations and partnerships between sectors. So for instance, we're a clothing brand that also works with justice. We work with education. We're working with the media, collaborations with other Indigenous-owned businesses. Social enterprise really allows you to embed yourself in the community and connect a bunch of different pieces that you couldn't see before. Guaranteed, there's a diamond mine here just waiting to be connected. It also, when we're doing social enterprise and I'm talking about all those collaborations, it fosters a sense of collective responsibility. So what that means is that now we could hold people accountable. We're in this together. It's not just us and them. We're actually working towards the same goal. Examples of social enterprises. So like I said earlier, I was going to talk about Red Rebel Armor. So founded in 2019, Red Rebel Armor is an indigenous streetwear brand combining Anishinaabe and streetwear culture to form a social enterprise. The brand aims to blend contemporary fashion with indigenous aesthetics, creating a signature and powerful style that celebrates indigenous identity, resilience, and pride. Our vision is to provide meaningful employment opportunities for individuals who have re-entered society after involvement with the criminal justice system by creating a community-based employment service while promoting indigenous culture and raising awareness about the challenges faced by indigenous peoples. So this is why I created Red Rebel Armor. You know, in this short documentary that you're gonna see next, you'll see a brief history of my life. But there's a huge gap out there. 80% of the prairie provinces, the institutions, are indigenous people. We need to step in and get those numbers down, non-existent, to 5%, to no percent, right? So that's the work that I'm involved in. I don't know if the, one second. Where is he? Can I go on Google on this thing? Let's see. Can I go on Google? Yeah. Just, oh yeah. It's just not loading in the video in the PDF. It's on my website, so I'll just go pull it up over there. Yeah. Whatever.
Okay, go ahead.
Cool. Am I able to go on to Google Chrome from there?
Yeah, sure. You want
or
YouTube?
Firefox, whichever one. I just need to get to my website because that's where I have that documentary.
Yeah. What's the website?
RedRebelArmor.ca. Rebel with a B. Yeah, there you go. Is that Rebel? Rebel with a B? B, yeah.
Sorry.
Let's see. Here, I'll type it in.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just pulling it up on here because I had some technical difficulties somewhere else. But this is mainly how I run the business, is e-commerce. I know a lot of you youth, you guys are interested in new technologies, right? E-commerce, you could bring the business to you. You don't have to go out there. We could create drop shipping, all types of models. But anyway, let's check out this documentary and go from there. And what it's going to show you what Red Rebel Armor does and how it works. Is there a volume on it? Ex-gang member, and now the owner of Red Rebel Armor. When I was a child, I was raised by a single mother. My father and mother, they split up early on. There was a lot of domestic violence that was taking place. So we ended up just kind of moving all over Winnipeg. My mom was busy working, trying to pay the bills, make sure that she could raise her son right, have all the necessities. But it wasn't good enough, and I say that not to put any diss on my mom or anything like that. It's just that the environment that I was being raised in, you know, growing up around gangs, seeing a lot of drugs, alcohol, I mentioned domestic violence. Seeing that domestic violence, that affected me. I didn't realize that it affected me though, because I thought that was normal. I thought this is how you're supposed to treat women. These are relationships. Seeing my uncles and cousins and their relationships and seeing all that domestic violence, it was like, okay, well, that's how it's supposed to be. But no, that wasn't. My first baby's mom, she already had a child when I met her. Didn't matter that she had a child. I got clowned on by all my friends, even their parents. But you know what? That's what I wanted. I wanted to do that because I wanted to be the father that I never had. But what I didn't understand was being a parent, and especially an Indigenous father living in society these days, it ain't easy. It ain't easy. Drugs have always been a part of my life that I feel, especially after 12. That's when I first started selling drugs. I started selling weed. The first time that I tried crack, I was 12 years old. When you look back and I'm like, wow, like this is crazy the way I'm living. The way that I got to that point to have that epiphany was meeting with an elder named Lionel Houston in the Winnipeg Remand Center.
I used to work in corrections, the Winnipeg Remand Center, and that's where I first met Sean. And I was up on one of the units, and I saw him there, and he was kind of off by himself. I thought, well, I'm going to call this fella down, because I saw something in him that he needed to let go. So I called him to my office, and that's how we started to meet. From that point on, that's when I started to teach him about who we are as Anishinaabe people. You know, so one of the things that I had to do first in order to gain his trust was to make him feel like he belonged. I saw something in him, you know, something different. And I guess with the many ways that I spoke to him, I would make him think. I'd make him discover that answer rather than me give him the answer. And I think that's what empowered him. One time I asked him, the road that you're on now, where does that lead? You know, what's going to happen? Like, I mean, at the end of the road, you know? And so he said,
he was like, well, that's easy, fucking jail or fucking dead. And he's like, okay, now tell me about that good road. And I said, I don't know, get a license, I guess, and get legit. I don't know, I can't see it.
He didn't come up with an answer. He couldn't. How could he? He's never been on that road, right? But he took it upon himself to go discover that, you know, and I think that's where he started to learn a lot about himself, you know, because I kept pushing him into those areas where he could find that answer. Right? So that empowered him.
Some of the things that I had to work through was just challenging my own beliefs. Why was I reacting the way I was to certain things? Why I was behaving the way I questioned everything. And when I started thinking that way, I might cry a little bit because I never thought of our people like that, if that makes sense. Just because, like, I guess growing up, I'm half English, I'm half Anishinaabe. Like, where do I fit in? And fit in with the white guys or the native guys? So it's like meeting with Lionel and having him just talk about our people in a good way. Just really, really made me want to change anyway. So after learning of who are people, how they conducted themselves, I was able to like create this vision of a person that I wanted to be. And so I still work towards that every day. But I still kept coming back to jail. I went out and I did the same things because that's how I knew how to survive. For me, it was always selling drugs or robbing people. So I'm coming back to jail, and I decided that I wanted to get my grade 12. I was locked up. There was this other guy there. He was doing his mature grade 12. I'm like, how do you do that? And he's mentioned to me, the school was Turtle Mountain Indigenous Institution. He said, reach out there, and I got my mature grade 12 in there. And so I'm going back home. I have my family. I have my third baby mom now, and we want to do things right. So I'm working, and I'm like, man, I need to find a way to make more cash. We got kids. We need to figure this out. So I went on to the internet. I found the Social Innovation and Community course at Red River, and I started reading through that, the description, and they talked about using business skills to help your community. Okay, this is perfect, because here I am, I have all these skills, and I know I do, but I only know how to use them for the negative way. So maybe I could learn something here. Maybe I could become something. Maybe I could be that person that I talked about earlier. So I ended up applying for Red River. I was waiting to be accepted, but during this time that I was out, I was attending sharing circles every Wednesday. I contacted Lionel again. I said, hey, I'm out, I want to try something different. So I got invited to a Sundance meeting, and me and my partner decided to pledge. And during that time, we quit weed, we quit alcohol. Those were the biggest things, because when I did first get out, I went back to my old ways right away. So I continued with that. I got accepted into school with, I actually got funding from my band. I gave myself to the program. During this whole time too, when I'd go home, I was working on my side hustle. At night, be up there till like 4 or 5 in the morning working on my website. That's how I learned how to make nice websites, is just on YouTube. I learned graphic design, web design, I learned marketing. I'm still on there learning all kinds of things. Whatever my business needs, I'll go learn it. I'll go learn it so I could bring it back and we could keep this thing rolling.
So now he's learning about independence. So the independence part is that he's took on this business and he's doing it on his own, but he hasn't forgotten where he come from, right? So a lot of things that he's doing right now is preparing for the next stage, which is generosity. He's trying to give back.
No.
Which is generosity. He's trying to give back.
Life before I came to Red Rebel wasn't too good for me. I was involved in gang life. I was in and out of prison a lot, right? But growing older, I realized I can't continue to live like that anymore. I got children I need to take care of, right? I'm getting older now. I decided to change my life, and coming to work every day is what changed everything for me, because back then I never had that before. All I knew was get out, sell drugs, party, go to jail, And it was like that for a long time, and for a long time I never wanted to try anything different, but this time I was like, okay, I'm gonna get a job and I'm gonna stick to it and see what happens. So I've been out now I've been out since May 24th, 2021. I have no runners with the law. I'm on a program currently. I'm gonna be finishing it next week, which means I'll be done probation, I'll be done with everything. So working here is what helped me get off of all those restrictions and conditions that I had, because when I come here, I work, and that's something that's giving me, it's giving me structure in life, you know what I mean? Like, coming to work every day, I know is what I need to do to live a better life so that I don't go back to doing what I used to do. Sean showed me that there's a different way to live, and I just started listening to him, following him, and he showed me a lot of things that, like for one, getting my bank account today I just got the call saying that I've got a house and now my kids are gonna come. That's really something I worked hard to get to, because being able to move out from a basement to a house of my own is gonna be really great. Yeah, something I've never had before yet, but this will be my first home.
I have so many family too that have family in jail. I have family that are addicts, family that are on the street. Just don't give up. That would be my biggest message, because it's so easy to give up when you're used to giving up all the time. When you're used to giving in, you just gotta just go, just keep going. Whatever that looks like for you, whatever your goal is, whatever you're trying to do, don't give up. Man, the support that we've been getting for Red Rebel Armor, I can't believe it. It's like a dream I keep waking up to. The fans, for sure, that are buying our products, man, I'm just completely grateful for everyone that's been on my journey. The team that I have now, these are people from my life too. I'm so happy that they're there, that they believed in me to want to participate in this as well, right? Because look, just 4 years ago, I just got out of jail. Is that someone you want to trust, right? But they're trusting me now. So that's how I know that, I'm on the good path too, that my community sees it, and that they're just, it's just nothing but gratitude for them. And that's why I live my life the way I do. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to do any of that no more. I want to take care of my kids. I want to, be a good role model for whoever that needs it, right? So just nothing but gratitude. That's how I pay it back. Miigwech. Yeah, I just wanted to share that with you, because everything that I'm talking about, it's all academia, big words, but essentially this is what it is. It's a business that creates a social purpose with some discipline and commitment. These are things we could do. And we don't even have, my whole process, justice is not involved in any way. We do our own vision. We're straight grassroots. No one's coming in to change our vision. So that's what's really beautiful about it. We don't need to rely on their money or anything. 1 second. Shit. All right, and I just wanted to talk about the model. The social enterprise model is the service subsidization model. If any of you guys want to come and talk to me after while we're doing a demonstration, to ask. But essentially the service subsidization model is a business that raises money, but also creates a program in-house, and it funds its own programs. That's it, generates the money and puts it right back into its own programs, and that way you could just keep moving. Here's some pictures of, here's our staff. We're going to a sweat, having a production, a professional development day. Here we have, one of our customers graduating in our shirt. But this is where you'll find Red Rebel Armor, right? You'll find it in places like this, up on stage, advocating somewhere, promoting entrepreneurship. This is the kind of messaging that I'm putting out with the clothes. And I think it's huge, because we need to see ourselves as visionaries. We need to see ourselves as somebody who could create something beautiful, right? So that's why I wanted to share that with you guys. And these gentlemen are from Justice, and they're working here, working the tables, doing sales. They're having a good time, right? But they just needed a chance. They just needed a chance, man. Every time we're trying to change, we're always met with systemic racism all the time. You need IDs to get IDs. You need transportation to get transportation. It's complex and compounded, so we need these, these little innovative ideas to come in. But of course, there's challenges faced by social enterprises. Plenty of challenges. Financial sustainability, that's always a huge one. I'm always juggling back and forth, the social and the money. Do we hire another guy because we got enough? Or do we save enough cash to make an investment for something? I don't know, right? So, but of course, we're guided by our social purpose. So we're gonna hire someone and figure out how we could make that investment work. We're investing in them. Measuring impact is another one. How do you measure that video, right? The way that we do that is that we know we prevented one interaction with law enforcement and 12 months of secured custody cost. So preventing one interaction with law enforcement, that's $45,000 saved already. For 12 months of secured custody costs, that's just a little under $120,000. So what we're saying is we could reinvest that money back into initiatives like this and just keep scaling it up. Access to resources, it's another huge one. It's just being an Indigenous entrepreneur, it's hard to get access, it's hard to have access to resources, but where there's a will, there's a way. And my way has always been just create a product, create a service, something that's outstanding, that will carry you through. Legal and regulatory frameworks. So ambiguity in legal structures and regulations can pose challenges for social enterprises. And public perception and educating the public about the value and purpose of social enterprises remains essential. So that's a part of the reason why I'm here today, just to promote social enterprise. I think this is a tool that we could use in our communities. And I know our youth are so innovative, so much new technology available to you. You can definitely use it to help your community and make a localized impact too, something that's local for your community. So my conclusion is that social enterprises are purpose-driven organizations that combine business principles with a focus on positive social and environmental change. They play a vital role in addressing pressing global challenges and creating a more equitable and sustainable world. By embracing innovation, collaboration, and a quadruple bottom line, that means that it's a business that's focused on people, planet, profit, and the organization. So we're not just trying to make money, we're trying to look at all four of those components. Social enterprises offer a unique model for businesses to make a meaningful impact on society today. Miigwech for having me. I am going to do some Q&A, but if we could, we're going to have a performance right away by our brand ambassador, Vander Tuhart. But as we do our demonstration, if you just want to talk to me, and while we're heat pressing, we're going to be doing a merch giveaway. Come up. I could show you some of the materials we use. And yes. Okay. Can I go on YouTube again? Here, there we go. I'm just going to go on YouTube one second. Do you want to do audience Q&A? After the performance or before? Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, because we were going to invite them up because we're going to do some heat pressing and they could grab some merch. Yep. Okay, I just got to put on a... Which one is that again, Vander? Which one?
I'll try 12 red. Hey, look at this.
Hey, look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a good job. Okay. The top one? Just let me know when.
I just want to talk a little bit first, real quick. But yeah, this is the second one right here. Oh. Anin, Dishnaka, Makate, Mayengan, Dunji, Nizote, Saging. Hi, hello, my name is Black Wolf Tuhart. I come from Saging, Manitoba. I'm the brand ambassador for Red Rebel Armor. Just to start off a little bit about my story and how me and Sean connect. We're family, we're related, but about 4 years ago when I seen my cousin start up his business, it was around the same time I had my regalia stolen from me. So I was in a state of trying to figure out who I am besides just a performer and a hoop dancer. And so for a long time I was paying attention to my cousin here. And so when I was asked to be a part of his team, I gladly said yes to be a part of that because I found myself back to where I wanted to be and who I am as being a hoop dancer and everything. This past summer that I've been everywhere I haven't been in a long time. Last week I just came back from God's Like Narrows. I went to Little Grand Rapids. I've been just on the go, all these youth conferences all over. So I'm really happy to be up here right now. So it's a real honor. I love what I do. I do my hoop dance in honor of missing and murdered women. So again, Miigwech for having us come out here.
Okay, I'll press it.
Again, I just want to say Chimigwich for having Red Rebel Armor come out. I really love what I do, and I hope our message reaches somebody out there. Doesn't have to be everybody in the room, as long as we get one person, because our mission ain't just about only being the close person. We could be inspiring to do anything. Like my cousin said, whatever your dream looks like to you, chase that dream.
Give it up for Evander. Wow, that's powerful. So powerful. Like, that's the recurring theme. We even heard Ashley say it. I heard it even earlier today, is believe in yourself. Just take that leap of faith. Me and Michelle were talking about it. You just got to just take that leap of faith. And guess what? There'll be 1,000 more leaps of faith. You just got to get used to it. Miigwech, we want to invite you guys up to come and grab some merch. We're going to do some live pressing for you, print some logos on some merch, and away we go. Miigwech. On the back? Okay. What about right here? That's pillows. Yeah, I brought that. I wanted to show you guys that. That's our referral employee guides we have for our employees. Help them out, right?
We got a good question for you too.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, this one might print funny. Let's check it out. Usually when we're doing presentations, that's when technology always messes up, you know? When you're by yourself and everything works good. I got that. Boom. Hit that off. Just warm that up a little bit. Up. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a little bit warm. What size? Pretty clean. What do you think about where you want the RA on the back? This one? Where? Oh, over there? Okay.
We gotta get one.
Came off. Perfect. Branded. Alright.
My other camera movie. I forgot about that.
This one here? Sure, 50. It's a medium.
Man.
This is a nice one. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put that logo there. Okay.
My bad. Oh no, I didn't put him on.
Look at you. Those are the beachy guys. Am I right?
All this stuff is eco-friendly, recyclable paper. Yeah. Wow. Good size. Red.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good enough.
Yeah.
You already got that one right there.
I know.
Far right on the program.
What about this one?
That's it? Sure, is it fixed?
Yeah.
The leg of Snapchat. Thank you very much. It's just us.
This one costs $25, but if you want to get started, $250. I started with an Amazon one in my basement. And that's, I just built it with that with a file cutter. That was it, just making designs.
That's awesome.
But I'll leave you my business card if you want to reach out to me, man. I do like mentorship and stuff like that. Like I mentor other guys too that are starting brands. Banner has but it's cool because anyone can start a brand. I'm people who want to support you, you know?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll reach out to you as soon as because I want to. I got a couple of like ideas and like designs.
Okay, cool. I will leave you a business card. Or you have a business card there. Okay. Yeah, no, we were saying, right? Yeah. Maybe make some money for that. Would you custom ship Right on. I didn't want to not have one.
Step that down, man.
I know, there's a long line up here.
Yeah, and what about for time? How are we doing on time? Are we over our time limit already? We didn't say nothing? Oh no, we're good? Okay. I just didn't want to be here for a couple hours printing.
Time is... I don't see them. I don't see them coming up there.
No, I think it's all good, eh?
You got a long line up here now. You got a long line for it.
Boom.
Man. See the nicer building. They're over there watching, waiting for food. They're on coffee break. Yeah.
Perfect. Right on. Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Good.
Okay, let's put this here. Just do that extra press so it doesn't
Right on. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we got it right here. So that's how I was going to do it. I'll just make one at a time.
Two sugar and two cream.
For sure. Like there's joggers in there too, possibly. This time it's brought a bunch of party and I can't drink that
What are t-shirts too? Like a little store.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're already at 3 o'clock.
Okay, should I just do a giveaway now, demonstration over kind of thing?
You could do that, or you can
roll it off over there?
Yeah, you can pause it down and over there.
Oh yeah, okay then, we'll do that. I'll print this off one then. Yeah. Okay, I'll print this one and then I gotta go print one down there. I gotta move the machine over there. Oh, we'll take the last one over there.
All right, everyone. So just for the sake of time and just to keep us on schedule, we are going to take a bit of a break here from the printing, and we're going to set it up, give you guys a chance to keep doing that. We're going to go on break in a little bit. It's going to be a 15-minute break. After the break is over, we're going to come back and do the draws, and we have a couple of short micro presentations that for each of you. And after that, it'll be the business pitch competition. Who's excited for that? All right. I'm excited for that. It's going to be, this year is going to be a huge improvement and upgrade compared to last year. There's a lot of planning that went into the business pitch competition, and we got some pretty exciting judges. So we're going to do that in a little bit. And yeah, so yeah, how many appreciated Sean Rayland? Give him a hand, everybody. All right, so Sean, on behalf of Norway House Cree Nation and their Economic Development Department, I just want to say thank you and present you with this gift. Once you're done moving that thing, I guess I'll present it to you. But yeah, look at the strength involved in moving that that machinery down. That's incredible. All right, so meanwhile he's moving that down here. Again, I want to make note that during the break, beyond those two doors, there'll be an opportunity for each of you to, this is your last chance, last opportunity to record your thoughts and reflections on the conference, what you learned, and you have a chance to win one of our main prizes, which is a large wireless Bluetooth speaker. And so we're pretty excited to give that away. So during the break, this will be your last chance to record and enter yourself in the draw. It won't be your last chance to record. You can have a chance to do that afterwards. But of course the draw would have been given after that point. So that's all happening during break. And yeah, so if Sean's now free, then we'll call Sean back up and we'll thank him and we'll give him the. Yeah. So, as I was saying, on behalf of Norway House Cree Nation and the Economic Development Department, I want to thank you so much for all you presented today.
Very much, brother.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks. Okay, so break now officially begins. We're going to be on break for about 15 minutes. So come on back, and we're going to finish off strong. Thanks, everybody. Hey, Logan, is this the judges' table? Okay, can someone help me bring this up on stage?
You bring the cloth.
Or just bring the cloth. Just give us the cloth.
So do we want to angle this?
Oh yeah.
This way?
How's that? I can't go too far, I guess, hey? I think that's good.
Check.
Here's my card, Sean.
Okay, I was just looking at
I could.
Okay, sounds good.
Ah, I can't remember. He's in Thunder Bay now.
I've been on this since St. Paul and I was like, what, a month and a half? I've not just done within like 6 days. I haven't been paid for a while.
Yeah, we ran that town family.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, probably.
I've been catching since like 5.
When he was younger, he was brother Don.
Guys like watch growing up, I don't remember, but I remember a lot of the movies I seen people doing it, just stepping on the big, right?
Right on, man. Good job.
That's all at once because usually I travel extra. Yeah. Usually a bottom. So we get rid of it for the cash. Like I tried to do something like it, but and drinking like this. They said if they would have had their computer, they would have figured it out. Yeah.
Okay, are you the dancer?
Yeah, yeah. No, it's my cousin.
Oh, is it? Oh, my God. You know, I listened to that story the other day. This table here is what? Is this it? That's it. You don't need two lines in the extension. These two lines from here, right? From the projector to there.
wants air. He wants just blue. Pardon me? Yep. Right there, right by the speaker. Round, what's your step?
Okay, we're going to go into our last draw, or one of our last draws. Please make sure you have your tickets ready, and we're going to start giving away the next set of prizes. Is this the last draw? No, there's a den, right?
Yeah, there is
Clarifying, this is not the last draw. So our first prize that we have on stage is the Bison Modular Homes Backpack, and that is going to 708-273. 708-273. Awesome. Okay, come on up and get your backpack. Our next prize is a inflatable swimming pool. Okay. 708-137. 708-137. Okay, congratulations. Come on up and get your swimming pool. Our next prize is a LED light and clock. And that's going to 708-425. 708-425. Got our winner walking up. Congratulations. The next prize is a drone. So the drone is going to 708-275. That's you? 708-275? Oh, you're just stretching. Okay. Got it? Awesome. Okay. Okay, and the last prize for this round is a set of Beats wireless headphones. Okay. 708-377. 708-377. Congratulations. Is that part of this draw or the other draw? We're just getting the tickets ready for our next draw. And it looks like the prize is a very large Bluetooth speaker that lights up. It's an ambient Bluetooth speaker.
We have to switch the order for a bit.
Okay.
All right, so this is our grand prize for those who had taken the time to walk and to record their reflections on the youth conference. You have a chance to win this. It's called the Total PA Ultimate Wireless Speaker. So we're going to do that in just a few minutes. Before we do that, though, I'm going to ask Austin if Austin can play our CPA video. We have two finance experts from MKO over there that are going to join us. And they're just going to share a little bit about the importance of First Nations people getting a career in finance and talk a little bit about what they do. So Austin, just wherever you are, give me a wave whenever the CPA video is ready to play, and we'll play it from there. Oh, he's bringing it up.
HDMI cable. All right, was that aboard? Okay. Ready?
Are you looking to be part of something uniquely valuable and essential to a strong economy and country? Do you want to be successful at the very highest levels of business? Does the idea of being a thought leader amongst your peers in business, not-for-profit, government, or public practice excite you? If so, someone has likely suggested you pursue your Chartered Professional Accountant designation. Not only will you develop the business and accounting skills that are in high demand in every sector of the economy around the world, you'll also be part of a trusted group of professionals, indispensable to making business successful and delivering benefits to the country and all Canadians. The Comprehensive Canadian CPA Professional Education Program, or PEP, is designed to give you the strategic management and technical skills to open the doors to the highest echelons of business. At the same time, CPA supports the values and behaviors of those who believe their professional responsibility extends beyond their own career interests and toward making a difference. To earn your Canadian CPA designation, complete the CPA Professional Education Program, a 2-year graduate-level part-time program designed to be taken while you are working in a relevant progressive position. This flexible program uses a blended learning model that combines online learning, self-study, classroom learning, and teamwork. And if your undergraduate degree is in a discipline other than accounting, you can take CPA preparatory courses first. CPA preparatory courses provide the prerequisite knowledge requirement for admission to CPA PEP. Because the courses are modular, you only have to complete the ones you require to qualify for admission to CPA PEP. If you have a commitment to the highest standards and a desire to make a real difference in the world of business and accounting, you want to be sure that the designation you earn will advance your knowledge, broaden your prospects, and enhance your reputation now and into the future. And as one of the most recognized accounting designations in the world, the CPA designation is your key to a high-performance career in Canada and internationally. Become a CPA.
All right, everybody, so we have Selena and Patsy that are going to be sharing a little bit about what they do as finance professionals for MKO. Give them a hand.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Selena Hunter, and I work for MKO as the finance administrator and payroll and benefits. I have Patsy Reed, who's a accounts payable clerk, and we work in an office with other finance clerks as well. What I do day to day is I oversee our bank reconciliations to ensure that our finances balance, and I also run payroll and pay people, but it's not as simple as people make it sound. It's always other details behind what we do, and we deal with government remittances to Canada Revenue. We make sure people are just getting paid on time, and we pay and issue checks and accounts payable. We deal with our funding and what goes through our programs, and just ensuring that we do not go over budget in what we do. Finance is a very important part when you are building an organization or a business, because it helps your day-to-day payments and ensuring that your business is flowing through properly. There's paperwork behind everything that we do to ensure it's properly distributed and recorded correctly as well. We ensure that our budgets are matching what goes through the business. People think finance is a very tough place to get into for a career, but I just graduated last year as an accountant and payroll administrator, and I've been doing this for the last 5 years, and it's just a startup as becoming an assistant and learning the day-to-day office stuff and making your way up to find what you like. Finance is, it's not a difficult position to get into. It may sound scary with all the big terms that, they make it sound with, being a CPA or a general accountant or an auditor. It's there's different types of accountants out there that you could do. I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. Yeah, it's very hard for people to be in this. It's not hard to be in this field. Like I like what I do day to day to find numbers that are off balance and correcting them, and data entry. It's all different levels that you are doing in it, and you don't have to go right to the top and become a CPA. You can be an accounts payable clerk, a receivables clerk. I am a finance administrator and a payroll clerk. That's that's what I do, and that's what I enjoy doing. There's there's courses that you can take to, step by step to get to where you want to be. As long as you find that that's what you want to do, you do not have to be the highest, title out there. If you enjoy finding numbers or data entry or recording invoices or receivables, you're really doing a lot of data collection when you're dealing with finance. And the math behind it is not difficult either. It's not scary to be in that position to deal with. You just got to learn the background and why we do what we do. And it's important to understand the work that goes through finance, and a lot of people don't realize that it's a key point to a business to ensure that it keeps running, and that expenses are not just going out when you're going over budget, or it's pretty straightforward once you can get your foot into just doing administration work and learn the day-to-day stuff. Our accounts payable clerk, she deals with the incoming, checks and payments and EFTs day to day. We have a AP officer that just, does the invoices and oversees what goes through in and out just in accounts payable altogether. We have a finance manager that oversees the bigger part of, budgeting, meeting with program managers, and we also have another finance clerk that, deals with our purchase orders or and our, also our payments as well, because MKO is a big organization, so we have to ensure that, we all have our part to do in it. It's just, I like what I do where I am, and I'm happy to work where I work. My organization helps us grow, and you can as well if you put your mind to it.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
That was
yeah, no
great. Awesome. All right. So we put Celine on the spot a little bit, but she did great, didn't she? Give her a hand. Awesome. And this is all to encourage us as First Nations people to get involved in the field of finance. We played the video of the CPA, but like she said, like any position within finance is beneficial. I used to be when I worked for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs as an economic development officer. My role was to help different First Nations with our management action plans, and in many cases, you see non-Indigenous peoples in finance roles and senior finance roles. So it's really important for us to start taking those positions. They're available for us here at Norway House. We started a business degree at UCN to try to get people into business so that we can move them into finance. So it's great to see more and more people moving into the finance role and moving into a finance as a career. So that's something for you to think about. If you're interested in learning more, come talk to us, and I'll be happy to chat more. So thanks so much. Let's give them a hand one more time.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you. And they're just sitting there at the table at the back beside the information table if you want to pop in and say hi. I think we're ready for our next draw for the big speaker. Okay, everybody get your tickets ready. Drum roll. I guess I shouldn't drum roll on the laptop. Alethea Balfour. Do we have Alethea in the house? Do we redraw? Could we turn the front mic? Oh, it might just be off.
Oh, there we go. Okay, is there Alethea Balfour? Does anybody travel with Alethea Balfour?
Okay, we're gonna pull another name. Daisy Dysart.
Oh, Daisy! Everybody give Daisy a hand. All right, so this is yours. I think you'll probably need a little bit of help bringing it down. So if somebody wants to come by, give her a hand to help her, get that big old speaker down to where she's sitting. That'd be great. So thank you so much, Daisy, and everybody who was involved in recording their reflections on the conference. As I said, you can still record your thoughts and reflections afterwards. There's about 19 books available. So even though you won't have a chance to win the grand prize, you could still win a book. If you go and share your reflections, we have 19 books to give away still, and we're happy to put them into your pockets. So, well, your books won't fit in your pockets, but you know what I mean. All right, thanks so much, everybody.
Okay. Before we move on to our pinnacle event, which is the Wolves Den pitch competition, I'd like to invite our unsung hero of this conference up to the stage to share a few words. So you may have seen him running around with his headset, solving all of our issues, running around during musical chairs with the camera, getting all the good angles, capturing everything. So Austin Apatagan is the owner of Nomad Media, and he is here from Norway House. Some of you may already know Austin. And fun fact, Austin is a graduate of YouTube University and is 100% self-taught. Let's give a warm welcome to Austin.
Hi there. Oh. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Let me just get my thing ready. All right. Backdrop. Oh, yes. There we go. All right. Get my script. Hey everyone, my name is Austin Apatagan, and I am from here, Norway House Cree Nation. So I run Nomad Media, which is a production company, which I started a few years ago. And our goal here is to provide live video production, photography, and videography. And as Ashley mentioned, I am a graduate of YouTube University. I am self-taught. And ever since I was in school, I wanted to become a filmmaker and director because I was kind of doing it already. See, when I was a kid, we were always outside, and I would always direct us. You know what I mean? I would direct the action, and we'd have to use our combined imagination to set the scene. So, whether it was surviving zombie apocalypse, or ghost hunting, or pretending to be WWE, I always was there to be directing the action. So the only difference then was that we didn't have video cameras, So eventually, we got these things called phones, and that's when I started to shooting our own videos, and that's when I learned editing and creating videos. And so let's see, where was I? So when I was out of school, my mom put me in a work placement program with the UCN. It's similar to one of our sponsors, Ryan's program, but yeah, I took that with the UCN, and my first job placement was at the Norway House radio station, where I was a radio DJ, and this is where I got the voice for it. All right, so like I said, and believe it or not, that was my very first job ever, and I'm still working there to this day. This Nomad Media is just a little side hustle of mine. So, congratulations to me, sir. So, when I was working at the radio station, they were still using really old ways of recording. Like, you know, they had like these. Do you guys know what MD discs are by any chance? Yeah, CD players. Yes. So they were still using old technology like that to record, and like when you started to record, you have to like, if you make one mistake, you got to start over and then re-record again. Eventually, like I taught myself how to do audio editing, and that's how we started producing commercials. But not only that, I also upgraded the cameras, because you see the cameras here. Right now, as you can see, they're wireless, and they use SD card cameras, which can hold like 1,000 minutes worth of video. But back in the day, like all the cameras, we would have to run wires to each camera. There'd be one right there, one right here, one in the back, maybe one on stage if we were lucky. But we'd have to exchange the clip like every 60 minutes. Like it was awful. So yeah, we eventually upgraded to cameras there. So speaking of cameras and videography, eventually I got the attention of CBC, and they actually did a story about me, and I would like to show it off here today if you don't mind. Oh, let's go. Always. Play.
We have spent the week highlighting the community of Norway House. Within that community, there is one person who does a pretty good job of making sure Norway House events are getting their time in the spotlight. Austin Apatagan runs a video production company that makes sure everyone in Norway House or anywhere in the world can see what's going on in the community. Our Tyson Kostrick spent some time with him.
We're starting up pretty soon. My name is Austin Apatagan. Last month, Ice Plant was down, so we didn't have a home game for a while, but Nomad Media, we provide a community with some photography and also with videography. This is one of my camera operators. This is Adam Anderson here, and right now I employ 2 people full-time. Mostly we do live productions. I'm getting ready for a live stream for tonight's hockey game. It's a home opener tonight, and yeah, it's just getting...
How are you feeling?
Nervous. We're the only group in Norway House that are based in here in Norway House. This sort of camera at the bottom here, you don't have to touch it all. Like this one stays at a wide. I was always pretty much into videography at a young age. Like I'd say maybe when I was 16 is when I knew I wanted to do it full time. I didn't really go to school for most of this stuff. I just kind of figured it out. Everything's switched on already. You just got to switch the inputs. I'm gonna steal some video from the live stream from this laptop, and I'm just gonna put it to the local TV channels. I think it's important that we do these things live so that people from home are able to watch within the community from their homes, because sometimes they aren't able to make it out, or they're even way far, like they live in Alberta, Saskatchewan, far away, like so they can tune into a little piece of home. They score! I think that if you're good at something, people are going to notice.
Tapama. That's number 9.
Oh, that was one. So yeah, not only did they also I went to go tour CBC as well. I was invited up there to go, just to go tour it, whatever. Adam. There we are. All right. So this is just a little big studio room that they have there. I forgot what they said what show they used this for. And then right here we have Brent Purdy. This is one of the, I don't know his role, I'm sorry, but he works at CBC. Yeah, and this is their green screen studio where they do all their weather announcements and all that good stuff. And that's just a nice little studio. And this is their radio studio where I didn't go on the air or anything. I just wanted to sit in there and, be professional, be the man for a second. And there's right here, this is a story that we did about the Pamus Creek rock paintings. The gentleman you see in the yellow jacket there, his name is Tyson Kostick. He's my bro, I guess. So yeah, nice little stuff going on here. And then, so our live production has been very successful. We even got our first Winnipeg gig back in March, May, around there. Yeah, March. So then we did the Brent Wilson Memorial Hockey Tournament, and we did that live for 2 days. We were only planned to do 1 day, but then we got a second day in there. And these are just some photos from my photographer there, Roman Swanson. He's right over there over there. Give him a hand, if you don't mind. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, just to show off a little photos there, and yeah, we're going to be doing hopefully the next Brent Wilson tournament that'll be coming up. All right, and then what do we got next?
Are you between the ages of 18 to 30? Are you on social assistance? Here's an employee opportunity for you. NHCN's Social Division are seeking the services of 30 youth workers for the Income Assistance First Nation Youth Employment Strategy. Take part in a 15-week work mentorship program. To be eligible, you must be a current NHCN Social Division client on income assistance. To qualify, you must be between the ages of 18 to 30. You must be willing to attend a mandatory 4-week life skills program. You must be willing to attend various trainings such as first aid, CPR, WMIS, and harm reduction. You must be accountable, reliable, and punctual. You must provide your own transportation to and from work placement and class or training sessions. You must be able to follow instructions and implement them accordingly. Lastly, you must possess a social insurance number without exception. Please submit your application or resume to Ryan Pussy-Capo, Active Measures Administrator, at the NHCN Social Division or the Education Center or UCN building. You can email rpussy-capo@nhcn.ca or call 204-359-6296, extension 224. Start date is on Tuesday, September 5th. The end date will be on Friday, December 15th. The deadline to submit your application or resume is on Friday, August 25th at 4:00 p.m.
All right. That was just a little video there of, oh, here's some more CBC studio stuff. Oh yeah, there I am. Oh, and this thing. You may have seen this thing. I'm using it on that cart right now, but it's just kind of sitting over there. But also, I live streamed the York Boat races, and that was exciting. There's one of my bros right there. He left already. He was a little under the weather. How'd that get in there? All right. And then here's some more just live. So this is how we started out right here. See, every now and then we'd have to like tear down everything, and I didn't have that fancy case right over there. And yeah, just some images of us right here. Yeah. I think that's all that I have to show. Yes, you know, like, so yeah, like, me and Jimmy Thunder, like, I think we have a good working relationship and a partnership as well. And I hope he considers me a good friend. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, like, you know, he always hires me to do his, to do work with him with Norway House Economic Development and with his Reconciliation Thunder. Right now we're in the middle of our social media campaign, and yeah, that's all I have. And oh, you know what? I just want to do this one last joke before I go. So, one of the CBC reporters said that I was the most humble man that she ever met, and I agreed with her. Of all the people I know, I am probably the most humble. If there was a list of the top 10 most humble people, I'd probably be on the top of that. No, I'm only kidding. I'm only joking. But you know what? Last piece of advice here is like, you gotta like when I started my own business, I learned to be humble, and you know because I can do a lot of the things on my own, but you know you run the risk of burning yourself out. You know, you get tired, your feet get sore. You know, we can all attest to that there. But you know, when you have a team behind you, everything is easier. when I was getting ready for this presentation right now that I'm talking, I put my full trust that they were going to do a good job, and they are. They're doing an amazing job, and I appreciate them every day. Oh, no, don't worry, I'm good. Whew. All right, so that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay. We are ready for the exciting Wolves Den pitch competition. So if I could please have our 3 judges, Ashley, Michelle, and Sean, join us on stage, and we're going to get going right away. Yeah, and the table there. Wonderful, welcome. Oh, Sean's just finishing one more screen print. No problem. I'll just do the introduction here. So really, really excited, everyone, that you've stuck around for this amazing pitch competition. So welcome to the Wolves Den Youth Business Pitch Competition, which is the coolest segment of the Reclaiming Our Future Economic Development Youth Conference. Today, we have some young, inspiring entrepreneurs about to drop some epic ideas right here on this stage in front of our esteemed judges. But first, we're quickly going to go over the rules and regulations and then do an introduction of all of our judges. Also, if I could please ask all of the participants who've registered to pitch to please make your way to this side of the stage, side stage left, where Logan is standing behind here, and you'll come up onto the stage and do your pitch on this microphone. And the judges will be judging you from the table right here. So, please make your way up and listen to the rules. So for the rules and regulations, all pitches must be done in English. You have a tight 90 seconds to wow us with your pitch. I'm going to have a timer for 90 seconds on my phone, and at the end of 90 seconds, an alarm is going off, and you must stop talking, even if you're mid-sentence. It's all about being concise, clear, and captivating for the judges to understand and what your pitch is all about. Smile for all of the cameras. Just like the entire conference, we're going to have the Nomad team taking pictures and videos for promotional purposes. And really, honestly, maybe you'll be famous. Maybe you and your business will be famous after this. So the judges are going to be looking at originality, market potential, social impact, and how well you align with Indigenous values in your pitches. So bring your A game. What the judges say goes. It's the final decision, but don't worry. You'll be able to interact with the judges afterwards and ask for any feedback. The prizes are all about supporting and celebrating Indigenous youth entrepreneurship. So get ready to be empowered. Let's keep it respectful and professional. We're all here to learn and grow. Some things change. If they do, we'll let you know ASAP. And of course, by being here and walking up onto the stage, you're saying yes to these rules and sticking with the rules. So the prizes, so our third prize is $500 cash prize. Our second prize is $1,000 cash prize. And our first prize is $1,500 cash prize. And there's another piece to that. I had it written down and now I don't have it. So, oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. So the second piece to the prize is the 3 finalists, so all 3 will have up to 10 hours of consulting for free with the Norway House Economic Development Team. And so our first place winner, so in addition to the $1,500 cash prize, has up to 8 hours of consulting with MNP for free. So those are our prizes, very high stakes, and they're all designed to help you advance and further your business. So before our young innovators take the stage, let's meet the incredible individuals again who will be evaluating their pitches. These are the minds that have been there, done that, and are now here to offer their expertise and insights. So let's get to know our esteemed panel of judges. So first, we have Michelle Cameron, an experienced entrepreneur and businesswoman. Michelle has been a trailblazer in creating spaces and opportunities for many Indigenous peoples and youth across Canada. A mentor to many and inspiration to all, Michelle brings a wealth of knowledge and passion to the Wolves Den. Let's give it up for Michelle Cameron. Next, on the other end of the table, we're pleased to have Sean Rayland. A powerhouse in Indigenous apparel, Sean is known for revolutionizing how we do business by providing opportunities to incarcerated men and women. With a keen eye for innovation and a heart for mentoring the next generation, we're lucky to have Sean here with us today. Let's show some love for Sean. And folks, last but not least, I am pleased to introduce Ashley Collingbull, the first Indigenous woman to own the title Mrs. Universe. Beyond her accolades, Ashley is a respected advocate for Indigenous rights and a dynamic voice in the business world, exemplifying leadership to commitment and positive change. Please welcome again Ashley Collingbull. Okay, so are you all ready to dive into the Wolves Den? Amazing. Well, let's get this party started. So I'm going to trust the team, the backstage team, to be our wranglers and send everyone up on stage in order. And I'm going to get my timer ready. Please give a warm round of applause to our first pitch. I'll let you know when to start. So I'll ask that when speaking, you speak directly into the microphone so the entire room can hear you clearly, as well as the judges. I'm going to say go, and I'm going to start the timer right away, and then the alarm will go off at 90 seconds, and when you hear the alarm, that's the end of the pitch. And yeah, so good luck. We'll stop the music, and are you ready? Okay, go.
That's it. My name is Delaney Linklater. We are from Open Up Human Cree Nation, and this is our business idea. Our youth decided that we needed a gas station, laundromat, and convenience store in our community. Here is our logo. And here's our logo. It will be called Smoke Signals because we are well known for our smokehouses, for our wild meat and fish. The reason and purpose for gas station is because we have no gas after 4 p.m. And on weekends in our community, for the laundromat, we do not have one right now, We are limited with water supply, and some houses still do not have running water. And some people have no washers or dryers. The reason for the store is because we only have a northern store, and it closes at 6 p.m. and closed on Sundays, and only open on Sundays from 12 p.m. on Saturdays. Closed on Sundays and open from 12 to 5 p.m. on Saturdays. We need evening snacks and stuff.
My name is Daisy Dysart, and what we will need is a building, water and sewer line, inventory, supplies and equipment, better internet, employees, funding. And the next steps are write a business plan, write a proposal, need to present to chief and council and community members. The funders could be Indigenous service.
Time's up. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. That was good. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. All right, who have we got next? Hello, let's give a round of applause for our next pitch. Okay, so I'll say go and I'll start the timer, and then you have 90 seconds to pitch to the judges. Ready?
Yes, ready.
And go.
Good afternoon. My name is Keaton Thomas Sinclair. Mine is to present you. I'm not here to sell. I'm here to show you that I love chicken. As an Indigenous person, we love grease. And in this chicken, there's only a plain chicken. Let me say plain. And when you bite it, there's a secret ingredient on top of it. So I'm thinking to make our own secret ingredient, our own finger-licking good ingredient, to make a restaurant all over our communities, to make jobs for people. And I was thinking of calling it SEC. It stands for something else chicken, because we're something else. And I'll make suitable jobs, and we can be something big from have jobs for Indigenous people, have chicken, our own chicken under us. And that's something we love is chicken as Indigenous people. We love grease, and that's why we call it SEC, something else chicken as Indigenous people. That's what I have for you today. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Who do we have next? Coming into the wolves' den. Oh, making her way up the stage. Let's give a warm welcome. Okay, so you can pitch directly into this mic, and you'll address the judges during your pitch. Make sure you speak directly into the microphone so it picks up your entire... Oh, it'll be very clear. I'll say go. Okay. Let me know when, are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go.
My business pitch idea is called Apatagan, or Life in Green. The goal of this business is to better the everyday of an Indigenous person. This business will promote a self-sustainable lifestyle, like renewable energy, like agriculture. The market potential would be to Gen Z. I'm stuttering. Gen Z would be the target age to market, as they're the new adults today. This means social media advertisement, merchandise, and events that will resonate with Generation Z. The viability, opening a website on Shopify could very easily be handled by one person. The cost is $38 a month, and they could help handle the whole store, just one person. Renewable energy is the future, and I want to invest a lot of time bringing it onto the res, big electric companies take our land and ecosystems for granted, and I want to increase in overall efficiency with getting electricity. I'm in school for electrical engineering right now. So, what's the time?
13 seconds.
13 seconds.
10.
Nothing else.
Good? Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. Some great ideas so far. All right, who have we got up next coming into the wolves' den? That was everyone. Okay. This worked out well. Okay, so next steps, we're gonna give the judges a couple of...
You just suggested like open up to the floor if there's anyone here that just want to...
Oh, sure. Is there anybody in the audience who wants to come pitch an idea in 90 seconds? Do you have to be under 30? Yes, that is the rules. Do you want to come? All right. We have a brave soul coming into the wolves' den. Sight unseen. All right. Oh, we have a couple. Amazing. It's okay. Who wants to come up first? And so I'll just repeat the rules just in case. So it's 90 seconds. It will be timed, and it has to be in English. Those are the main rules. All right, and what's your name? Evander. Evander Twoheart is going to pitch to our judges. Let's give a warm welcome. Or not. We could do it after. Okay, so on go, I'm going to start the timer, and then please speak directly into the microphone. 3, 2, 1, go.
My name is Evander Twoheart. What I want to pitch my business about is I'm trying to start up my own clothing brand alongside working with my cousin here. I call it Twoheartless. I don't have anything on me right now, but I've been doing that on the sideline for myself for the last year or two. It's really helped me change a lot, perspective in my life, and I just wish to try to continue on with that and push forward with it, because from where I started and to where I'm at right now, I just really truly appreciate all of the help that Sean's did for me. So again, I just want to say that's my business plan. I just want to try to change my life so I could change my family's life alongside myself. So yeah, that's all I really got to say.
Wonderful. Thank you, Evander. Okay, who have we got next? Awesome. What's your name?
Luke Folster.
Luke Folster is coming into the wolves' den with a pitch. So on go, I will start the timer, and you can do your pitch directly in...
What if I do it under the 90 seconds? Is that totally fine? Or do I
Yeah.
have to use it up? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just stop the timer. Yeah. Okay, ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name's Luke Folster. I'm 22 years old. I spent most of my life in Norway House. Worked in recreation here a lot. I know probably most of you here. And my pitch right today is Norway House's very own 24-hour taxi service. Because that's something a lot of us used to get here, was paying for our own taxi. And a problem that we have here a lot is alcohol. And one terrible thing a lot of people like to do with that is get behind the wheel. So my idea to do with this is to have our own taxi service running 24 hours, 7 days a week, just to eliminate that and just try to keep a better community, safer community. And yeah, that's really my main idea and main goal. Just try to make Norway House a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you coming up? Yeah? Awesome. Okay, come on up into the wolves' den. What's your name? Adam. So we have Adam Anderson from the Nomad team coming in to pitch an idea. So I'll give you 90 seconds on the clock. When I say go, you're free to start, and please speak directly into the microphone. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, my name is Adam Anderson, and my idea for what I do, like camera work and stuff like that, I would like to say that we could use more soup in the background, like over there. like sometimes I get tired, my hands get tired, my legs get tired, my neck gets a little sore every now and then. But a bowl of soup would definitely help out a lot. So we could use more pots of soup in the background, and also bannock to strengthen your muscles and stuff like that. Just kidding. It's not the best idea. But yeah.
Thank you. The soup today was delicious. Okay. Oh, this was a popular idea, opening it up to the crowd. Okay, what's your name? Angel. Let's welcome Angel Clark. Angel, you have 90 seconds. I'm going to count you down, and on go, you can speak right into the microphone and give us your pitch. 3, 2, 1, go.
Is it working?
Good. Yep.
My business idea is band housing for post-secondary students in cities. Sorry, I'm nervous.
You got this. Take a breath. You're good. You're doing good. You're doing good. Got this. Just, what's the next sentence?
How many seconds?
Just under a minute. You got time.
When I went to university, I was sponsored, but I was turned away. Sorry.
Don't worry about the time.
And
you got this. Let's give a little round of applause. It's really nerve-wracking getting up here and saying something so concisely. Okay, 30 seconds. What's one last thing you want to say to the judges about your idea?
just that it would be less stressful for university students to like have housing provided, you know, because it's hard to find.
It is?
Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I'm
good?
Yeah.
Okay, our star volunteer is coming up to pitch an idea. Mary, I'm sure you've seen Mary around putting out fires. Okay, I'll count you down, and then you got 90 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. So my pitch idea would be a new child care center. Myself, I have a degree in child care. I left my home community to go to school and pursue education. I come home, and there's one child care with nowhere for me to work or put my education to. So I would like to pitch a new child care center with more room for more children who need spaces, because a lot of parents can't go to school, can't work because we only have one daycare in town. With the amount of youth we have, I mean, it would be fun to have multiple daycares. You know, we can get together, have a daycare day, but definitely more childcare in the community is well needed. And that's my pitch idea. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Okay, I lost track of how many that was, but the judges, I trust, have been keeping track diligently. So what's going to happen next is we're going to give the judges a couple of minutes to tally up their scores and deliberate for a bit. And then, so during this couple of minutes, tweet about the competition, take some photos, chat with everybody about your favorite idea. Maybe think of something that you might want to pitch in the future if you had the opportunity to come up here. And then we're going to come back and the judges are going to announce the top 3 finalists. And our top 3 finalists are going to enter the Q&A round. So we will be right back. Okay. Welcome back. We're going to move into the next phase of the Wolves Den pitch competition. Our judges have carefully deliberated and come to a decision. So I'm going to call up our top 3 finalists in no particular order, but the top 3 are going to make their way to the side of the stage, and then we'll invite you up one by one to participate in the Q&A period with our judges. So can I please have Delaney, Trinity, and Keaton make your way to the side of the stage, please. Congratulations on being selected as finalists. Okay. Sorry? Oh, I don't know. All right. Make your way on up to the stage. Okay. So I'll go over how the Q&A period is going to go. Each of the judges is going to ask you one question, and you have 60 seconds to answer the question. So first, I guess we could go in this order. Sean will ask you a question. You'll have 1 minute to answer. We'll move on to Ashley, 1 minute, and then Michelle, 1 minute as well. And so same process. I'll have a timer. Okay. Judges, are we ready? Sean? Okay, so once he's done asking his question, that's when I'll start the timer. Okay. Oh, you know what? We need a microphone.
Hey, amazing. First, hello? Check 1, 2. Okay, good. How do you plan to measure your social impact?
With the social impact, with the demand of the people in our reserve, I would like, because it's mostly my community members, I would like to deal with the community for sure. Social impact, I would get demand, what we need,
okay,
and resources.
Yeah. Okay, watch.
Ashley.
What would you say are the potential challenges you anticipate with your business idea, and how do you plan on overcoming them?
The challenging part would be the funding, for like where we're going to get funding. But I have a plan, and from this experience, and I know there's resources out there for us. And the challenges would be getting everything in place to get our funding.
And Michelle.
How do you plan on getting startup costs for your business?
I work in the local radio, so I could probably start doing funding and then making fundraisers to start up, and asking my chief and my council and my leaders for their support, and people with more economic development skills and plans to help me.
Awesome. Round of applause for our first Q&A portion. Thank you. Okay. And let's get our next wolf in the den. Okay, so we'll go in the same order, and I'll start the clock for 60 seconds as soon as the question is done. So, Sean.
So how do you plan to research this new flavor or this new thing?
Well, the best thing to do is get different people, like get something organized in Winnipeg and like or somewhere big, and get all our indigenous people to come in and cook something up and get judges to test what was like, what's the best flavor, and use that for our secret delicious flavor. Better than finger looking good, something else.
Yeah, miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ashley?
How do you plan to generate revenue and achieve profitability in the short and long term? I'm asking the hard questions, everyone.
Well, what I would do first, if we get this secret flavor, I'd go asking from sponsors and showing them. We'll get a menu going, everything, and start making our menu, and then go to the sponsors, give them a try of our taste, and then give them my slogan. I'll tell them, isn't that something else? Or if they take a piece, oh, that is something else. And go to sponsors asking, they post online and all that stuff.
Do you have a marketing strategy?
My marketing strategy is that us indigenous people that will come together. This project is just not mine. This is us, the people, to make this our business, to start from the communities and build our way up by funding from each community to help each other. And by no time, this will be bigger than any other company. It will go around worldwide. You'll have our indigenous people working in there as proud people and show what we can do too and achieve goals in our life too. That's what I'll do. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. So let's bring up our third and final contestant for the Q&A period. Let's keep it easy. We'll go in the same order, and we'll start with Sean, and I'll start the timer as soon as the question is complete. Yep.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about your business model. How are you making money, and how is this all functioning?
I would make like merchandise with my logo on it, and obviously like the solar panels will make me money. Bringing them, like shipping them.
Okay, cool. Miigwech.
How will your business idea address specific challenges or needs within Indigenous communities?
I would get a team together to protest climate action. Like I would host events like bad climate action. Like example, the nickel mine, the sponsor for this. Yeah. Manitoba Hydro as well.
How will you position your product or service within the market to gain a competitive edge?
Position into the market? Yeah. I would use social media advertisements. Like I would pay for them. There's Instagram ads that you can pay for that are, you can choose the amount of money and how much reach you want to receive.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so that was the second phase of our competition. So now the judges are going to go into the final round of deliberations. So we'll give them a couple minutes, and then we're going to come back, and the judges are going to announce the final winners themselves. We would like to call Jimmy up to the stage, please. Okay. The moment you've all been waiting for is here. The judges have made their final decision, and they're going to announce the winners. So we actually have 6 prizes. The top 3 prizes are going to remain the same. So still with the consulting hours, complimentary, and the cash prizes. But we've added an additional 3 prizes because Norway House Ag Dev Team has the most awesome prizes and giveaways, apparently. So we'll call each winner up on stage, starting in 6th place, going all the way up to 1st. You'll come up onto the stage. Jimmy here is going to hand you your prize, and you're going to do a handshake, take a formal photo, and everybody is going to cheer. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to the judges to announce our finalists.
Should we announce the 6th? In 6th place is Evander.
Come on up, Evander. Actually, I think he went to the car.
Okay, so the prize for 6th place, the prizes are at this table down here. So as your name is called up, 6th place gets, I believe it is your choice of any 2 books. These are some of the best books that our team has hand-selected. They're related to themes of business, economic development, self-improvement, Indigenous awareness, culture, and so on. So those are the prizes. So 6th place gets their choice of any 2 books at the table. All right, where's our 6th place person? Okay. All right.
Okay, we'll do the photo op when he comes back in.
When he comes back.
Yeah,
All right.
okay, so 5th place. Okay.
All right, 5th place coming up is Luke.
Let's give a hand for Luke, everybody.
Winner, Luke.
All right, so Luke, your prize, 5th prize is your choice of any 3 books. So 3 books, go ahead and choose, make your selection. Choose your top 3 books. All right, and while he's selecting, maybe let's choose our next one. Okay.
And can you come up for the photo? Let's cheer one more time so it's not silent while he comes up on stage. Woo!
Give a hand, everybody.
Congratulations. Okay.
Ah, there he is. There he is. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to go? Okay, getting ready to announce the 4th winner. Congratulations to Mary Ellen.
Mary Ellen!
Woo!
All right, so 5th place prize, was that 5th or 4th?
4th.
4th place prize, you get to choose 5 books and a pool. You can't judge
Just
a
read
book
them
by
really
the cover.
quickly so you know which ones you want.
So judge the book by the back, the summary and the endorsements. 5 books and a pool. Yeah, we'll bring that up for you. Yeah, come on up, take a photo.
Awesome, come on up for your photo.
All right. Fun fact about Mary Ellen is she's planning on starting her business degree in the fall. So she's actually going to jump into that field of business. So let's all hope that her business idea becomes a reality in the future. Give her a hand, everybody.
Congratulations.
All right, good job.
Okay, and now we're moving on to our top 3 finalists, so our grand prize winners.
Third place.
Evander, you won 6th place.
6th place.
Come up.
Give them a hand, everybody.
Woo!
So you got your selection of any 2 books at the table. The table at the front here is filled with books. This is where your prize is. Somebody redirect them over to the table. All right, so these, all the books here are hand-selected by the Economic Development Team. Books related to economic development, business, professional development, Indigenous culture and awareness, and yeah, so both of those, any 2 books. Two books. All right, you can have 3. I'll give him a hand, everybody. So come on up. Come take a photo.
So he wasn't here for the instructions. So come on up for your photo op.
One of the books he chose was called Start With Why, which is one of the top recommendations of our team by Simon Sinek. All right, give him a hand, everybody.
And now, our top 3 grand prize winners.
Keaton with the chicken idea. Third place.
Where's Keaton? Give him a hand, everybody. That was incredible. His idea is something else. All right. And just a round of applause for all of our contestants today. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's not easy to come up in the mic, you know, with all the people here and also with the live stream going, you know, with all the people watching and listening to your idea. It's an accomplishment in and of itself.
Congratulations.
All right. I feel like this is a pageant. Like I should call up the top 2 and you guys should hold hands or something. But it was very, very difficult. And the 2nd place is Trinity.
Trinity. Congratulations, Trinity. Trinity has won 2nd place prize, which is $1,000.
Congratulations.
All right. Collapse and embezzle, she says. What a business joke.
Okay, the moment is here. Can I get a drum roll from our audience, please?
Okay, number 1. Smoke signals.
Woo! Come on up, smoke signals.
For the grand prize, $1,500, as well as 6 free hours of consulting, complimentary of MNP's Rob Campbell. Congratulations.
Nice.
So here's hoping that this idea and the support from Rob Campbell at MNP can turn this business idea into a reality. Give them a hand, everybody.
Awesome. So a massive congratulations to all of our winners today, and not only the winners, but everybody who came up on stage and pitched their ideas. You're all legends in the making, and thanks so much to all of our judges for your wisdom and just general all around good vibes and good questions. And to our awesome audience, you've all been lit. You cheered, you whooped, you drum rolled when we asked. You really made this experience one of a kind for all of our participants who were so brave and so amazing to pitch their ideas. That brings us to the end of our Wolves Den pitch competition. Let's give it up. And I think now the Norway House Ec Dev team would like to present our judges with a few gifts.
Okay, so first up, our team is going to present a gift, first of all, to Sean Rayland. So Sean Rayland, if you want to come forward.
Is it raining? I think so. Amazing. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you so much, Sean. Next, Michelle Cameron. Everyone give Michelle Cameron a hand. Okay, Ashley Collingbull. Give her a hand, everybody.
We have a few special gifts for you here.
Yeah. Do it. Need a money. Check.
Yeah, so we have a special gift here for Ashley Collingbull. If you'd like to pull it out, we have a custom-made ribbon skirt. This was made by Norway House band member Carla Robinson.
It's pink. I love pink. Oh my God, it's like Barbie pink.
She wanted a Barbie theme for you.
How did she know? It's like she knew me.
And we have one more special gift for you here, Ashley. This is from Councillor Dion Clark. He sends his regrets that he could not be here, but he asked that we present this to you.
I don't know if I'll be able to carry that on the plane. Oh my God, what is this?
Open it up. Just let it this way. Yeah, we just slide it out.
Just rip it.
So on behalf of Norway House and Norway House Economic Development Department, thank you so much for joining us today.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Do we know who made it? She's asking. Yeah, so she was asking who made it, and we're not entirely sure, but Councillor Clark actually won this a while ago from an auction, I believe. I think so. Yeah. Sorry? Okay, and this is on behalf of Councillor Apatagan. I don't know if you wanted to gift it or just have us give it. Or... Okay, so Councillor Apatagan requested this gift as well. If you can hold this, hold the mic there. It's a Norway House Cree Nation blanket.
Amazing. Thanks so much to our judges. If you want to make your way back to your seats, thank you so much for agreeing to take part in this pitch competition. That was so exciting for me and everyone else, and I'm sure to all of our participants. What a one-of-a-kind opportunity to be able to pitch an idea from your own head to celebrities. This is awesome. So we're gonna move into our closing now. Before we close, of course we have more prizes to give away.
And before that prize, we have one more gift for the other Ashley. Let's give the other Ashley a hand. It seems that the theme this year is Team Indigenous Ashleys. So, on behalf of Norway House, we have this blanket for Ashley Richard.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mike, where's Mike? Logan. You just hold it open, maybe. And also this. And we have another gift for you as well.
I was looking at this one yesterday in the marketplace too. It was my favorite one. Thank you so much. Oh, I love it.
We have the Indigenous Barbie theme going on here. For the Ashleys.
Oh, thank you so much. Beautiful. Of course, thanks. Are we doing a picture?
Yeah, doing a photo. All right, so so we just want to appreciate Ashley. She's been here from the very first day all the way to the very end. She's helped to be agile and work with us, shift on a dime, and was professional all the way through. So thanks so much to Ashley Richard.
Thank you. No, it's really been such an honor to have been invited up here, and I'm honestly really sad that it's over. And I'm always going to hold Norway House and this community and everyone who was here from all different communities very close to my heart. If I didn't get married this summer, I would say this was my favorite event of all summer. So this was the best. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the rest of our prizes. So I believe some forms had gone around for the pitch competition. We have our tickets ready and our prizes. And there's also one more round of prizes there's going to be a full event evaluation survey that's going to be handed out still. And so once you fill that survey out, please hand it in, you'll get another ticket, and then that will be our final prize round of the week. Our first prize is a backpack. It's a Hurley backpack with a really cool design on it. Okay, so the backpack is going to 708-475. 708-475. Awesome. Congratulations. Our next prize is another Wasack Jets jersey. Super cool. I believe this one it's either black or navy. And the sweater is going to 708-472. 708-472. Oh, not here. Okay. 472, we're going to draw another ticket. Okay. The sweater is going to go to 708-440. 708-440. We have a winner. Awesome. Is this your third prize? Nice. The third hoodie? You're all set for winter now. Okay, our next prize is a spike ball and spike boy. Spike ball and spike boy. It looks like a game that's fun for a fun, active competition on grass, sand, or water. 708-466. 708-466. Okay, we have our winner coming up in an awesome Just Deadly sweater. Congratulations. Okay, so the final prize in our second last round of prize giveaways is a lamp. It looks like a wellness lamp with a clock as well. Okay, 708-492. 708-492. Oh, yay! Congratulations. Okay. So those were all the prizes. We're going to move into our closing ceremonies. But before we do that, I'll give you a quick overview of the evening. So we're really excited to have the Magoo crew drove all the way here from Edmonton to perform for us tonight. So they're going to start as soon as our closing ceremonies are done. And then we have, of course, our community feast. And later on, we're going to have some really awesome fireworks. Hopefully it stops raining soon. So I would like to invite Councillor Anthony Apatagan up to the stage to share any thoughts and closing remarks. Oh, sorry, I left that on the side.
Oh, sorry. Okay, good. Oh. So the surveys have been distributed to the final.
Also, the event surveys have been distributed, so just a final call to fill those out and get those handed into the volunteers.
Well, how did you enjoy the 3-day conference there, folks? Yeah, it was great. Eh? You got a chance to win some prizes, listen to some fabulous presentations. But the most important thing is, I MC a lot of these events in our community, and one of the things I'm always told to hurry up on is, hurry up, bingo's starting at 6 o'clock. I know we don't have to worry about that here tonight. Enjoy some food and enjoy the Magoo crew presentation. You know, I'm going to stick around for a while. I have a plane to catch. I have a meeting tomorrow in Winnipeg. So with that being said, I support every initiative that's undertaken by our young people in the community, including you guys, because I believe that the support comes from leaders who are able to attend these functions physically. You know, with me standing here in the last couple of days, I know that I've made a lot of friends with some of the young people here, and you know, it's important to garner that support. I enjoyed the den thing here. What do you call that? Wolf's Den? I really enjoyed that. Some bright ideas. Don't give up on those ideas. Help your communities prosper. Help your communities get well. You know, you have it in you, the young people. Us old guys, we just like to talk. But it's been fun. I've really enjoyed being here. I'm sitting with the, I won't say the elders, I'll say the older people of the community. They're gooder. I don't know if that's even a word. But, you know, I enjoy life. I enjoy having a good time. And this has really been entertaining. Thank you, Jimmy, and your crew for hosting this event. I'm not going to try and remember everybody's name, but you're sitting here. Thank you very much for putting on a great conference. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to Glenn Ranville and his production crew for helping us here with the audio and the visuals. So it's been a great time. I really enjoyed it. I know exactly how you felt up here being an MC. You can't afford to make mistakes because everybody got a camera and they go, One of the things I was joking about with Tina there was, you know, her presentation was great too. A little bit of bingo, a little bit of dabber, a little bit of swearing. But one thing she forgot was the lips, like, over there. Over there. Yeah. So have a safe and great journey back to where you are going. We've enjoyed your hospitality. We've enjoyed hosting your event. And hey, we made friends, right? Yeah, we made a lot of friends. Right on. That's what it's all part of, keeping that friendship together. I do speak 3 languages. I speak Cree, I speak English, and a language I cannot use in a public place like this. But anyway, kaya naskamit na tagagibera ting skatsak etiatsak tunigi mutsigan minentagan indotatuyak aga matuga bisa enemigo mogaiti sigiagiwiek aga ano wanes kesatainan migot sa you isinawesin tanan utais kuniganik iwanihag skatis was kiniskeo 23-year-old that was kined. But God will guide us. God bless. Take it easy. Keep it straight. Right on.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have our final giveaway, believe it or not. There are more prizes. I think Mary was, so did everybody get a chance to hand their survey in to Mary and get a ticket? Or is there anyone who still has their event survey? I think here at the elders, you're good? You're good? Okay, we still have one person quickly filling it out here at the front. Maybe now's a good time for our Director of Economic Development to provide his closing thoughts on the conference in 3 days.
Absolutely. Well, it was really exciting to see so many people register this year. Last year, if we look at the pre-registrations compared to now, we had about 10 times as many registrations this year. So if that's something to celebrate, then nothing is. All right. Another great thing is last year, it was just people from Norway House. We put out an invite, but we didn't have too many people that were able to make it in time. So this year, we have representation from over 10 different communities. Also, when we look at the conference operating budget, our operating budget increased by 100%. We doubled our operating budget this year. But one thing that I think is one of the most important parts of the conference is to look at the speakers that we invited. We're really excited, to have people like Michelle Cameron, Tina Keeper, Ashley Collingbull. This year we were able to bring really inspiring and powerful leaders. And that's one of the great things that we're able to this year that we're really proud of. We also have seen a lot of positive feedback from the surveys. There's a lot of people that are really taking a lot from the conference, and that's what matters. Because, as we mentioned earlier, Norway House Cree Nation has our 5-year economic development strategy, and the component of that is building up our people. And so when we look at people like all of you, coming from your different communities and the conversations that we've had and, the goals and the passions and the dreams that everybody has, everybody's here to make their community a better place. Everybody's here because they want something more for themselves, for their families, for their communities, and for their people. And that's why we're doing this. And that's why we do conferences like the conferences we've been doing for these last 3 days. So to see everybody come and to see the level of participation that we've seen, it's really inspiring, fulfilling, and satisfying for all of us who put so much work into it. And so I want to appreciate each and every one of you. I want to appreciate the economic development team. Can we give them a hand, everybody? I specifically want to acknowledge Chloe McCorster, who is working extremely tirelessly in order to get this done. So give her a hand, everybody. Also, each and every member of the economic development team, we want to thank Ryan Cascacapo and his team. Let's give him a hand, everybody. So thankful for him and all of his team. All the volunteers that you see, a significant amount of them are his group. We also want to thank the MKO group. Thank you so much, MKO, for your partnership. And every MKO staff member here, they've worked incredibly hard, to make this a reality. And all of the staff of Norway House Cree Nation, all the different departments came together. It wasn't just the economic development department. We also had finance. We also had a number of different departments just come together and to support us and pick up and support in any little way that they needed to help. So it really was our whole community coming together to put together a conference like this. So we appreciate each one. And lastly, Chief and Council, we're so grateful for the support of Chief and Council at Norway House Cree Nation for just giving us the support and giving us the mandate to do things like this. It's incredibly meaningful work. So thank you to them. Thank you again to each and every one of you. For those of you who took time to watch us online, you're live streaming this. We want to invite you next year. So next year, we're very likely to hold this same conference, same time, but we're probably going to be hosting it in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We're hoping to see the continued trend. If we can double it last year, we could double it again. All right, and so with that, we're going to do our final draw. So this is for all of you who completed a survey and filled it out. Your name is in this draw, and we're going to select some names. Sure, yeah, let's go that way. All right, so here's our first draw. Ladder ball. All right, we got some big heavy prizes here now. 708-499. Who's got 708-499? Over here, give them a hand, everybody. 708-499. All right. Okay, so next up we have this here Sky Dome. It looks like it's a tent, I guess. It's a tent. It's an 8-person tent. So this is a party right here. It's a party in a box. All right. So 708-438. 708-438. Anybody? Going once? Oh, over here we have a winner. Congratulations, you've won yourself a new tent. So next up we have this volleyball/badminton combo set. So you can do both at once. So hopefully the winners of this won those rackets earlier. All right, so we have 708-505. 708-505. All right. Oh, yay! Congratulations. Wow, cleaning a house. Wow, that's our luckiest attendee right there. All right, so we got another one, another volleyball set. 708510. Hey, over here, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Kescacapo. The gold sponsor has won, everybody. Let this be a lesson to all you other potential gold sponsors next year. All right, 708508. This is for a blanket. Can you hold it up there, Pratye? All right, you've won yourself a blanket. Man, look how excited he is to sleep in that. It's a beautiful blanket. All right, next up, we have this Tobin Sports Raft. A kayak. Sorry, it's a kayak. All right, looks like it's two-person. So for you and your buddy, 708432. 708432. Anybody? Anybody at all? Somebody wants this raft? 708432. Going once. Going twice. 708432. All right. Probably's gone home. Probably's gone home. See, this is the benefit of sticking around to the very end. All right, everybody. Next. So for the raft, this is our second draw. 708408. Is that a winner over there? No, that's a disappointed person over there. All right, 70. Oh, okay, we got a winner, everybody. Give them a hand. This man's going to go rafting. Last one, everybody. Last one. This is a Pathfinder 320, complete all-in-one Bluetooth stereo surround sound speakers with a carrying case that you can take anywhere. All right, 708433. 708433. Anybody? All right. Is everybody watching their tickets? I'm going to put this away here. 708433. Has this person gone home? Going, gone. All right. Everybody watch your tickets. I'd feel really bad if that guy was here but just wasn't paying attention. Okay, for the final prize of the night, 708451. Over here. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a hand. Come get your Pathfinder 320 Bluetooth speaker. All right. Congratulations. All right, thank you everybody for filling out all your surveys. Thank you for entering all of our draws. We appreciate each and every one of you.
So before we go into our exciting and third concert of the week, I'd like to invite both of our elders, Elders Eileen Apatagan and Elder Grant. No, I'm overthinking it. I've been practicing it in my head for like 5 minutes. Kescacapo. I said that a million times leading up to now. Okay, I'd like to invite them both up to do a closing prayer. And then after the prayer, and then after the prayer, we'll ask that all of the team, so all of the volunteers, ECDev staff, and speakers come up onto the stage for a group photo.
You see, young people, kira nas kumit no kagi bedostik. Te bentos tamek. Te bentos toayego kagi se entomistik. Te pesia tsumustagio tan suisto. Kagi peise matsitsik. Tan sigagi tutahik. Aluskayatsik. The careers, the businesses that they have today. I just want to thank all the young people that came and participated at this conference. I hope that you were able to attain knowledge and ideas how you can move forward. You've heard a lot of our First Nations presenters here at this gathering, how they struggled through life to achieve what they do today, the businesses that they have, the careers that they have. I know it's not an easy journey, especially when we've come from an environment where there was lack of support. And when you went through a system, an assimilation system that damaged our minds, our hearts, our spirits. But we don't have to dwell in the past, like some of our presenters told us here today. We have to heal our minds and our hearts in order to get somewhere in life. If we dwell in the past and if we allow those abuses that we went through, we'll never get anywhere in life. I went through my own healing journey in my own way, but I was also very fortunate to have been sponsored to attend a healing center in Kentucky, in the States. And the concept that they used at this treatment center, this healing center, is called healing the inner child. It was a very hard journey that I had to go through in 1 month because I had to face the realities of my past as a child, as a student in a residential school, and having to leave my community and where I had to tolerate with racism. And I think that was the hardest of it all, because I was never exposed to racism in my life, because I came from a community where people loved and cared for each other, where everybody was my parent. People that supported me growing up as a child. It wasn't easy trying to be focused when people behind you, that sat behind you, called you a squaw. And saying all sorts of awful things about you, about me being an Indigenous person. They didn't use Indian, they didn't say Indigenous, but what they said was, you're a squaw and you shouldn't even be here. It was hard. It was a very hard journey. And I've come a long way, I can say. I've come a long way. But what hurts the most were the impacts that it had on my children. The harsh discipline that we lived with, that we had to endure in an educational system, institute, and I knew it had to be stopped. The cycle had to stop. When my first grandchild was born, and my grandchildren that came after, I didn't want them to go through the same cycle that I went through, that my parents went through first and foremost, and that I went through, and what my children went through. So that's why healing is so important. Face those realities. Heal them. Heal those wounds. And use your tears, because tears are a part of healing. Tears are a gift that we receive from our Creator. And that's what takes the pain that's within our hearts, within our minds. So you young people, you go out there and be the best that you can be. Embrace yourselves. Believe in yourselves most of all. And do what you need to do. And I pray that the good Lord will be with you to guide you, strengthen you, grant you the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding, because those are the gifts that will sustain you and help you to achieve in life. With that, again, thank you to the organizers, Jimmy, Chloe, and all the young people. I am so very fortunate and feel so blessed to be working with you. I know that I shouldn't be taking anybody's space in that office, but I know I have a purpose, and I will be there for as long as I can. I know I'm getting tired already. I'm getting old. 70. I know it's just a number. I always said that. But I can feel that 70 now after sitting in here for 3 days. So with that, thank you, everybody. And our visitors, thank you for being with us. Thank you for all the knowledge that you shared with our young people. I'm sure that knowledge will get them somewhere in life. So thank you, and I hope that you will return someday. And I know that I'll be at Michelle's business buying more hoodies and t-shirts and whatever. And so with that, thank you very much, and I hope everybody has a good evening and have a safe journey home. God bless.
Where's Anthony? I'm going to tell him I speak 3 languages. One is English, the other one is Cree, Nehinuewin, and I speak Sudu. I don't use the swear words. But I remember one time at the conference here, I said, I'm a preacher. I was a preacher's kid. But nobody knew I had little horns starting to come up on both sides. And then the power went off. Anyway, at Yemiatan, loving God, we quieten our spirits. We quieten our minds, yet our hearts are full of thanksgiving, full of gratitude for this time together. Ipimamoya. Nas komitnan, for the time we spent together. a time well spent. Kis kinuhtahinan guide us, give us direction in our lives. I ask you, Holy Father, to bless the food that has been prepared for each one of us. Nanas komunikise, itut namak, and we pray for the ladies, the people that prepared the food. And I pray for our young people in this gathering. I hope, God, you keep them. Kitaganoen tamuya. Kitaganoen tamuya. Ipagusen tamah, we hope that there will be kitaminiguisitsik. Iso kamagibin. Minatan sitos tamawin. Minanipohawin. It was again. Thanks for blessing the food and everybody in here in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. That was it.
Other Kaskakapao. Don't overthink it. Thank you. Okay. So if I could ask, actually, instead of coming up onto the stage, all of the staff, volunteers, speakers, elders, and leadership, if we could make our way into the photo screen where the trade